have no labor update. There's no one here to speak on that item, so we're going into closed session, and we'll be back at 1:30. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the San Jose City Council meeting to order for January 28th, 2014. We'll start with an invocation. Councilmember KANSEN will introduce our invocator.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce everyone to Pastor Chris. Pastor Chris is from the International Christian Center on Williams Road in District 1. The International Christian Center has become a hub for community involvement in District 1. Early on, they hosted the Lynn Haven Neighborhood Association when they first started to form back about a long time ago in the 2000 era. They also have been host to the Winchester SNI NAC and the leadership group and a number of organizations. Pastor Chris is really the one who is our liaison from the church to the community. His job is outreach in the community, both in his congregation and the greater community. In addition to the space that they provide for the neighborhood associations and the various events that we have, they also provide their property for Boy Scouts and for children's theater group and a number of other community-based organizations. Pastor Chris is loved by the community and praised not only for all the work that he does with them, but for the things he does outside the church as well. We really appreciate everything you do, Chris. We're very lucky to have you in District 1, and I'm very thankful that you're here today to lead us in our invocation. Welcome.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Our eternal and loving Heavenly Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for many and abundant blessings that you give us. Thank you for the life and health that you have given us for your calling. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thank you for the freedom we embrace in this nation. And in the scripture you have said that as citizens we ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor and for the various levels of city officials, in particular for this assembled council that is in front of us today. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and the issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, also a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and fitting, and the ability to work together in harmony even though there are honest disagreements. Also personal peace in the lives and joy and in the task. I also pray for the agenda that is set before them today. Lord, please give them the assurance that they need and the benefits that they will live together and work together around our beloved city of San Jose. I also ask for a special blessing on them and their families. I ask all of this with our gracious Lord Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to be helped today with the pledge with third graders from Country Lane Elementary School in District 1. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, third graders from Country Lane Elementary. First item of business are the orders of the day. Any changes to the printed agenda from the orders? We have a motion to approve the orders of the day. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Please note that we are going to adjourn in memory of Ina Aranyaga, who passed away on January 4th,
2014, but we will have some comments this evening when the family is able to join us. Move now to the closed session report. City Attorney.
We have no report.
All right, let's take up the ceremonial items. I'd like to invite Vice Mayor Nguyen and Councilmember Chu to join me at the podium as we present a proclamation celebrating Lunar New Year in San Jose. We have some representatives from organizations that are going to join us. Come on down. And Councilmember Chu has some comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And I will also invite the Chinese Evergreen Senior Clubs to come down, please. Yes, please come down. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleagues and the Mayor in joining me to proclaim January 28th, 2014 as the Lunar New Year Day, which lands on Friday, January 31st this year. The Lunar Chinese New Year, or the Lunar New Year, what Chinese call the Spring New Year or Spring Festival, which signal the beginning of the spring, and Koreans celebrate it and call it a Sonal, and a Vietnamese Tet Festival, is an important time for celebrating the new beginning of many around the world. For 2014, we celebrate the New Year's of the Horse, which is the 4712th in the Chinese lunar calendar and symbolize a personal drive, motivation, and passion. As we celebrate the Chinese New Year or the New Year Tet Festival, we are also celebrating the contribution that Asian American has given to our diverse community in all aspects of our society, including business, politics, education, community service, media, and science, just to name a few. I'd like to wish all of you here and the audience that are watching a very happy and good fortune in the year to come. May the new year be peaceful and prosperous for you and your family. Here today to accept this on behalf of all that celebrate Lunar New Year's in the city of San Jose, our Chinese Evergreen Club, and the Vietnamese American Roundtable. Both groups have greatly impacted our community by sharing their rich culture and tradition to those around them. At this time, I would like to ask the Mayor to please present a commendation to the groups. Thank you.
Let's squeeze in and we'll take a picture.
Yeah, we're coming this way, so the podium is not blocked. And where's my prop? Where's my prop? Where's my prop? Where's my prop?
Our next ceremonial, Councilmember Herrera will join me as we present a proclamation recognizing January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in San Jose. I know we'll have some people join us. Councilmember Herrera, you want to introduce them?
Thank you, Mayor. And we have several people coming down to the podium, and I would like to introduce them as they come down. I want to thank the representatives from the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley, Jewish Family Services of Silicon Valley, and especially the Silicon Valley Holocaust Survivors Association who have joined us today. And I'm going to identify the individuals that are here with us. From the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley, Jill German, CEO, Jeff Cannell, President of the Jewish Federation, Diane Fisher, Director of Community Relations Council, Ariel Hendel, Chief Development Officer, Susan Gavins, Women's Philanthropy President, Marcy Gersten, Chair of the Community Relations Council, Sherry Ravel, who's with Adult Programs Director, Jewish Family Services of Silicon Valley Reps, Avital Agam, and Galina Chorny. And our very special guest who will be sharing his story, UC Reina. I also want to introduce the survivors that are here with us. And the page seems to be missing, so I'm sure somebody will bring that back up to me. Doris Schwartz, second-generation survivor. Genevieve Platt, second-generation survivor. Tamar Jacobs, survivor, and she was an honoree last year. Eva Maiden, first-generation survivor. Mike Treitman, survivor. Tamara Noten, first-generation survivor. Judas Corso, first-generation survivor. Moshe Lofis, first-generation survivor. And Russell Steinweg, second-generation survivor. I just want to personally... Okay, we'll make sure they're all introduced. If you have not been introduced, we will have you come up here and introduce yourselves. I just want to say, as a council member, a resident of the city of San Jose, as a Jewish American, I am so honored to have these survivors here today. And I really appreciate everyone's attention and interest in this topic today. You know, a lot of times we hear about the Holocaust, and I'll say it as a Jewish person too, sometimes we get weary of hearing about it every year. You know, we think, what does this mean? And I think partly that's because it's such a big topic. It is so enormous and so difficult to comprehend that sometimes we'd rather put it out of our mind and not think about it. But it's really important that we remember these people here today that come to us having survived the most horrible kind of thing that a human could even imagine, or as I say, I think it's difficult for us to imagine. So we celebrate the fact that they survived, that life in the end triumphed over evil, and that they are here with us today to tell us their story, because I think in having them present their story, it makes it more real. It makes it real for us who can't imagine how they survived and what their stories are. I think we also have to remember the evil that happened. Even though it is a terrible thing to try to think about, the things that happened there, the 6 million that were killed, it's important, and others, Jews and others that were murdered, not because a people were evil, but because people learned to believe things that we find impossible. They learned to believe that Jewish people should be exterminated. And the killing machine that was started and unleashed in that time kept going and very efficiently killing people until the very end, until those camps were liberated. And so I, again, thank you very much for your attention. And I'll go on to these more prepared remarks here. It's an honor to have you join us in recognizing International Holocaust Remembrance Day. In 2005, the UN designated January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, an annual day of commemoration to honor the victims of the Nazi era. January 27th marks the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi death camp. 69 years ago, 1945. And as I said, the Nazis were busy doing their horrible work up until the day this camp was liberated. And this day, it's an opportunity for us to recognize the 6 million Jews and millions of other victims that were targeted and persecuted by the Nazi regime and its collaborators during World War II. The 2014 theme is centered around journeys through the Holocaust. This theme recalls the various journeys taken during this dark period, from deportation to incarceration to freedom, and how this experience transformed the lives of those who endured it. I'm honored to have the opportunity to share a couple of stories from the survivors here with me today so that others know and remember the history that brought many immigrants to the United States. It is a testament to the strength of these survivors and their courage to tell the story. Elizabeth Seaman, a first-generation Holocaust survivor who was not able to make it here today, is viewing the live streaming of this ceremony from her home. Elizabeth and her family were in a concentration camp in Germany. When the camp was liberated by the British, Elizabeth's family continued to fight for their survival. They were crammed into a train with 2,500 other people, which was later liberated by U.S. infantrymen. Elizabeth and her mother survived the Holocaust and later moved to El Salvador, where she attended an American school, and then moved to Berkeley, where she attended the high school and university. Mike Treitman, a resident in the Villages. Mike, raise your hand. Whose family suffered, but they survived the Holocaust. His father was moved from working camp to working camp. His mother and her family tried to survive by riding trolley cars all night. Mike's family had to endure these types of lifestyles just to survive, as so many other families during that time. Before I introduce UC Reina, a first-generation Holocaust survivor, to accept the proclamation on behalf of the Jewish community, I want to share a few words about UC as well. UC was born in Budapest, Hungary in 1935. He was the second of 2 children, and his parents owned a bakery. In 1944, the Arrow Cross, the pro-German anti-Semitic fascist party, took control of the country. The Reina family had to hide in their bakery that was run by trusted Christian employees. When the Arrow Cross found the Reina family, they had to surrender and were forced to move to the ghetto. UC has horrid memories of the ghetto and tried to stay indoors to avoid the rest of the ghetto for most of his childhood. As he got older, he followed his father's footsteps and became a baker as a living. He later graduated as a mechanical engineer from the KTH Stockholm, the technical university, and obtained his master's degree. He met his wife Lena in Sweden, and they both moved to the Bay Area to start a new life in 1966. They have 3 children who attended and graduated Fremont High School and California universities. In 1997, UC moved to San Jose. He's a member of Congregation Beth David and a board member of the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Association. UC is one of the many heroic survivors of the Holocaust, along with these amazing survivors present today. I've asked the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley, Jewish Family Services in Silicon Valley, and the Silicon Valley Holocaust Survivors Association to join us here today because these organizations have done so much to support and enrich the local Jewish community here in Silicon Valley. A special thank you to the survivors in attendance today and for those who shared their stories. And now we are very honored and grateful to have UC Reina here with us today to share his story of survival.
My name is UC Reina. I was born in Budapest, Hungary. Now I tell you my personal memories. My favorite uncle, Hugo Reina, was gassed in Auschwitz. Uncle Hugo was fun-loving and good-looking. He was a decorated officer in the Austrian-Hungarian army in the First World War. Nevertheless, his fellow Hungarians sent him to Auschwitz. I also remember my cousins, 2 boys my age, my mother's sister's sons. They lived in the countryside in Hungary, and I spent every summer at their place. We had so much fun together. Their family and all the Jews in that village were also sent to Auschwitz. My parents were used to making big decisions. When our Jews in Budapest were ordered to report for deportation, we moved into a secret room in our coffee house bakery. The hiding place was similar to the well-known Anne Frank house in Holland. As the surrounding Soviet troops were advancing, the city police found us. They knew my parents, and they allowed us time to find another hiding place. During hiding, the adults acted very calm, but when my father returned without finding a new shelter and realized that the Hungarian Nazi aerocross would take us, he cried openly. That scared us kids terribly. Then, when we walked to the aerocross building, I saw corpses hanging on lampposts with signs that read, "I am a deserter, I was hiding Jews, I am a traitor." In the aerocross house, I saw a resistant fighter tortured to a pulp, waiting to be taken to the Germans. Many of the aerocross soldiers recognized my parents from the bakery. They told us we could not be shot into the Danube River because it was too far and the incoming artillery shooting was too heavy. Nor would they shoot us in the neighboring park because the dirt was frozen too hard to dig our graves. It was safest and easiest for them to walk us to the ghetto. At the entrance of the ghetto, stiff frozen corpses were stacked high, like firewoods. We got a room with a wide bed. All 5 of us stayed in it most of the time to save heat. We kids got the most of what little food was available, and we all survived until the Soviet soldiers liberated us.
Thank you for joining us and sharing that story. We appreciate it. Important for people to hear.
Thank you. It's very nice being here.
Thank you, Yussi.
So many people here.
Let us honor all the Holocaust survivors here with us today, those in our community, those we lost, as we recognize International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of San Jose. And at this time, I think Mayor Reed's already presented the proclamation to Yussi Reina, who will receive it on behalf of the Holocaust survivors in our community, as well as a proclamation to all the Holocaust survivors that are here with us today. And I have read their names. And if there's anyone I haven't, that I have left out, please come forward and I'll say your name. Please. Can you just say your name, please?
My name is Tamara Noten. I was born in Ukraine, Odessa, 1930. So I'm 83 years old. My memory very clear. I remember all struggling, all the horrible event what happened in that time. It became forever in my memory, and the appreciation what I feel now, that people want to know how we struggle and how we're grateful to survive, thanks to many countries who participate in our liberation. And now we want people in the world to remember what horrible time it was, and we wish never that will happen again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who we did not introduce? Okay, can you just say your name? Just say your name. Just say your name, please. We can.
My name is Ronald Cohn, C-O-H-N, pronounced just like the ice cream.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ronald. Anyone else? We have one more person. Thank you. Just your name, please.
Peter Stark.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Thanks so much, all of you, for being here today. Thank you.
For our next item, I'd like to invite Councilmember LICCARDO to join me, along with Dave Cavill and other representatives from the earthquakes to the podium. We also have some folks from our city staff that are joining us, and I think this might be the very first time we've double streamed a council meeting. I assume Dave has got his glasses on. I got it going. So we're streaming the streaming. So first time ever, I believe. That's not why we're here. We're actually here to present a commendation to the San Jose Earthquakes on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of their founding back in the North American Soccer League. 1974, where they played for 20 years before moving to the Western Soccer Alliance in 1985. The club became a charter member of Major League Soccer in June of 1994, starting out as a Clash, but changing the name back to the Earthquakes before the 2000 season. And the name change helped. So the Earthquakes have won 2 MLS Cups, 2001, 2003, and were the Supporters' Shield in 2005 and 2012. And their success on the field is matched by their success off of it. They've been generous supporters of our local youth soccer, inspiring children to get fit and provide scholarships to Bay Area kids. Now, next year, 41st year, we'll be happy to join the Earthquakes in their new home, the first soccer-specific stadium built here in San Jose off of Coleman Avenue west of the airport. If you haven't seen it, drive by. It's coming up out of the ground. So it's our pleasure to present this commendation to the San Jose Earthquakes. 40 years, what a great team.
I want to thank the city of San Jose. Obviously, we have a very esteemed and great history as a soccer club. They actually polled all the cities in the country, and they rated, all the different aspects of what it means to support soccer. And San Jose, California came out as Soccer City USA. So I think that says a lot. It says a lot for the support for the 40 years, and we're proud to be here for another 40 years and beyond. Thank you. Yeah.
Next item is the consent calendar. Item 2.5, the travel report. Councilor KANSEN.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report that.
I'm sorry. Before you get there, Councilor KALRA.
Then we get to a 2.10, and then 2.3b, and also 2.10.
Any other requests to pull off for discussion, Councilor Rocha?
Mine was 2.3b as well.
Okay. Any others? Is there a motion on the balance? Motion is to approve the balance. Right now I have to be separately considered 2.5, 2.10, 2.11, and 2.3b. I think I got them all. All right, the motion is on the balance. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. And we do have item 2.3b to take up first. Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand the Rules Committee had agreed to have staff do some work on this item, and it was brought back to the Rules Committee. At that time, they did not take action. My interest would be to provide the council the opportunity to have full discussion rather than the committee make the decision whether or not we're going to pursue this.
And just to make clear, I didn't say specifically what that was. That item had to do with the family leave.
Paid parental leave, yes.
Okay. I would suggest that we talked about it at Rules, and it seemed to me it was a budget item, but I think we probably need to take it up ahead of the budget process, and we ought to refer it to a closed session discussion of the items that we will make part of the package of labor negotiations, assuming that we give direction and later in the agenda. that it should just be part of that discussion,
So,
which will take place sometime in the next month before budget season.
forgive my memory here. Was the discussion at the Rules Committee then to refer it to closed session, or is that a thought that you have
That's just
for
what I'm
today's
thinking
action?
right now. Not,
I'm comfortable making that motion to refer it to closed session for discussion.
okay, so that's a motion on that. I do have a request to speak on that. Emily Gatfield. Okay, she's going to pass. Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, I know. I'm hoping that staff will have some kind of information to us. And one thing that I would like to request is to see how much vacation time and sick leave is actually already being able to be accrued for staff before we make a decision. I'd like to see, like, for example, I know that, staff can actually get 80 hours in the first 5 years of sick leave. So I think I'd love to, and it can accrue. So I'd like to see how much accrual is allowed, and to see if something like this is even warranted, or maybe we can even look at ways to be able to use the accrued sick leave as vacation time or something of that nature.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the fact that this will be taken up in closed session. I had a question for Rick as to the appropriateness of having this heard in public session, at least on principle, and partly because of colleague Councilmember Camus, the sentiment that somehow sick leave is or should be the equivalent of maternal or paternal leave. Apparently was something distinct from sick leave and vacation leave, and that was my understanding, the reasoning that this was put forward originally by Vice Mayor Nguyen. And so I understand that when it comes down to discussing, what may be offered at the table or what we may be suggesting as far as contracts going forward may be an issue for closed session. The general understanding of what parental leave is and getting feedback from the community would be very important to me as to the community desire to ensure that our employees have access to parental leave. So I don't object and in fact approve of the fact that we will be discussing this in closed session. However, my question to you, Rick, is it something that if we're not talking about specific contracts would be appropriate to talk in a public setting?
Yeah, I think it would. It could be a policy direction. Again, it's subject to meet and confer, so it is appropriate to be in closed session, but nothing, it's sort of like it goes to closed session without prejudice of coming back to open session.
Sure.
Should you decide to want to have that discussion in open session.
And I understand that. I think I see this as two distinct discussions. One is a personnel-related, contract-related discussion. The other is on the principle and philosophy of allowing for parental leave.
And that policy discussion could be had in open session.
And so I think in that regard, I don't know if the maker or seconder of the motion would consider both having it agendized for closed session for the nuts and bolts discussion of what this really means practically for us if we were to consider it in contracts, appropriate items for closed, but also simultaneously to schedule, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, but at least sometime soon, a public discussion on parental leave so that we can ensure that the public has an opportunity to chime in as well as all of us will have an opportunity to publicly discuss it on the general premise of parental leave.
Councilmember Rocha.
I'm comfortable with that. I think establishing a certain date might be a little bit tough. I'd look to staff to give me some direction with the city manager's office or the city attorney's office about when they think they'd be prepared, and it might include OER to move this to closed session and then timing that perfectly when we return to open session. As far as picking a particular date or time, I'm very open to the idea, and I think it's a good point to make.
Alex Gersa will come down and answer that question, I believe.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Alex Gersa, Deputy City Manager. We would be prepared to discuss this with the Council in closed session at the next closed session. The memo that we issued to the Rules Committee, for example, Councilmember Camus, we do have some information there already about the amount of paid leave that employees accrue, both sick leave and vacation, but we could certainly be prepared to discuss the labor aspects of a paid parental leave program again as soon as the next closed session, and then decide from there, from the Council's direction of how to proceed.
Then, given that, I'm comfortable recommending we return within 30 to 45 days at the next council meeting to have enough time to notice this for the full council to hear.
I don't know who had the second. Vice Mayor had the second, okay. All right, so the motion is modified. Anything else, Councilor KALRA? Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you. Actually, I was just going to clarify that staff did provide a very thorough memo on this issue, and I think that because of that thorough analysis, we're able to move forward. So I think at any given time, staff can come to closed session and actually provide the information to the council, and then thereafter, we can actually have a discussion here in the open session.
All right, we have a motion on that. I'm assuming the motion is to approve the minutes with that additional direction. Okay, so the minutes are actually what's in front of us. So that's 2.3B, the Rules and Open Government Committee report of January 8th, 2014 with this additional direction. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed, Councilmember Constant. Two opposed, Constant and CAMIS opposed. Three, Councilmember Oliverio. Three opposed, motion carries. Next in order would be item 2.5, Councilmember Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report that last week I attended the League of California Cities Public Safety Committee, of which I'm chair for this year. The committee discussed its work plan for the upcoming year and several items of legislation that are pending in front of the state. Thank you.
I have a trip report from last week as well. I was in Washington, D.C. I spoke 3 different times to the U.S. Conference of Mayors on various aspects of pension reform, as rising pension costs are squeezing services all over the country, and a lot of cities are interested in finding solutions. I also had the chance to talk with folks in the Treasury and the IRS about trying to get them to move ahead on a private letter ruling. We requested to give our employees a choice of a lower cost plan, and I met also with the United States Patent and Trademark Office with their senior staff there to talk about the branch office location in San Jose, and I would say in both of those instances we got good, solid, positive responses, but dealing with the IRS, and I've learned that that doesn't mean they're actually going to move and issue private letter rulings, but we have provided them with draft parameters that we think they can use that came out of a coalition of organizations that have been working with us, including the Conference of Mayors. And so we're waiting to see if that's sufficient to convince them of a way to go. I also spoke with Senator Feinstein's office. It was a snow day and most of the government was shut down, but apparently California never closes, and Senator Feinstein never closes her office, even in blizzards. On the way back, I stopped and spoke at the Build America Mutual Conference. Build America Mutual is a bond insurance company that is sponsored by the National League of Cities, and it's owned by its policyholders, basically cities that use its services. And their goal is to make sure that local governments have access to the bond markets when we need to borrow money for one purpose or the other. And they were interested in figuring out how pensions and pension obligations affect cities' abilities to borrow money. And with that, I will turn it to Councilmember Herrera, additional to report.
Yes, I also attended the California League of Cities meetings last week. I'm Vice Chair of Transportation and Public Works. We covered a lot of transportation issues, including talk about a possible ballot measure to raise money for infrastructure for pavement, which is something that the League is very interested in as they begin to do their survey again of pavement conditions throughout the state. They want to start using it more as a tool to make folks aware and to push for legislation to get more money for infrastructure. We were told, though, that the governor is probably not supportive of this measure at this time, but is starting to look at, just in the early stages of looking at some kind of vehicle miles traveled as an alternative, and that, of course, would be much more of a long-term approach. But that's sort of the conversation that's going on there. I also participated in a program committee, which sets the program for the League's conference in September.
Anybody else on trip report? No action to be taken on that. Those are reports. Next item we pulled off was item 2.10. That's the continuation agreement with Rennie Sloan Holtzman and Sakai for legal services. Councilmember KALRA, I think, wanted to speak on that. Somebody else did as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to pull this item in order to register a no vote for this increased appropriation of $500,000. It's actually, it looks like it's approaching $1 million based upon item A. Well, I guess it's the $525,000 additional, I believe, is being shifted over for legal fees to outside consultants and lawyers in order to continue the attack on our workers, rather than coming together and collaborating with our workers in order to achieve real savings and real pension reform, especially subsequent to the court ruling, which was not in the favor of the city on some of the most significant items. And so I just wanted to register that no vote. It's a continuing no vote because I've registered a no vote in the past, and just wanted to make that clear for the record. Thank you.
Well, first let me say that the voters approved Measure B by 70% yes vote. It's our obligation to defend it, defend what the voters have approved. We have, in addition to the 7 Superior Court actions that have been filed, 6 or 7 actions with the Public Employees Relations Board, and all of those require outside legal counsel to defend what we have done and what the voters have approved. And while it does cost money, as you can see, this is another some $1,000 increase to the 2 different contracts. This year, we are saving approximately $25 million as a result of some of the steps that we've taken, and that will be ongoing. So that's $25 million a year far into the future. So while it is expensive to implement and defend what we've done, it was necessary to avoid service delivery insolvency, and we're saving a lot of money as a result, and we have an obligation to continue to defend what the voters have approved, and that's why this is in front of us. We're using outside counsel to do that. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And given the preliminary judgment that we have in front of us, the recommendation is to have this extended through December 31st, 2014. So and I understand we wouldn't want to do it for maybe a couple months and then come back in December, but can you explain a little bit to me, a little bit the thinking as to picking that date, not knowing what the future holds for us?
Well, this is a contract that isn't related to the Measure B challenge in Superior Court. That's the Myers-Malvey contract.
Yes.
This is Rennie Sloan, and they are involved in a number of
labor negotiations, yes.
Labor practice charges with PERB, as well as an action filed by the Police Officers Association in Superior Court, the quo warranto action, we refer to it, all attacking the negotiations process. So this is independent of Measure B, and the Measure B ruling we anticipate will come down sometime in February, final ruling. At that point, we'll then come back to council and review where we go from here, if the council wants to pursue an appeal, and then in terms of any legal assistance, what legal assistance we would seek. So that's on a separate track. This is Rennie Sloan. This is related directly to labor negotiations and litigation resulting from those negotiations.
But there's a relationship in some of those items that are related to Measure B in the meet and confer process, right? That there might be a settlement, or there might be, we don't know for sure what might come of the future here in the short term.
That's true. That's true, but at the same time, I think we have to operate as if we have 2 hearings coming up February 10th and 11th, and then we have a continuation of 1 hearing February 24th. And so it's ongoing, and so we need to sort of plan and accordingly. At some point, we have the ability to stop the contract if need be on notice, and we can do it without cause. So it's not as if we're locked in. We anticipate this will run through the year, and we just are planning accordingly, as opposed to having to come back every few months.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for, is the thought behind why we're doing the full term, I guess. Thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, when I read this, it looked like a lot of the legal work didn't have anything to do with Measure B, and since our attorneys are represented by ALP, we can't have them representing us. I mean, isn't there a conflict? We have to go for outside counsel on a lot of this, right?
There's that conflict, but more importantly, State Bar rules preclude any lawyers in the office from being involved in the measure. And so these were labor specialists, they're PERB specialists, and these are related to those negotiations, and that's why we've selected them.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Count 1, 2, opposed. CAMPOS and KALRA opposed. Motion carries. Item 2.11, that is on public art projects. 2 artworks for downtown at Santa Clara and San Fernando Street. I don't know who requested to pull this off, but I had some comments. One, I just want to congratulate our Office of Cultural Affairs and San Jose Downtown Association for leveraging some resources and getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think $600,000 to be more precise, from, I think, Art Place America for the grant. This lighting project is going to be really cool. I mean, that's about as sophisticated as I get for art. I think the public's really going to enjoy it, and a great design, great work by our staff and the Downtown Association. And Councilmember LICCARDO is going to get to add something nice to his this district. Councilmember LICCARDO.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't pull the item either, but I just want to echo your praise and thanks. This is fantastic. It's going to be a lot of fun to see.
Councilmember Herrera.
Second. I didn't pull the item either, but I'm glad somebody did. I just want to say I'm really excited about it. It's not my district, but we want more folks to come to downtown San Jose, and this kind of lighting is just going to be a great iconic piece that I think everyone's going to really appreciate. And I just want to thank everybody who's been involved in it. And my only question is, we do have the money. I know we had to get a 2-to-1 match or 3-to-1 match. We have all of that. That's not going to be a problem. They're shaking their head. Great.
Anybody else on that? We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Completing the consent calendar, I believe, unless I missed something. And so we will turn back to the, not exactly the regular agenda order, because we're taking the annual summary of labor negotiations first. That's item 3.5. I made reference to that earlier. We were talking about the paid leave. This is what I meant. If we give direction on this, which is to move ahead with labor negotiations, we'll have an item to tack that onto. Alex Garza, and I think Alex will take it.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'll just do a quick intro for the council, simply to provide a little bit of context as we ramp into our new year with the topic of our annual summary of labor negotiations. Just for the council's reminder, or perhaps for the public reminder, that this is actually a product of our sunshine reforms dating back to 2007, and really an opportunity to have a public discussion of labor negotiations as the specifics take shape, and before the council goes into closed session, as was previously discussed, where most of the direction is provided to staff on areas for specific negotiation. Just simply like to note that as we kick off the year and begin our labor negotiations with our bargaining units, really a recognition on behalf of the council and certainly on behalf of the administration of the recognition of the difficult sacrifices our employees have made over the last few years, and also the sacrifices that the community has made in recognition of the reductions that have happened through staff. Also looking forward to the stability and clarity that our staff would really like to see as we proceed into the new year. So with that, let me turn it over to Alex for a brief overview.
Thank you, Ed. Alex Garza, Deputy City Manager. As this slide indicates, this is through how we conduct labor negotiations, really through direction through the City Council to the City Manager to the city's negotiating team. We are governed by various laws and regulations in conducting negotiations. To start out with, the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, otherwise known as the MMBA, is what governs collective bargaining in cities and counties and special districts in California. We are, in the earlier item, mentioned the Public Employment Relations Board. They are the state agency that oversees the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. One change that was recently made in 2012 in the law is it added in a process called fact-finding. which applies to bargaining units that do not have binding interest arbitration, and that is something that they can elect at a certain stage in the negotiation process, which is similar to binding interest arbitration, except it's non-binding. The panel gets formed and makes a recommendation if no agreement can be reached. We then have our city charter, that's where binding interest arbitration is provided for police and fire on certain items. That was amended several years ago, but still applies for those two bargaining units. And then what we have is what are called our local rules. Agencies implement local rules about bargaining and bargaining unit formation, and that's called the Employer-Employee Relations Resolution. And so we have that in our city policy manual. And then finally, the council itself passed labor negotiations guidelines a few years ago that it follows to ensure that labor negotiations are conducted in good faith and to avoid actions that could circumvent the formal bargaining process. So we have 11 bargaining units, and they are listed here, as you can see, and they're listed in order of the bargaining unit that represents the most number of employees. You'll see the acronym FTEs, standing for full-time equivalents. MEF, which is the Municipal Employees Federation, part of ASME Local 101, represents 1,884 full-time equivalents, significantly more than that when you add in part-time employees, followed by the next largest bargaining unit is the Police Officers Association, all the way down to our most recent and smallest bargaining unit by number of people, the Association of Legal Professionals. So we have almost 5,400 employees. Virtually every city employee is represented by one of the bargaining units. There's about 200 to 300 that are part of our Unit 99 executive management team. And this is our negotiation schedule. We have, partially because of the fiscal situation, been going sort of year to year, except with the most recent exception, we were able to negotiate a longer-term agreement with the Police Officers Association that expires at the end of December of 2015. And then you'll see that almost all of the rest of them there in the series expire this coming June. And that means that we will be starting sometime soon in negotiations over successor contracts for those bargaining units. The term of those are going to be subject to the negotiations, whether they're one-year or multi-year agreements. The Association of the International Association of Firefighters, which is the San Jose Firefighters, their contract did expire last year, and we are working to see if we can reach an agreement on an extension of that contract, and we are hopeful that we will be reaching an agreement soon with Operating Engineers Local 3. So the next steps after this process is to receive labor negotiations direction, as was discussed earlier, in closed session. That direction is given to the city manager and then in turn to the city's negotiators that then carry out the direction and parameters established by the city council. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions the council may have.
A couple of comments. Obviously, a big part of what we do is dependent upon budget, and we're not yet ready to talk about next year's budget in detail, but the staff is working on that. We had our first budget session with the neighborhood leaders last weekend. We'll have a budget study session, priority setting session, February 10th with the council. And we'll get a revised 5-year forecast and a budget message, et cetera. So it's going to be another month probably before we begin to know if we have money to work with next year. And that's obviously a key part of giving any kind of direction, but we got to start the process earlier. And I guess my question is, how long do we think the process might take, including the fact-finding? And I guess, of course, it depends on how long it takes to get to a point where you ask for fact-finding, but clearly the entire process is going to be a lengthier process than we've had in last years, or potentially lengthier than we've had in past years.
Yes. Mayor, if we reach an agreement, clearly we have enough time before June. If we normally start in the early part of the year, January, February, March. Your question relates to the fact-finding process, and you're correct that you have to get to a certain stage of the negotiations where you can't reach an agreement where fact-finding can be requested. We have not gone through fact-finding yet, although we do have significant experience with interest arbitration, which is similar. We do know other cities that have gone through it, and it can vary significantly the length of time that it adds to the process. From it could be to as quickest as I've heard, a month or two to several months or more to get to the not only have these fact-finding hearings, but result in a recommendation by the panel, which then must be heard by the governing body or the city council in open session. So it could add several months. Meanwhile, the city council must adopt a balanced budget by the end of June. So the council may be in a situation where it has to adopt a budget with contracts that have not yet been settled.
Okay, well, I just want to point out the complexity of what we're doing is a lot for a union, multiply times 10, because we have 10 contracts. POA is longer term, so we have 10 contracts that we need to deal with in the next 6 months before the end of the fiscal year somehow, and that takes an enormous amount of staff time, outside counsel as well. As we discussed on the earlier item, there's a lot of work for outside counsel, and I just want to acknowledge the tremendous effort that our staff puts in to get these contracts negotiated. They are rarely easy. I've been here, it's going on my 14th year, and maybe there was one that was easy sometime in there. I guess I don't remember the easy ones. They all seem to be difficult, especially when we're talking about concessions. The good news is I think that the budget will be sufficiently okay that we're not talking about concessions. We're obviously not sitting here today as we did a few years ago talking about giving you direction to seek 10% cuts in compensation from everybody, and I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful for the fact the employees, many of them by contract and agreement, agreed to take 10% cuts in order to save us from laying off their coworkers. We appreciate that. So by comparison to previous years, we're in a pretty good situation, although it's still a complicated, difficult process to go through with 10 unions, and I want to thank all of our negotiating teams, both on the city side and on the union side, for engaging and staying at the table and working this out. And it takes a while, so we appreciate that. Other comments or questions on this? I'll have no requests to speak. Is there a motion? Motion is to approve the report and staff direction. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Item 3.1 would be next. That is the report of the city manager.
No report today, Mr. Mayor.
Then we'll move to item 3.3. It's a modification of living wage policy to clarify applicability to city leases. I believe we'll have a staff presentation. We'll take a minute to get staff in place for that. Good to go on the video. I think we've got it up. We need to get the clicker.
There we go.
All right. Dave Sykes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Sykes, Director of Public Works, joined by Anita Grayson from the Office of Quality Assurance in Public Works, Kim Wallish, Director of Economic Development, and Nancy Klein, Deputy Director of Economic Development. We are here today seeking clarification from the council regarding the application of living wages to leases. So as a little bit of background, there are actually 3 wage programs in the city. Two are policies that affect wages of employees that are performing work for the city. So that's living wage and prevailing wage. Living wage is implemented through the city's power of contract or through our regulatory power. The living wage is a fixed wage rate irrespective of the position or duty that the worker is doing. Prevailing wage is implemented through the city's power of contract, typically applied to construction contracts, maintenance contracts, and some service contracts. This is a variable wage, and it's based on the classification of the worker and the work they do. And of course, recently passed is the minimum wage ordinance, which applies to most employees in the entire city. First, to admit that there's often confusion between the living wage and prevailing wage. And there's even some overlap between the two of those. But we're not really here to address that today. We're more focused on the living wage itself and leases. So I wanted to provide you with a couple of points from the current policy that we rely on to kind of drive our decision making. The first is in the policy where it applies to contracts which provide for the furnishing of services or labor to the city as opposed to the purchase of goods, property, or leasing of property in excess of $20,000. So this first one about services provided. Another area of the policy which provides direction is it shall apply to any firm who receives direct monetary financial assistance of $100,000 a year or more. So these two components have what typically have driven staff's approach. So recognize that there are still a lot of questions about the issue. Wanted to share a little bit of information about what we've been doing in practice and what information that we have that we can share with you. As the administration and the Public Works Department, Office of Quality Assurance, our practice has been not to apply living wage to leases that don't have a city service linkage or requirement. That's been our practice, and it's certainly been our general approach. But we'll admit that often the question is still asked of whether living wage applies, and it's a question inevitably we'll need to address, and typically we've been doing it somewhat on a project-by-project basis. There's also times where we've actually brought forward to the council seeking an exemption from the living wage just to ensure that we're on the right page. Now that often has kind of confused the issue, but nonetheless we have taken that approach. We did look, and we have looked at the agreements that we have in the city where another entity is occupying city space. We looked at 127 of these agreements and tried to organize them into three categories. The first is citywide operating and maintenance agreements. In this category, there are 18 agreements, a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of the results. But what we do know is that 10 of these agreements do not have a wage requirement, and 8 do. And so on these agreements, we certainly know when the agreement was executed. We know whether it has a wage requirement or not. What we haven't been able to do, and what would take a lot more work, is to go back into each and every one of these agreements and understand the thinking at the time. And often we would probably find that we may not be able to find it unless it was clearly stated in that particular council report. It may be difficult. But many things probably went into the decision-making at the time, whether the operating agreement, the timing of the agreement, and perhaps whether their nonprofit could have even factored in. But on these citywide agreements, 10 of the 18 do not. Another group of agreements is the agreements that PRNS does. A large group of agreements, about 77 of them. Once again, a mixed bag for the same reasons. We have determined that 54 of these agreements do not have a wage requirement. Most of these, though, are include an operational component to them. Probably the last group of agreements is the one that most clearly represents the scenario that we're talking to you about today. These are current city leases where the city is a landlord and there's no kind of corresponding operational agreement that goes along with them. Of these, there are 32, and none of these 32 agreements have a living wage requirement. And that's the closest kind of scenario to what we're presenting to you today. And in essence, what it represents is kind of a pattern of decision-making that the city and the staff have taken. me out, John. Okay, thank you. So why are we seeking clarification? I think we admit that the policy is a little unclear and doesn't specifically exempt or require. We're relying on the language that I shared with you previously on the previous slide, 2 slides ago. And the question, as I mentioned, keeps coming up, and so we end up addressing it on a project-by-project basis. Recently, we're moving forward with perhaps a lease on the Convention Center Plaza and perhaps downstairs in the retail space. Now, both of those issues may have gone away, but nonetheless, in the near future, we'll be needing to address this on some of the agency agreements that are coming over to the city. What we're looking for, though, is to kind of not continue to try to address this on a project-by-project basis and get clarification from the council and guidance from the council on how to approach this in the future. And is our past thinking been reflective of the council's thought process? Okay, so the language that we're proposing is up on the slide. It, in essence, incorporates the 2 main components that we've been using for our decision-making for the past many years. Living wage requirements do not apply to leases and tenants who do not have a service contract with the city, in other words, not providing city service, and who do not receive direct financial assistance from the city. Now, these are things that are already in the policy. We're putting together and linking them with the lease requirement. And so this language, we believe, represents how we've been applying the policy in the past and also represents what we believe past decision-making from the council has been. And so it does incorporate those key components. I'm going to pass it off to Kim to continue on.
As you know, we had originally agendized this item for December 17th and written a memo with recommendation and analysis. We decided we needed a little more time to take a look at that and then issued a replacement memo with a refined recommendation language and some additional analysis. And I want to identify the 4 main changes and additions that we've made since December 17th. The first is we refined the recommendation language to mirror the language that is actually used in the living wage policy. Spent some time with it over the holiday break at the source document, and we decided that instead of using the language about providing city funds or subsidies, that instead we would mirror the language on page 9 of the living wage policy, which actually says the policy shall apply to any financial recipient who receives direct monetary financial assistance. So we thought, to not cause any further confusion, it was best to just use the language that is in here. So that's why the recommendation got refined. Secondly, we realized that there were questions about would the living wage policy apply to the former RDA leases that were now being moved over to the Office of Economic Development. As you might be aware, the former redevelopment agency was not included in the city's living wage policy and did not operate under it. So we wanted to be clear with our existing tenants, and these are the downtown leases that we have in place now on the city side. And I would point out that most of these, 6 of the 8, are fair market rate leases. So that means that we look at the rate in the area surrounding and we make adjustments based on any negative peculiarities of the space we have to offer and any upfront investments that the tenant would be putting into our space. That's a common practice at getting at fair market rate. 2 of these are not fair market rate. One is Camera 3 and the other is Collide, which is on a month-to-month lease as a pop-up space. As you can see, 2 of these leases are actually up for renewal this year, Rosie's and Posey's and Camera 3. The third change was that we dropped in the recommendation the authority, seeking authority to negotiate for the potential project with Imwali on the 4th Street retail and the potential project with Starbucks on the Convention Center Plaza. And the reason is that these projects are no longer active. Nonetheless, we really wanted to do our best to respond to the request from Council for additional information. So we were asked, if we did move forward with those two projects, what lease could the city expect? And what is the discounted lease rate the tenant might pay if the city required the living wage? In effect, trying to figure out the foregone revenue or the cost of the subsidy to apply the living wage policy rather than the city's minimum wage. So what staff did to try to address the spirit and the intent of that request was we provided an example here of a sample restaurant. This is a sample business which is based on some assumptions which we think are pretty reasonable. A downtown restaurant in about 7,000 square feet of space, paying us about $2 a square foot, a small restaurant with 7 staff per shift that currently pays an average wage, not including tips, of about $12 an hour. And so what you can see from this example is the annual rent to the city general fund is $168,000 annually. By requiring this business to pay living wage instead of the city's minimum wage as a base, it adds about $201,000, a little $200,000 in additional cost to that restaurant. So if the city council wanted to choose policy alternative 2 in the memo and effectively subsidize this, it would mean foregone revenue of about $168,000 to the general fund. And then to make up the difference between the 168 and the 201, a potential payment to the company of $33,000. So that was our best effort attempt to get at the spirit of what we were being asked on the Imwali and the Starbucks project. And if council wants more information on this, we as staff could do this kind of analysis for all the existing leases that are out. And it would just take a lot more staff effort and the cooperation of the tenants. So that concludes our presentation, and we're all here to address any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll have some questions. I do have some people who want to speak, and I think I'd like to take a public testimony first before we get into the council discussion. So please come on down. Emily Gatfield, Kevin Fish, Dennis Raj, and Jim Reed.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and may I say it's very intimidating to be the very first person to come up here and speak. My name is Emily Gatfield. I live in District 3. I'm a homeowner here in the city of San Jose. That gives me a stake in my community and a stake in San Jose. And what I haven't heard about anywhere here is talk about businesses having a stake in San Jose. I've heard a lot about being able to save money for businesses and increase profits for businesses. I haven't heard anything about businesses giving back. Maybe the city of San Jose, my city, the city I have a stake in, doesn't need to be in the business of transferring resources away from the communities that way. Maybe we want to do business with businesses who are going to contribute by paying a living wage to their employees. It seems fair. It seems like the right thing to do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Kevin Fish.
I was reading this proposal, and when I read it, I regard it as an outrage and a scandal because it is preventable. It allows a firm to just pay a minimum wage and no more. Well, that gives them a lot of power. So it's just too much power. You can't survive on a minimum wage in this area, no individual can do that. Sure, the businesses save money, but you have to think about the one who is actually doing the work. No, this is no way to fight a war on poverty. And I refer you to the new book, The American Way of Poverty, How Their Other Half Still Lives. Now, those who are at the rich or middle class, who came from poor beginnings, must remember their poor beginnings. They must empathize with poor people, including those who may have to work at a minimum wage. Don't forget your roots. And I don't care whether you come from Vietnam, Cambodia, Modesto, or anywhere else. You must remember your roots and empathize with other people. Thank you.
Dennis Raj.
Good afternoon. When San Jose adopted the living wage policy, our leaders acknowledged that the city resources has the ability to lift people up. The city has an opportunity and a responsibility to affect change. The goals of a living wage policy in San Jose are clear. Increase the ability of employees to attain sustenance, decrease the amount of poverty, and reduce the dependency of workers who need the social safety net to meet the basic needs. The need for a living wage policy is also clear. It's increasingly difficult to live in San Jose. The median household in the region has seen real income fall by 19.5%. An estimated 31% of the jobs here in Silicon Valley pay less than a living wage. Gross rent in the San Jose metropolitan area just climbed to the highest in the nation, passing Honolulu and New York. At the same time, the cost of every major household category has increased faster than the wages over the last decade. As a result, 1 out of every 3 households in Santa Clara County doesn't make enough to meet a basic standard of living. If San Jose is to address the intertwined problems of rising poverty and our affordable housing crisis, the living wage policy must not be amended to exempt employees at lease space. Yet, despite an economic climate as threatening to low-wage workers as this council is promoting full occupancy in retail space over food on the table and a roof over the heads of the workers that will be staffing those retail locations. It's as if to say the benefits to the rest of the downtown are more important to our city's priorities than human beings making poverty-level wages. Thank you.
Jim Reed, Scott Neese.
Jim Reed, San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce. It's a perfectly legitimate subject, obviously, for government to talk about living wage, minimum wage, prevailing, when it should apply, when it shouldn't. The one thing that I think all of us can agree on, though, is that the power of the market is significant and can really only be ignored at our peril. And it doesn't seem to us reasonable to expect some businesses to have to compete with a $17, in effect, a $17 minimum wage, while everybody else competes with $10.15. To us, this isn't about creating really high-paying jobs versus jobs that don't pay as well, because if you require people to have to pay $17 as a minimum wage, in effect, you're not going to create those jobs. And you're not going to expand the amenities that you want in these city facilities. You're not going to offer more services. And the biggest thing, of course, is you're not going to provide the revenue that the city coffers need to offer those core services. So we support staff's recommendation to make a waiver of the living wage in this case. Thank you.
Scott Neese, and then Ross Signorino.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed, members of the City Council, Scott Neese, San Jose Downtown Association. How does living wage really work for the small businesses? We've been honored to have all of our groundworks employees under the living wage since 2008. You may be aware that this year the living wage went up 7.1%. Last year it went up 8.3%, the year before that 5%, 20.4% increase in the living wage over the last 3 years. And when we look at, and I read all of your memos and some of the previous memos as well, and it certainly makes sense that, hey, maybe we could make it up with the rent and have the higher wage page. But if you talk to the small businesses, all of them would say it's really kind of the paperwork and trying to comply with it and the kind of the bureaucracy around it. And you know what? I'd rather just take the space across the street. And if you look at the list of the small businesses that are engaged, we're not talking about corporate titans and Starbucks. We're talking about small businesses, Rosie's and Posies. We're the nonprofit since 2006 that has been paying you $0 to have the pop-up gallery before they were called pop-ups in the 4th Street garage there. You know, these are the businesses that would not be able to fill these spaces, and we'd have vacant spaces in the downtown. So make this minor adjustment. I know some of you might have to hold your nose on it, but bring your practice in line with your policy today. Thank you.
Ross Signorino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Listening to the staff's presentation here on living wages and all the configurations that's attached to it, but I think somehow or another you have to get through this and think of the more simplistic way of doing things. Living wage is important. It's not just something we can just look at and say, well, let's debate if we don't debate it, whatever. It is important to a lot of people, and that's what we're here for, to take care of people, and you know that. Living wage, living wage, living wage. Thank you.
I think that concludes the public testimony. I had one more card. Was it on another item? Okay. Back to the council discussion. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too have read the staff's recommendations and all of the memos, previous and current. And the thing that strikes me when I look at the policy, and if you could go back to the slide you guys had with the policy, I think it's the same page I'm looking at. I'm looking at page 2 on council policy. Where I read it is the policy of the city of San Jose that persons doing work on behalf of the city for services that are provided directly to the city or for services otherwise provided by city employees or who receive financial assistance from the city should be paid a living wage, be provided with or able to afford health insurance, have reasonable time off, not be subject to layoff merely because the city changes contractors, and should work in an environment of labor peace. Everything in this policy that I read talks about companies providing services, contractors providing services to the city. We have in other sections here employee retention requirements. I mean, compensated time off. All of these sections continue to talk about contractors that are hired to perform city services. And to me, it's pretty clear that's what the living wage applies to. So I'm a little troubled by words like waiver, modify, those kind of words that suggest that we're trying to change it, because I feel like it's pretty clear. And the only thing I think we should be doing is maybe issuing something that clarifies the policy. But I don't think that we need to modify it. I think the policy is pretty clear in what it says, and it doesn't appear to be related to somebody leasing a space unless we're providing them. Unless the city is, they're receiving financial assistance.
Council member.
So I'm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm a little bit perplexed why we're having such a big policy debate over this. It seems to me that the question is, some folks are wanting to expand the living wage to go to to have a greater coverage, and. That I don't think should be the debate today. I think we should be looking at what the policy says and sticking with that. So I think clarification is probably in order, but I think some of the language we're using here suggests that we're expanding it or that we're actually modifying it when I don't think we are. And I'm not an attorney, but I think we need to have language that folks that aren't attorneys should be able to interpret as well. And I think we're sort of reaching a little further in this debate than we need to. I think that if we try to expand this to the businesses that are currently under the RDA contracts, that I think we're treading on some ground that this policy never intended for us to go. And I would say that, as was just said by the Downtown Association, these businesses that are there, that they're important. They're not only, these service businesses are important for those downtown residents and for the residents in San Jose, but they also attract other driving companies because we need to have restaurants and all those other types of businesses to support and bring in other larger companies. So I think it's important that we don't in an unintended fashion here, create obstacles for those companies. And I think our current policy is pretty clear. So I do want to hear what the city attorney has to say, but I think there should be clarification, not modification. We're just clarifying what this says, and I don't support expanding the policy on the fly, which it seems like that's what people are wanting to do. I think we'd have to have a much bigger discussion about that. But if we're just narrowly looking at what does it say, I don't think these leases are intended.
Yeah, Councilmember, I just want to clarify, and I think Dave Sykes indicated that it's been handled on a case-by-case basis, and generally it doesn't apply to leases. But when the policy, the living wage policy, was adopted in November of 1998, Mayor Hammer issued a memo, which was adopted as part of the resolution, and she points out in for-profit leases, this is leases with for-profit companies as opposed to nonprofits, it says, due to the complex nature of these leases, these facilities should be reviewed for suitability to be included in the living wage policy on a case-by-case basis. That's why the policy was on case-by-case basis. I think staff, you're intended that in most cases it's service-related, but let's take, for example, the ICE Center. And the ICE Center is titled a lease and operating agreement. So and the staff came to the council to get a formal waiver of the living wage that it wouldn't apply because it was seen as much as an operation and maintenance agreement of a city-owned facility as it was a lease. It was a 25-year agreement. So that's where the confusion is, and I think to the extent that that means it's asking for a modification, it really is getting, call it clarification, call it modification. You're trying to get the policy set, so what does the council want?
I would prefer clarification, but again, I think it still is going to be a case, it is a case-by-case basis because there are times when we exempt companies from it. We have allowed that to happen in various circumstances. And I think in terms of these individual cases, if we're providing financial assistance, then it does tend to fall under it. And then we can make exceptions, as we have done for spaces downtown where some of those businesses, if they weren't occupying it, the space would have stayed empty and would be empty now. So I still think it's the same policy. Whether we make an exception or not, it is the same policy.
Councilmember Herrera, let me suggest then that you take the staff recommendation in the replacement memo and maybe make a motion changing the word from modification to clarification.
Yes, I would like to make that motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the recommendation, noting it's a clarification, not a modification. Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. What happened to the Starbucks deal?
This week, Starbucks withdrew their letter of interest in the site and said that the project doesn't fit with their development cycle. So,
Do you think it's because of what we're? Did we torment them? Is that what? Is that what I'm supposed to take out of that?
No, just Councilmember Nancy Klein, Economic Development. As you know, any company with multiple sites has a pipeline production that they have to adhere to. And they have many other stores that are trying to get onto the pipeline. So they don't know the resolution of time. They needed to keep moving, and it was as simple as that.
Okay. I also have another question. How long have these spaces like the one on 4th Street and our 5th Street garage been open and unleased?
Since the building was built.
And how long was that?
8 years.
8 years, okay. So is it because that the space is, not, it's a bad spot to put a business? What are your thoughts?
There was a developer who was interested in moving forward with leasing the City Hall retail space. At the time that proposal was brought forward, there were living wage and labor peace requirements placed on the proposed development deal, and the developer had to step back because they did not believe they could fulfill the obligations.
And I thank you for clarifying that. I want to just kind of shift the discussion here. To me, it's not a debate about whether we're giving a subsidy or something like that. It's or whether there's going to be living wage jobs available or minimum wage jobs available. It's whether or not there's going to be jobs available. These people are not willing to expend the building's been sitting empty for 8 years for a reason, because we have these restrictions in place and nobody wants to lease our building because of it. So it's the difference between providing jobs and not providing jobs to me. And I think that I know that all my colleagues are very well intentioned and want to see people prosper in the city, but the city has also increased its minimum wage. We have one of the highest minimum wages in the area. I know that's not enough to live on, but businesses will locate wherever businesses can make a profit. And as long as we stand in the way, they will not locate in San Jose. And I want to be clear, this is not, to me, it's not an argument about whether I think minimum wage or living wage is best. I think it's whether we actually have jobs or we don't attract jobs to the city. And as long as we have a mixed signal or mixed message for developers or businesses, that they're going to be afraid to do business with us, and we're going to scare away the Starbucks. And I have no problem with Starbucks being here, because it's a great corporation that employs thousands of people and at decent wages. I know they pay above minimum wage in most places. So I'm supportive of the motion as it stands, and I thank you for trying to clarify the codes and hopefully make people aware that we do have space in downtown and we are open for business. So I'm hoping that people will be encouraged to open businesses rather than be scared or discouraged. So thank you for bringing us to our attention.
Councilor Constant.
Thank you. I agree with most of what's been said so far. I think that what we're doing is really clarifying our past practice. And I can tell you, as somebody who's owned a number of businesses, and in fact even put a bid in on one of those kiosks next to Rosie's and Posey's, where I think the skate shop is, a number of years ago, when I bought a business that was in business downtown and was going to move it there. There are very small margins in a lot of businesses. I think your example of the restaurant's a very good one. A $200,000 line item has a huge impact on a small business, particularly those with the even smallest margins like restaurants, and they really make the difference on whether something's going to happen or not. And I think that there has been a lot of misinformation put out there and a little bit of manipulation of the facts of what staff was intending to do in bringing this forward. I got the emails, I'm sure many of my colleagues did, petitions, all kinds of things about us attacking living wage, which just simply is not true. It concerns me that we move from basically codifying a practice that has worked for the city. I'm not going to say it worked well, because we still have a lot of vacancies in city leases, and I still think overall it's always more expensive to do business with the city on almost everything we do, and much more complicated. But taking something that we needed a clarification in the case of the convention center, something that we knew when we planned the convention center expansion, this was something we were going to be working towards, and get to something now where we're having proposals to start subsidizing businesses from the city's general fund. And when you look at the fact that we have had budget deficits, that's all I really remember here, our budget deficits. And we had these teeny little surpluses that you can't even really call a surplus, and we know we have deficits in the future. If this is the second item of the day that we're talking about increasing cost to the city and increasing our deficit, and I think it's just a terrible direction for us to go. We need to get ourselves on solid footing going forward. I think Scott Neese brought up a great point about the 24% increase in living wage over 3 years. That's enough to put businesses out of business. Simply put, it will put businesses out of business. And, we have to come to the realization that minimum wage jobs are minimum wage jobs for a reason. They're low or no skilled jobs. They're entry-level jobs that people come into to learn skills, to learn how to be a good employee, to take those skills and move up. They're not designed for people to be in for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. And the more we keep talking about raising those numbers, the more I believe you trap people in poverty, and I don't think it's the right thing for us to do. We know we can look historically in a number of places, look at a lot of economic realities out there. Wage controls simply don't work. And the thought of manipulating something where we were looking at just clarifying a practice and actually expanding our living wage policy, I think was a terrible thing for our city. So I support the motion as Councilmember Herrera made it, and I hope we can move forward so that whatever business the convention center is able to get out there, we can activate that plaza. We can get that convention center serving not only the visitors to San Jose, but those business people and people that come down and frequent our other businesses downtown, and get that convention center working at its maximum capacity. And I know we're not necessarily talking about that cold shell of a space that's just west of us, but I think we talked about that at my first council meeting, and we're approaching my last council meeting, and that building is still empty. And had we just fixed the cold shell problem, we'd probably be making a profit by now. And we just continually get in our own way in this city, whether it's us as a council getting in the way of staff, or a lot of times our staff gets in our own way as well. And we just need to get through some of these hurdles and get businesses in business, because they do contribute a lot to our community. I know one person mentioned about what they contribute to the community. A good portion of the revenues we get from our city are generated from the small businesses in our community. They generate an incredible amount of revenue for our city and all the other taxing agencies. So I hope we get a vote on this and we get some people in, get some people employed, and get the money flowing.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you. Staff, Councilmember Johnny's Camus asked about Starbucks. I wanted to know what happened to Inwali Properties, because I think that's one of the two potential developers who actually wanted to look at our existing site.
Yeah, as you know, a couple months ago, we got the good news that after 4 years of effort, the U.S. Patent and Trade Office, the regional office serving Silicon Valley, has the opportunity to be located in San Jose in our City Hall Plaza. So we will be bringing a lease agreement for the council to consider in several months. But in preparation for that, we have gone through the exercise of identifying where would be the best place in our City Hall Plaza for the patent office to locate. And it's looking like that 4th Street retail space is the perfect space for their community outreach and their training and their exhibition area. And we like that from a downtown activation point of view, because it will have a lot of activity and visibility. So that's the reason why we decided to not proceed with the conversations with Inwali at this time.
Does that mean that they're no longer interested in looking at any of the vacancies that the city owns, or that's just conversations just ended?
The corner retail, the 4th Street retail space is really the most conducive to retail. So at this point, Inwali, there aren't other spaces that would be appropriate for the kind of leasing and work that Inwali does.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to fully support Councilmember Herrera's motion. I think she's right on point when she stated that we just simply need to clarify the policy rather than modifying it. My understanding, and I've been here for a little bit over 8 years now, and the living wage requirements generally have not been applied to CD leases. And I know it's on a case-by-case basis, but at the same time, I think oftentimes, especially recently, given all the blogs and all the things that's been written on different social media sites, people tend to confuse minimum wage with living wage. And I think that this is the time for us to really clarify that and really apply definition or the correct definition to what a minimum wage is and what a living wage is. And so I think that after today's, hopefully, we'll get the vote to move this forward. But we really don't have to have this discussion anymore, especially when we're trying to entice people to lease the vacancies that we have here at City Hall. It's truly, really sad that in the 8 years that some of us been here, that some of these vacancies just been out there and no one's looking at them simply because of the restrictions and requirements that we impose on the potential developers. So I hope that after today, we can look at a brighter market, especially when it comes to some of the vacancies that we have here at City Hall.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thank you, Mayor. My sentiments were made pretty clear from my memorandum. I certainly agree with the motion. I think that Councilmember Constant hit it on the head, though, when describing that there's been a lot of misinformation, a lot of manipulation, and it's troubling to me. The most important number that instructs me about this is that fact that there have been 32 leases and 0 of them have required a living wage. And that goes back to the time Mayor Hammer, I assume, when that was being crafted. It goes to the time when Cindy Chavez held my position here in downtown San Jose. This has not been a policy that has been debated with regard to understanding that very small businesses like Rosie's and Posey's simply can't make ends meet paying $17 an hour. I think that's, given the fact that we have to do everything we possibly can just to keep those spaces full. And as we look throughout the downtown, we can look at the Dr. U building or the Toon site, or in fact right here at the base of City Hall, and see vacancies that last years and years and years in sites that have no wage requirement whatsoever, and we can't get vacancies filled. And so it is sort of the height of delusion, it seems to me, to believe where we had offered an $800,000 subsidy to the developer to come into the base of City Hall with a living wage requirement back in 2005 or whatever it was. When we have no money to offer those subsidies now, that we are ever going to be able to fill a substantial vacancy in the downtown by requiring wages at levels that small businesses simply cannot afford. This, again, is just not a debate about good jobs versus bad jobs. We all prefer high-wage jobs. This is a debate between vacancy or jobs at all.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the speakers that showed up, especially the individuals from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Association. Providing your input on this item was very valuable to me because I've been hearing from a number of different folks on the merits of this policy. What has been troubling me was a lack of information in order to make a decision. I had submitted a memo some time ago when we first asked for this, and the following memo subsequently talked about not being able to provide all that information by this council meeting. And then the presentation today was very helpful. And again, I'm left trying to make the decision, being able to view that presentation for the brief second that you're reading from it and then moving on and trying to capture that and take notes and being able to measure that. Because I think that's very valuable for me, and I think Scott Neese put it quite well. These aren't corporate giants. And given that, applying this kind of policy and those kind of wage levels for these small businesses might be too cumbersome. But again, I'm left with might be because I'm getting some information today, and I still have been asking for some of this information, hadn't had it ahead of time, because then that would give me some good background to make the decision and really feel comfortable about it. This is a difficult issue. The case on both sides to me is very compelling one way or other. There's really nobody wrong in this fight as I see it. There may be different opinions or people exaggerating on the impacts or whatever the case may be, but at the end of the day, the purpose of everyone's advocacy on this issue, I think, has strong merit. So what I'm left with again now is the interpretation that I've heard from staff and the interpretation I've heard from the city attorney. I'm still a little unclear of. One is applied on a case-by-case basis, and the other I'm hearing is a clarification to apply it either or not. And I'm still trying to reconcile the policy itself stands that it's to be applied on a case-by-case basis, so there really the discretion still exists for you to apply it or not apply it, and whether you have applied it in any case 0 times or a few times, the discretion still exists as I understand it today. And is this for the city attorney to provide me some certainty on?
I think that's right, and I think where the confusion was in the case of a food service contract, because while the policy suggests that leases aren't covered where they were for a food service, that's where it triggered the living wage. And again, you go back to the original memo from the mayor, or from Mayor Hammer, which was adopted. It talks about it being on a case-by-case basis. I want to note the difference then and now is this is when the airport did not have an ordinance that imposed a living wage at the airport. So that included airport leases, and those were the primary leases probably that were subject to living wage. So she was talking about there, you know, it's complicated because you have airport leases, you have leases like the arena, the ice center, and then you have the Rosy Posies, the Whispers, those types of things. And that's why I think the council was saying, let's adopt it on a case-by-case basis. I think from staff standpoint, most of the small leases should be exempt and were exempt. And I think it was really only, and so as of now, if this is adopted, it really would only be the airport leases subject to the airport living wage ordinance, which would be subject to a living wage. It's a little bit different calculation of a living wage, but that would be the only case where you'd have that.
So this additional information that you just provided, and thank you very much, is also some of the information that would have been helpful to have in terms of the original intent and getting a sense of what the previous council or councils had supported or not supported. Again, this is all the information, whether it showed up on a slide as I'm sitting here debating the issue, or whether I had an opportunity to talk to the city manager or the city attorney just today, unfortunately, and again, that's on me, not on everybody else. You know, I'm trying to, again, digest all this and make a very good decision on, to me, a very important issue without really having all this information ahead of time. And I'm not in the practice of using deferrals to delay items or kick the bucket down the road. And I don't think I'm in a position today to ask for deferrals. My colleagues may, or Councilmember KALRA, I think, has a memo speaking to that. So that's not a direction I'm going. I'm trying to make the case here that the information that I'd asked for, and I think the information that's valuable to make the decision, is available to me prior than the meeting as I'm sitting here trying to decide how to vote on an issue. That's where I'm left with, and at the end of the day, I'm comfortable letting it stand as a case-by-case basis. But I'd like to hear from staff on how they've applied that and how that fits into our intent, whether it's current assets, whatever it may be. But again, I don't have the value of that kind of information ahead of time. Instead, I'm putting you on the spot and trying to ask you that question, applying on a case-by-case basis. And if we've made the decision or you've had the discretion whether or not to do it, how is that not working for you that we need to make this clarification, as you're calling it, or change, as someone's calling it?
Right, and I think we'd be the first to say it is a pretty complex issue. And so what we've tried to do today is kind of present kind of how we've approached it in our thinking and kind of what's driven our thinking. I think one of the difficulties of having it on a kind of a case-by-case basis is there's kind of a lack of a certainty on kind of how to approach it. And we're not going to really understand the answer till we come to council and kind of have that question answered for us. We've described how we've approached it in general, and by and large, leases have not included wage requirements. This clarification that we're looking for today would, in essence, resolve that. We would go into these agreements. It's not public works staff, it's economic staff going into these agreements, knowing exactly what the city's requirements are and being clear about those things up front. And I think that would be helpful for us. Right now, any agreement that comes forward, first question is to Nina, do living wage requirements apply? And she's unable to give a certain answer. She can tell them how we approach it, and she can tell them how she thinks it's going to play out. But ultimately, if it's a case-by-case, it can't get decided until the council makes their decision. And that's, to be honest with you, kind of a difficult way for us to kind of conduct our business. So we're looking for that clarity, one way or the other.
I'm going to read the last statement again and say the difficulty is us. I'm kidding. I'm paraphrasing, of course. I appreciate all that. That's very helpful. And again, so I understand the small scale assets that we have and the square footage when you start looking at that and the dollar application. I appreciate Kim Walsh for giving me a call. I think it was on Friday, talking a little bit about this as well. But let's just say the hypothetical, and this is why I think I'm comfortable with the case-by-case basis, because I don't know what the future holds. Let's just say hypothetically we all work from home in 15 years and we've got a couple 100,000 square feet vacant sitting here at City Hall, and we want to lease it out. I know that's not real, but what I don't know is what the future holds for us and the assets that we hold, and whether or not I should be in the future concerned about applying this to large-scale assets that we may be leasing in some case, where we would have an interest in seeing a user having something like this. But again, what I don't know is that answer. And for me, you're asking me to clarify this and exclude any future case-by-case analysis because you're having some trouble, or not some trouble, or makes it difficult for you to do your job, and you're asking me to waive this entire policy or make it clear that we're not going to use it in that sense without knowing what the future holds. And I don't know that the case is compelling enough to me that we've had trouble with this to make this clarification or change. And that's, I hope you can appreciate that position I'm in. And I guess maybe the case is not strong enough for me to say, you know what, I need to provide that to you today, because I know for certain that we're not going to have this issue in the future. But again, this information was very helpful. I just would again state that it would have been helpful to have had prior to today, so I had some time over the weekend to really put it all together. And again, some of the points made today by some of the speakers were also very helpful. I don't know if you want to respond to that diatribe, but I just wanted to share where my head's at on this.
I think Ed Chicato wanted to add something.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Councilmember Rocha, perhaps if nothing else, to share the, I'll say, the difficulty in dealing with the issue, certainly from a staff perspective. It might be fair to describe this as a bit of a chicken and the egg dilemma, to the extent that entering into any discussions with a prospective or existing lessee with uncertainty with respect to what wage would apply is certainly a difficulty that staff has encountered. So by virtue of moving forward, I think perhaps the beauty or the advantage of this being a policy does provide the flexibility that as none of us, perhaps to your point, can predict the future. If a scenario did play out that had a very large scale asset, that the question of wage or the question of use, what is the use that the asset might be put to, was a point of either concern or interest for the council, that as something of that magnitude came forward, it would provide, a policy would provide the basic baseline assumption, but ultimately as it comes forward to council, perhaps as a part of a real estate negotiation, that the council would have the ability to tell staff, hey, lease or wage is an issue we'd like to put on the table, or that perhaps may bear variance from a baseline policy. But that said, this statement would give us the clarity to proceed down the path in perhaps 99% of the situations.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate at least that we're having some discussion on this at this time. I know that some of my concern is described in the memo, just the fact that there hasn't been a thorough discussion about this. And as Councilmember Rocha made mention of, there's still quite a few unanswered questions regarding the policy. And the current recommendation would actually, I guess, remove flexibility that, as again Councilmember Rocha referred to, currently exists, at least in some form. And I agree that that there's certainly challenges in getting folks into stores, and that exists citywide, not just in downtown. I mean, everywhere in the city, it can be very challenging for businesses to open, operate, and stay open. In downtown, there's been a lot of businesses that for many, many years, especially through this recession, have remained shuttered, and now we're starting finally last year, 20 plus, all these businesses, restaurants opening up. That's a result of the economy improving and the fact that there are more people downtown. And so it makes the properties that the city owns downtown much more valuable and viable than they've ever been. So I understand that coupled with the fact that now we have redevelopment properties that are now under the city purview, that certainly adds some sense of urgency to deal with this issue. So I appreciate that. I still feel, however, that this is an important enough issue for us to discuss on a more in a more thorough manner, and that means as has been discussed by Rick and by staff, kind of what businesses it'll apply to, what the original intent was. At the end of the day, ultimately, the intent that matters is the intent of the people that are currently on the council. If the council doesn't want a living wage, they're not going to want a living wage. If the council doesn't want minimum wage, which most of this council didn't want, they'll oppose it. And so although we can say we all prefer higher wage jobs, we don't necessarily act that way. And it's certainly not a matter of pricing businesses out of the market, and I think we do a lot of things, and I've supported many measures, signed on with the mayor on many measures to encourage corporations to move into our company or to make it easier for businesses here to open here. And even with that, it's still very challenging to open businesses in general. Even in a good economy, it takes a lot of risk. And I understand the need to kind of remove that, to allow for some predictability. when they're opening, and I'm sure wages is probably the one thing they want to have most predictable of all the data points if they're going to be operating, especially a service industry business. I do feel that if we're talking about city property, these are the city land that we do have an obligation to discuss what is going to be done with that land, even if it's leases, and to what extent, if any, folks that are working there, what their compensation will be. And I have a question about the language because it says, do not apply to leases with tenants who do not have service contracts with the city or receive direct financial assistance from the city. What staff interpretation is what direct versus indirect financial assistance? What would be an example of the difference?
Well, yeah. With the intent,
I imagine direct is we cut on a check, but so indirect would be.
Yeah, the current policy actually says direct monetary financial assistance, and so that's how we would interpret it is literally direct monetary assistance.
Okay. And council member, it also
a cash grant. The expert here is saying.
Right. Okay. It excludes the receipt of indirect financial assistance, which includes tax credits, subsidies, rebates, bond financing, or loans. So to the extent that you have a incentive program, whether it be a parking program or a construction tax reduction or something along the, or fee reduction that you have applied to other businesses in the area, that would not constitute assistance. I think as Kim indicated, it would be a direct subsidy, a direct monetary assistance.
If the city were to do tenant improvements, that wouldn't be financial assistance.
Well, if we put in TIs and we pay for TIs, I think that would be direct assistance.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. And in terms of, and you indicated that there's a number of different leases over the years, and that for the most part, it seems like, or at least in every case, that a city lease outside of the airport, a city lease to a service industry business, what have you, in no cases they've been asked or required to pay living wage.
That's correct.
Is that accurate?
Did you say service lease or lease?
Or just a lease, any lease of city property, that in 0 cases?
That's correct.
And so even in situations like, again, outside the airport, but I know that this discussion came up in last year when we were discussing this in December timeframe with the Pete's in the convention center. So in that case, that's one in which they do not and have not been required to pay living wage.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I just want to clarify the situation with what is called, and I would view it as the Pete's in the convention center. Actually, Team San Jose runs everything in the convention center. So there are no outside operators. So Team San Jose operate that Pete's, as we call Pete's. It's under something called a We Proudly Pour agreement with Pete's. It's like a license to serve some of the Pete's products. So Team San Jose staff that Pete's. It actually loses money. And it's subsidized by Team San Jose because of the importance of having that amenity inside the convention center for the conventioneers. So that's not that's not a lease, and like we're talking about lease. It's Team San Jose operating a business division inside the convention center.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And so, but in that case, I guess because it's Team San Jose, then they pay the wages they pay the living wage and all that, and just operate that and serve the products of a Pete's, right? Okay. So and then it's interesting because we come in December, a lot of the focus on these 2 specific leases, and now they're removed, and now the recommendation is just, I guess you can call it a clarification, but the reality is it just exempts every single property that falls under this definition, which is essentially every lease that the city would make on city land, as long as it's not for city services or service contracts. And outside of the airport. And, and that's where I think, as Councilor Rocha indicated, I think it would be much more helpful for us to have a policy, because as Ed mentioned, with this policy would go forward, and if there's cases that come up, we could take a look at it, but the reality is that with this language, the clarification lends itself, or doesn't lend itself, it actually just eliminates the living wage when that hasn't been the case, even though it's been a case-by-case basis. And we don't know because it's been around now. There's a 16th, 17th year, I guess. So we don't know why staff at an earlier time didn't just come forward and say, hey, can we get a clarification? But that didn't happen. And so the bottom line is at this point, we're making a determination just to exempt every business. I understand some of the urgency, especially with the redevelopment properties coming in, of doing that. And so the reading Councilor Rocha's memo, and I think I similarly feel that this is something that needs much more discussion and especially and study. I mean, we're getting questions and answers and some background today that I hadn't heard of. And I suppose most people haven't heard it. And so this is, you know, what I know that there are folks that are going to support in every instance, you know, the opportunity to lower the cost of business. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to lower the cost of business. But in this case, the way we're going about it on a broad policy to have, you know, come back in the new year and just feel like, okay, we're pushing a policy through that you know, has been in place for a long time with some ambiguity. Understand need for clarification, but clarifying without understanding what the long-term ramifications are, that's what my concern is, especially if it's going to be applied to all city properties. And so, you know, if there's one case, if there's a, you know, you can say rosies and posies, whatever it might be, you might be able to pull one case here or there where you can say, you know what, this, we feel it shouldn't apply and this is the reason why. Or we can just have a policy, a set policy that requires a living wage, and then, as Councilor Rocha had indicated, let's do a study and see what that really means to our businesses, what it means to our economy, what it means to our city, rather than joining the employers and landlords that simply just pay the bare minimum. I think cities, and we're not, and I don't say this as some kind of maverick. The reality is many cities, hundreds, have living wage policies, and many have living wage policies that require a living wage at any property in which they lease. I've read policies from LA to San Francisco. There are a number of policies that if it's leased land, and they also have airports too, of course, so certainly the airport is a big consideration for those cities as well. But this is not unique. And if we're going to make a hard and fast rule, I would certainly like a lot of the questions that still haven't been thoroughly vetted, including some of the data points that Councilor Rocha asked for, to be answered. And so I'm not going to ask for a deferral unless I feel there's a sense that we're actually going to get it from this council, which I don't think we will. But that would be my preference, you know, rather than us. It doesn't seem there's a sense of urgency. If there's one or two leases that are going to be up sometime this year, we can certainly, you know, do an extension or a month by month, or do some kind of extension so they have some security with the current policy that they have in place until we figure out what our long-term policy should be. But otherwise, it seems like looking at the at most leases, we still have time to come up with a good, thorough policy rather than just eliminating the living wage for properties, even if whether it's been applied or not, or it's been case by case or not. We're essentially saying it's not going to apply ever going forward. And I think that that's something that should require us to have more thoughtful debate and discussion, and allow staff to answer some of the questions that frankly is just such short notice that I can understand why you may have challenges in answering everything as fully as we would like on the spot or just in a couple weeks. And so, you know, that's where I stand. I do feel that we should be very cognizant of what moral obligation a city has when it comes to their property that's owned by the taxpayers, what kinds of jobs it's creating, and I think that should be part of the discussion as well.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. Back on December 8th, 2008, this council discussed this topic at length, and we had at that time decided to keep restrictions on labor, for lack of better words, on employers, what they can do, and we decided actually as a body to subsidize that action. We decided that we'll give $800,000 to make it feel good that someone would come through. And there were only 2 votes against that, myself and Councilmember Constant. And now we're back again. And at the end of the day, I think we have a lot of important business to do today, but I think we sort of predicted this conversation would come back and the space would be vacant, these spaces would be vacant, so I'm glad we're clarifying and moving on. Thank you.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. If I recall correctly, the reason part of, to me, I thought was one of the major reasons that we couldn't lease those windows on the corner of 4th Street is because of the cost of tenant improvement. I mean, and also, you know, being a small business owner myself and did business with the city, I know there's a lot of hoops or a requirement for the city to even accept a tenant in their corner space. So I just wanted to clarify that. You know, I felt that if we will reduce some requirements for the mamas and papas and smaller retail to do business in the city of San Jose, in our property, we probably could have leased that property. But this is really just my I guess is a good assumption. And I believe that the developer that backed down 8 years ago probably were very happy watching us to feel that he have dodged a bullet. I mean, it's not easy, especially from my small business experience to take over that space and be able to make money. I think the original intent was to have some food services business there. You know, now we have a coffee cart. You know, if you audit his revenue, you'll probably be surprised that, you know, he's barely survived with a minimum of rent that he has to pay. He's not one of the richest in our community. So there's multiple reasons that we cannot lease that space. Just to all blame it on this project labor agreement or the minimum wage requirement is just really not fair. We had a similar discussion, and we probably had a similar discussion for the last 8 years, you know, and then it's very, just last year we had a similar discussion on the minimum wage. So I'm not going to restart that discussion over again. But I would like to make a substitute motion to accept the staff, where's my memo? Where's the memo? The alternative number 1 to make it into a requirement that if anybody wants to do business in a property that was paid by the public money, will have to pay the minimum wage. And then definitely we can review the case, I mean the living wage. And then we can review, you know, on a case-by-case basis to maybe exempt some of those business that make a revenue less than a certain, any number, I don't know. You know, if he doesn't make the revenue, it's just a certain number. Below that number, then we will exempt that business from this policy. Well, I don't know if I can get a second of my.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Can I ask a follow-up? And so essentially, it would be that alternative 1 requiring it for buildings paid for by the city, but to allow for a case-by-case exemption?
Right.
Is it? I second that.
Okay, we have a substitute motion, which is alternative 1 with a case-by-case exception.
And can I ask you to go back to the slide that you have a net increase for a $200,000 payroll? Because I'm with ROCHA that, you know, I'm seeing this the first time. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. So the annual staff cost, how many staff are we assume that this particular food establishment
Yeah,
have?
this is a sample, and we assumed 7 staff per shift, and that there were 2 shifts, and that the business was open 7 days a week.
So 7 staff, so 14 staff. Okay. So I'm doing a quick calculation here, I'm sorry. So we're assuming, because I pretty much divided by 14 and was assuming that people working over there is making approximately about $35,000. That's way beyond the living wage. Or somebody helping with my calculation?
The assumption is that the average wage at the business is about $12 an hour, including everybody and excluding tips.
Okay. I just wanted to probably do a little bit a calculation based on those numbers. But with that, I will, had a motion on the floor. I'd like to, ask the mayor if we can take a vote on it.
Well, we have a couple more council members who want to speak, so I think we will vote first on the substitute motion, and if that fails, we'll vote on the underlying motion. Councilmember Liccardo.
I won't be supporting the substitute motion. I think to subject any business to this case-by-case approach, frankly, subjecting any business to this in this meeting would be beyond the call. I think no business would want to go through this, having to deal with all the political drama just to be able to operate in the city space. I do agree with Councilmember KALRA's call for a study, though. I don't think we should spend any city money on it, but I think there could be a very simple study that we could perform, and that is we could put a call out for any business, any retail business that's willing to pay a living wage, $17 an hour, and fill a city space. And for those that come forward, let's negotiate with them over any spaces that are available. I think that would be a great approach and an easy way to determine whether or not this is viable. But until businesses are flooding in to do that, I think we ought to continue with the existing approach. And the long existing approach for 32 leases that we've had historically has been that we don't have wage requirements, and I think we should stay that course.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was for the original motion, so I'm going to come back once we vote on the substitute.
All right. Councilmember Herrera.
I'm not going to support the substitute motion. I think it's an expansion of the living wage policy, and I support the living wage policy the way it is with the clarification.
All right, I think it's time to vote on the substitute motion. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 opposed. So that fails with KALRA, CAMPOS, CHU. I guess I counted wrong. It was 3-8. KALRA, CAMPOS, and CHU voting in favor. So the motion fails on a 3-8 vote because everybody is here. Yes, 3-8 vote. Back to the main motion. Councilor Rocha, you had a question on the main motion?
Yes, I was thinking about what the city manager shared with me, and I appreciate him offering some insight and the point about the council being able to consider items in the future that might not be ones that we thought of today. And I'm looking at the language in the staff report, and I think, as he put it, adopt a resolution approving a modification to the city's living wage policy, Council Policy 3-3, to clarify that living wage requirements do not apply to leases with tenants who do not have service contracts with the city or receive direct financial assistance from the city, unless council specifies otherwise. For me, would be 4 words that would speak a little bit to what you talk about and also give me a little bit of comfort not knowing what the future holds. And I was curious if the maker of the motion would consider supporting that.
Can you, Councilmember Rocha, can you ask me, can you say again what is it you would like to have added?
At the end of that, on the recommendation, the staff report, unless council specifies otherwise, just those 4 words.
Yeah, I'd rather just leave it the way it is, although I think that on any given Tuesday we can come in here and change all kinds of things. So I think staff can work that out. I understand what you're trying to achieve, but I think it's already achieved in what we do, and I just want to keep it simple.
And then there is another opportunity, of course, Councilman Rocha, when the lease comes to the council. Most of these circumstances, eventually the lease would come to the council, and ultimately the council would have to approve the lease based on those terms, whatever they may be. So I'm thinking of the Hayes Mansion, for example. Someday we might be back in a position where we need to lease that out, and that's kind of different than everything we've talked about here today, all the examples. And I would think we would probably treat that differently and on a case-by-case basis as an exception.
I appreciate that, but given the tone and the statements from some members of this council that hitting somebody on the dais on the day of the lease approval would be poor business, and we wouldn't want to subject anybody to that, so I doubt that we'd be able to get in that early. That's why I think I'd rather have it in the language ahead of time prior, so at least folks had an idea that this might be something we consider. So thank you.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote on the main motion, the staff recommendation with the clarification language rather than modification language. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. KALRA, Chu, CAMPOS, and ROCHA opposed. Passes on a 7-4 vote. Okay, let's move on. Item 3.4, the audit of employee travel expenses. We'll take a moment to shift staff. Sharon Erickson will be down to make her presentation.
You have before you this afternoon our audit of employee travel expenditures. I'm here with Michael Houston from my office, who conducted the audit. Brenna Silbury from my office was unable to be here. City employees travel for a number of city business needs, including conferences, trainings, investigating crimes. Prior to 2009, requests and approval for travel went through the Finance Department. Now it's mostly up to individual departments to review, approve, and track travel. The purpose of this routine review was to look at compliance with the employee travel policy, which authorizes reimbursements only for the most cost-effective and direct route of travel. We reviewed approximately 300 trips. Some appeared to be more costly than necessary and may have been inconsistent with the travel policy. Our report identifies instances, for example, of driving when it was cheaper to fly, issues with rental vehicles, travel upgrades, and local lodging. Often missing in our review of the files were the supporting documentation and explanations that would have demonstrated whether or not the travel expenditure was reasonable and adhered to city policy. We have recommended the administration follow up on the instances of potential noncompliance and revise the travel policy to improve guidance and clarify expectations. The travel policy outlines a critical role for departmental travel coordinators. These travel coordinators need to review proposed trips before they occur and be empowered to challenge payment for activities and costs that appear inconsistent with city policy. Coordinators also need to pay attention and to ensure that overlapping payment methods are reconciled. These include reimbursements, cash advances, gas cards, mileage reimbursements, special payments, purchasing card expenditures. The administration, in addition, needs to provide these coordinators with training and convene, in our opinion, periodic meetings to surface travel-related issues and promote problem solving. We're also recommending the administration require notification to supervisors when travelers' activities and expenditures appear to be inconsistent with the travel policy. Finally, we're recommending changes to the travel reconciliation form, rewriting the travel policy in plain language, providing guidance on topics such as handling gifts of travel and no-cost travel, and implementing an electronic travel authorization system. I want to thank the Finance Department and Office of Employee Relations for their assistance during the audit. Our report includes 13 recommendations intended to help improve the travel reimbursement process. The administration does agree with the recommendations and is moving forward with implementations. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and ask that you accept our report.
We have a motion. I didn't get a second. Motion to second the report in a second. Questions, comments? Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. On September 29th, 2008, I wrote a memo requesting that we sort of have a city policy that would say, when possible, use the internet to gain knowledge, to not have to travel, et cetera. At that meeting, I was told that it wasn't my role as a council member to do that. That was the city manager's role. I was told that it was implemented as a policy. Then when this audit came to Public Safety, Finance, and Strategic Support about a month ago, I asked, well, is that a policy? And I was informed, no, it never was a policy. Is that going to be a policy? I don't know if that's for city manager.
Good afternoon, Alex Skurza, Deputy City Manager. Councilmember Oliverio, although we don't have it as a requirement in the policy, we certainly encourage departments to look at the most cost-efficient method for training, and many departments now do webinars and other such methods for training that avoid the need for travel at all. But so clearly, although not a requirement, it is an issue that we're looking at very carefully, and increasing the amount of sort of virtual travel, so to speak, that avoids the need for the expense of travel to an outside city.
And if I could add, Councilmember, that perhaps, again, not as a policy, but certainly as a practical reality, that I have seen a number of webinar sessions that are encouraged, and in fact our office also encourages the use of that. There is, I think it's fair to point out, less value, quite frankly, on a typically online interaction than there would be in person. I think that's just a general observation that I would share.
Thank you, City Manager. I know we just spent the last hour talking about requirements, but this would seem to be a requirement that should be, if you're going to travel, can you gain this in another way? And it would just simply be, whether it's a simple question that's to be asked, but it's obviously there's a huge time savings for the employee, not having to be out of the work mode for X amount of time and dealing with airport, rental car, location, et cetera. And then there's the cost, right? You're losing that person's work at time here, plus the added travel expenses, et cetera. It would just seem that more than a suggestion, it should be more or less sort of, for lack of a better word, a requirement. And then if the fact of the matter is you cannot gain that amount of knowledge virtually, then okay. But otherwise, it seems like it's pretty loose, and I guess just, again, more shocked that it was never a requirement when I was told it was. And then next thing you know, 4 years go by and we have an audit that didn't do so well. So that's it.
If I might, a fair point. I think we can take that back and take a look at, as we are revising, whether both the form as well as the approach we take to decisions around travel, that we could incorporate that into our thinking.
And then just a question, so I understand, this designation between city management and council. So could council just pass a policy that it should be a requirement to look at other alternatives versus physical travel?
I think by virtue of your direction to staff, you could certainly do that. Again, practically speaking, how we would incorporate that into our decision-making would be something that we'd need to think through.
Well, I would certainly like the maker of the motion to consider that and give the flexibility to city manager to decide to have a large levity about where that should be. But I think leaving it as is since September 2008 to now doesn't seem like it's really moved anywhere with all the different options that are out there now. Who's the maker of the motion? Councilmember CAMIS, would you comfortable with that?
Did you get your microphone on? I'm sorry, it's not picking up.
What would the actual wording be?
The wording should be up to the city manager. I'm not going to try to prescribe it today on the dais, but I think that there should be some direction to have a policy that using the internet and web travel or learning knowledge through the web should be a requirement or stronger than an option than it is today, and give them the flexibility to come back with whatever that might be. But accepting this report without doing any of that would seem a lost opportunity.
No, I think that's okay, and I'd be willing to entertain that as a amended motion. Yeah.
It's okay with the seconder, right? Motion slightly modified. Councilmember Herrera?
Yeah, I think on the travel request, because there is a form, right, that you fill out, you could just have in there, is this training available online? Just have that little box in there, so at least staff would know when they're looking at this that there was some online capability to get it. Just my suggestion on that.
Councilmember Liccardo? We have a motion to approve. I had a question before. I'm looking at the administration's response on recommendation 12 regarding suggestions, recommendations of clarifying expectations, and one of those has to do with Arizona travel, noting that an update to the travel policy was made on November 12, 13 to reflect the existing restrictions related to travel to Arizona. The boycott is over. Nobody's boycotting Arizona anymore. And so we ought to bring our practices into line with the reality. Just that needs somewhere in this process of tweaking this, that ought to be one of the issues that you look at and figure out where we should be on it.
Yeah, we could if that's wanted to be part of the motion, we can bring that back on the policy.
Well, staff has already said they're going to bring it back. It's just not clear.
Okay.
With their comment, how they're going to bring it back and what they're going to do.
I think staff has adopted a prohibition. So I think that let me just note the confusion. At the time the prohibition was adopted, it was at the time that the Arizona legislature passed the immigration bill. The resolution provided that it to stay in effect until it was either repealed or no longer in effect. There was a request at one point for a travel to Arizona if it was okay. I said it was okay because at the time the Ninth Circuit had an injunction against the law, so the law was no longer in effect. It went to the United States Supreme Court. 3 of the 4 measures were struck down on a facial challenge, 2 being making it a criminal law to violate a state criminal law to violate federal law, and then the most objectionable, that if you looked like you were an illegal, they could pull you over. Those were struck down. The last item wasn't struck down on a facial challenge. It had to do with Arizona authorities cooperating with federal authorities, and the court reserved it. They wanted to see how the Arizona courts were going to interpret it. So from our standpoint, we've worked very closely with the County of Santa Clara on amicus. They don't have a boycott, and we think that much of the law, or most of the law, is gone, and it's probably time to revisit that policy.
So, just have that included in the motion, that clarify that, fix that, so that our staff isn't caught in a never land on
Sure.
that. Okay. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about some of the instances that were cited in the report and any policies that might have been violated, and I don't know if that's the right term. Some of them appeared to be violations, and generally speaking, you didn't call out these are direct violations, and there was some enforcement. See, what I'm looking for is some of these employees, and I don't know the case in all of them, and I'm not looking for answers to specific ones, but if there were some serious policy violations here, was there action taken, or is this going forward now we're going to be more diligent about following up on some of these? Is violations the right word?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Whenever the city auditor does an audit and determines that there could be a violation of city policy, she refers them over to the city manager's office. And in this case, they have done that, as is normal. Then we look into it further to determine whether or not there was or wasn't a violation of policy, and then corrective action would be taken. And that can vary depending on what the finding is, the nature of the violation. And in this particular case, we have followed up on all of the items that the auditor referred over to us. There are still some pending that we're still looking into, but appropriate action would be taken. That could include, for example, disciplinary action if appropriate, repayment of an expense that shouldn't have been paid.
And it seemed that there were some departments that there was either more travel, which you might have more instances, and how would you deal with a department that might have had a higher frequency of potential violations? Or
yeah, I think as part of one of the recommendations the city auditor made, I think it highlights the need for additional training. We've had a lot of changeover in the administrative staff and departments that can maybe earlier catch these things. So I think it's an insight into where we need to focus on perhaps additional training to ensure that staff and departments are aware of the policies on travel.
I saw mention to have a travel coordinator position. Well, So this goes on to a larger, which leads me to my final statement, which, and this is a little related but unrelated, is my concern for the amount of open positions that we have that we're not filling and the amount of staffing we have in HR. That might have helped us with these in the past, given the past is the past, it's going forward now. And I don't have any certainty that we're going to be able to deal with these any differently without additional staff, because as I've heard over and over again for 3 years, with the staffing reductions, we can't get to this, that, or that. So I don't have a feeling or a clear sense from, based upon I'm just calling to speak to you now, that we're going to be in any different position going forward to have some support for staff, whether it's in HR, the city manager's office, or within those particular departments, that they're going to have the bandwidth to do anything differently.
It certainly has been a challenge. As you know, the city has reduced 2,000 positions over the last decade, so clearly that has had an impact not only to direct service but to the strategic support functions. Having said that, however, there are still things that we think that we can do better. We don't have the number of administrative positions, for example, in the finance department to be able to review every single travel request. Having said that, we're following up on one of the suggestions the city auditor made, which is to convene a forum of the administrative staff in every single department to talk through these issues and to help them as much as we possibly can, given the short resources that we still continue to have.
Okay, do you see an opportunity at some point to return to council with an update to that? And I'm not looking to create busy work here, but to me there were some serious issues raised here, and not knowing going forward, one, if we're going to be able to find the staff support to make any changes or implement any of these, or to have any better oversight, a check-in where we hear as a council whether or not we're able to implement any of these and move forward in a...
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think there's a couple of opportunities to do that. One is in the audit follow-up that the city auditor does every 6 months to see how are we doing, and she reports that to the committee as well as to the full council. In addition to the budget process, whereas when there's capacity to add positions in departments for these strategic support functions, the budget process also lends itself as an opportunity for the council to make those resource allocation decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Campos.
Thank you. Mayor, just for clarification, were you asking for to reinstate travel to Arizona as part of the motion, or for staff to go back and confirm if the boycott is still active?
Well, what I was recommending was a direction to staff to go figure it out.
Okay.
And bring our policy into conformance with whatever the reality is.
Okay.
And it's not an actual decision, I guess. It's just referral to staff.
It hasn't been agendized either, so we'd have to come back.
Yeah.
Okay. I think one of the groups that you should probably first go to is NALEO, National Association of Latino Elected Officials. I've been active with them, and I haven't heard that item being resolved. It could be in the process of being resolved, but I think that would be a good source to use. Thank you.
I think we're done. We have a motion to approve it with that modification requested by Councilmember Oliverio and the direction that I requested added as part of the motion. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Next, we'll take up 3.6, the Comprehensive Annual Debt Report. Again, we'll take a minute for staff to shift around. I think Julia Cooper will lead her team on the debt report.
Good afternoon. Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, and I have with me today Maria Oberg, who's our Treasury Division Manager, and Lisa Titano, who's the city's debt administrator. So we made this presentation rather quickly to the Public Safety, Finance, and Strategic Support Committee in December, so we're going to maybe slow it down a little bit, and there's also a council memo out there that I'm sure there'll be questions on as well. I did want to highlight the Comprehensive Annual Debt Report is put together as a tool for members of the public and the investment community to understand the debt that's outstanding for the city, that being debt in which we've accessed the capital market. It doesn't include other kinds of liabilities that are outstanding for the city, namely large liabilities associated with pension and OPEB, and those are described in very, very good detail in the city's comprehensive annual financial report, and more specifically in what we call the CAFR on pages 103 to 115 and 188 to 193. And I know next week there's also, I think, or a couple weeks of presentation on the financials for the two retirement systems. So be an opportunity to talk a little more then. So I'm going to go through the presentation, and Maria and Lisa are going to help me out. And then at the end, if you have any questions or want to get into the recommendations made by the two council members, we can talk about those as well. The debt management program, we have policy objectives that are outlined in the debt policy, and they talk about debt issuance, debt administration, and then also we do provide financial advisory services to the organization as well, as they're looking at different ways to explore ways to finance projects throughout the organization. And with that, I'll turn it over to Maria.
Okay. The graph on page 3 shows all the outstanding debt that we've issued by all the city agencies, excluding the conduit debt, which is the multifamily housing revenue bonds. And as you can see, as of June 30, 2013, we had bonds outstanding just shy of $5 billion at $4.9 billion. And on the next page, in fiscal year 2012-13, we issued $569.2 million worth of debt. It consisted of a tax revenue anticipation note, which we do to assist with the pre-funding of the employer retirement contributions. We issued 2 series of multifamily housing revenue bonds. We did 1 series of airport revenue bonds and 2 series of lease revenue bonds. And it should be noted that about $385 million of the $569.2 were refunding bonds, so they were not new money issuances. And we refunded them for debt service savings. In fiscal 2013-14, so far this year, we have issued $141.6 million. That's $100 million of a tax revenue anticipation note, again, for the pre-funding of the retirement contributions. We've issued 1 series of multifamily housing revenue bonds, and we issued about $10 million of commercial paper to assist with the convention center project. On the work list, and not included in the $141.6 million, is a refunding of airport revenue bonds for debt service savings to the airport.
Okay, last fiscal year, the city was able to provide debt service savings and further mitigate for variable rate debt exposure on its outstanding debt. On November 8th, we closed the 2012 airport revenue refunding bonds totaling $49.1 million. The refunding resulted in an annual $1 million savings to the airport. In May and June, the city issued its 2013 Civic Center refunding bonds totaling more than $336 million. In addition to upfront savings of $6.6 million, the refunding also provided further variable rate mitigation. Almost $90 million of variable rate debt was directly paid down from the refunding, and then a portion of the Hayes Mansion bonds variable rate debt was paid down with savings from the refunding. We continue to identify opportunities to further reduce the city's variable rate exposure when LOCs are scheduled to renew. Some of the major projects that we've worked on last fiscal year, we continue to work on in this fiscal year, include the transition of the former redevelopment agency's debt portfolio to the city staff. We perform financial analysis for procuring power purchase agreements to install solar systems, and we do numerous private activity analyses, and we also participated in the various financing activities of renewable energy programs such as ESCOs and PACE.
I'm happy to report that the city still has very strong general obligation credit ratings. We're rated AA1, AA+, by Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. The ratings of the city vary based on credit analysis, so our ratings range from a BB-, which is some of the redevelopment agency credit, to the GO rating of a AA+. Our GO bonds continue to be rated higher than the state of California, And the County of Santa Clara has a slightly lower Moody's rating, but they're rated pretty much comparable to us as well. So in summary, it's a highly active debt administration. Right now we're in a mode where we're providing a lot of debt administration and financial advisory services to the organization, not the level of debt issuance that we did at the peak of the decade of investment. We have a strong and dedicated program that's really works hard to protect our financial interests and our credit ratings. We have a long-term management of debt compliance, minimizes the potential impact of financial penalties associated with if we don't comply with IRS regulations or SEC rules. So we work very hard to make sure we stay in compliance there. And those failures can result in significant financial penalties, which obviously we would like to avoid those. So in summary, our recommendation is to accept the report that's before you today. So with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, staff. Excellent report as always. It's very good to be able to get this comprehensive view and look at it. And the one that I always turn to first is the page, in this case, page 40, debt with recourse to the city's general fund. Because I get asked that question a lot around the country as we talk about the fiscal situation of the city. I always want to know about that general fund part of it, and it's actually pretty low. It's about 50-some to 60-some million dollars a year. It's a lot of money, but compared to many other cities, that's a very low general fund obligation, and it's comprised of a lot of different elements, and sometimes you can lose track of it, and that's why it's good to put it here together in a comprehensive report so we know what the aggregate is that's weighing on our general fund. The other thing is you mentioned up front when you did your introduction that this doesn't include the things like pension and OPEB obligations. Given the size of those, which is now I think $3.7 billion of unfunded liabilities, I think they deserve a little higher profile than what we have in the report, and I would suggest that we add something, the similar statement in the overview section right up front. It says they're not included. If you want to see them, go to the CAFR, because it's all laid out there in great detail, so that people who pick us up don't think we're ignoring $3.7 billion of debt, because it's almost as much as all the other debt combined. So a very significant thing. There is a sort of a footnote on page 33 under the chart that says outstanding debt issuance by all agencies. It's noted there, which I think is an important place to note it. But I think if we had it in the overview, that would be helpful. And there may be a couple other places where, footnote kind of a thing would be helpful to the public that picks this up. And I would suggest on page 53, where it has a summary of outstanding debt, that we again have just a note in there. It says this is a summary of some of the outstanding debt. This is issued debt as opposed to other things. And just so nobody gets confused, we're very transparent. It's all out there. Just tell them where to go to find it.
Yeah, and what we can do, Mayor, is because this is posted online as well, we can make those, and those aren't really substantive changes, they're just directing the public. We can make those changes to the online version, so this version will be posted. That's when people go to look for it, we'll have those cross-references for them, so we'll do that.
I think that'll be helpful to the general public, our taxpayers, and perhaps to the people who want to lend us money, and we're always looking for one kind of financing or another. It's good to have this kind of data. Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yeah, first I want to thank you very much for your report and your diligence in trying to reduce our debt. I've actually complimented you many times on the fact that I'm always pleasantly surprised to see that you're ahead of the game and always trying to bring our debts down. To that end, I think Councilmember Pete Kansen and I were discussing how we as a city council can act more responsibly in the future. And I know a lot of times, well, I know that this current council hasn't looked at a lot of budget surplus, but occasionally there are some times that budget surpluses do arise, and I would like to have future council members be a lot more cognizant of the long-term commitments that they put future city council members into. For example, these lease revenue bonds that only comprise 1.9 billion dollars worth of our bonds that are outstanding, but nevertheless they don't require voter approval. They only require a minority or a small majority, a simple majority of City Council to approve long-term projects that can cost millions of dollars. And this is the reason why we wanted to do this. We wanted to make some common sense approaches to allow future City Council members to look at both sides of the issue, not just a rosy picture, as in some cases, most of the times, in the past, City Council members have made decisions on projections that were later found out to be completely, without base. And so, that being said, I just want to give you a little summary here. What we're trying to do is, number one, allow City Council members on future general lease revenue bonds to get two sides of the story. So a worst case scenario and a best case scenario in which, so that, for example, like on our Hayes Mansion or Los Lagos Country Golf Club courses, okay, we're going to have 1,000 new golfers per month, and on the other hand, we may only have 100 golfers playing at the club, and how much would it cost us? And that's the kind of study that I like to have all future debt obligations, when it's being discussed in front of City Council, to have the good and the bad, or something in potentially in between. But I want to have a better evaluation of what's better than what's been done in the past. And so, just to give you a little heads up, the amount that we paid in general lease expenses, basically debt repayment for this revenue year, 2013-2014, is $21.5 million. Now, and that's just on the, basically a few of the projects like the Hayes Mansion, Los Lagos Ranchos, the golf courses, and the City Hall, and what have you. So that's equivalent to about 110 police officers. If you could put that into employee counts. That's, that could have saved us from cutting jobs back in 2008. Could saved some jobs, $21.5 million in interest and bond repayments. In any case, the total indebtedness that we pay on a yearly basis is $52.6 million to all the debt that is tied to the general fund. And thank you for giving us those numbers. So our proposal is, we're not saying let's go take it to the voters because we want city councils to have the flexibility to enter into contracts, but we want the city councils to have the full and true story with the impact, potential impacts. And number two, we would like to have a 2/3 vote on some of these issues to potentially take away any special interests getting their teeth in the matter, so to speak. So, and quite frankly, I think in the past it wouldn't have made it any difference because most of these things were voted on in supermajorities anyway. But I think the fact that a good number of our city council members should be responsible for putting us into 30-year debts, these are all 30-year debt obligations. And I think it's better to have a supermajority. And I know some people might disagree with me on that, but I have members of my district from the most liberal Democrats to the most ardent Republicans agree that, if you're not going to take it to the voters, at least a supermajority of you should be, in agreement on putting the city into debt for 20 to 30-year obligations. So that's why we wanted to suggest the higher hurdles, and I'm hoping that City Council here will agree. This is basically just a sobriety check for future City Council members, and I'm not suggesting that they won't make good decisions, but this should be able to help them and help guide them make good decisions. And I want to make thank you. I want to make a motion to accept my memo, my MP Constance memo.
All right, we have a motion. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you. I strongly agree with the sentiment expressed by my colleagues in the memorandum. But had a question. If we simply made all these lease revenue bonds non-recourse, would that solve the problem? And will we ever have lease revenue bonds? Two questions.
Two questions. From a market perspective, it's not possible to
Not
do it
possible.
as non-recourse because the revenue isn't strong enough for a bondholder to see it as its only pledge of revenue to repay. So
Right.
they're really looking to the general fund. I would comment on Councilmember KHAMIS in terms of, unfortunately, fortunately, I've been around a fairly long period of time, and we really have learned a lot over the course of the last several decades about how to do this financial analysis better. And so asking us to do that before you approve a project, I think, is appropriate. And as you mentioned in the report, we can work on a debt policy on lease revenue bonds to come back and how to essentially codify and put that into a policy about how do we do that kind of analysis so that future councils know that we're looking at that as a going forward basis.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's really no way out of doing the analysis in advance. We can't just sort of tie ourselves to the mast and say, we're not going to touch the general fund.
Not if you want to do the project.
Got it. Understood. Thank you. Well, I'll support the motion then.
City Attorney?
Yeah, I just have one comment. If the motion passes, the two-thirds requirement to issue the debt, there's not a problem with, but the two-thirds requirement to either amend or repeal or modify a future ordinance could be. And so I just want to alert the council that when we come back, to bind a future council that they would have to get a two-thirds vote just to amend or modify an existing ordinance is something more out of the ordinary. And so that requires some research. And when we come back, don't know if we can do the second part of it, but the first part we can.
So if you don't mind, I'd love to get that because I think
Yeah.
if
it
that's all it
passes-
takes, it could be just like a
Well, it still has to get the
useless
council.
thing.
Well, no, it still has to get council approval, majority approval to change an ordinance. And so you would have a requirement that in order to issue the debt, it requires two-thirds. But what I'm saying is that 20 years hence, a future city council, if they wanted to either repeal or amend or modify the ordinance, they may be able to do so on a bare majority as a matter of law. So that's when we come back, if this passes, we will alert everybody to that.
Yeah, thank you. I also, if you don't mind, Mayor, I also want, because some of my colleagues asked me about this in the past, this doesn't affect the voter-approved bonds like that. What we did with the fire department, the fire houses, and the police substation. It doesn't affect the short-term borrowing. These are not lease revenue bonds, and it doesn't affect the airport either, because these were a lot of these bonds were approved by the voters.
Councilor.
I'd like to ask.
Julie Cooper.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question. I would recommend that it not include refundings. So that if we're coming back to bring you refundings, that can just be done on a simple majority basis. And a couple of other things where we may need to make changes because of market conditions, or where the general fund is specifically paying and there's no project revenue. The city's just making a budgetary decision to use general fund money to pay for a project.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I had intended anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
I think I appreciate my colleagues' work on this, taking a look at this and finding a place where we could make some improvements in policy. I think I see the problem binding future councils, but hopefully this becomes a practice that future councils will take seriously and would not want to modify, because I think it makes a lot of sense that we make sure that before we enter into these type of financial arrangements, that we're very certain of the revenue that's coming in and that we're making a 30-year decision. So I think it's very sensible, and I appreciate the work, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support the memo. I think if whatever in the future, if it's such a good idea to borrow, then certainly 8 can agree to make that decision that impacts future folks. Thank you.
Well, I think it's maybe not 100%, but I think Councilmember CAMIS was correct that the decisions on lease revenue projects have been mostly unanimous. And so the 2/3 isn't, I think, the important thing of this. I think the important thing is the good staff work, good analysis that needs to be done. And I think that's where I would criticize previous actions, because I've seen what good staff work is over the last few years. And it's very different than we saw on some of these lease revenue deals. So, for example, the work that the staff did around the convention center financing and the many iterations they went through with sensitivity analysis and the blinkers and on and off, and a lot of ways to protect us. And it was a great, I think, staff work, and that's the kind of thing that we need making lease revenue decisions. Because anytime you want to make assumptions, you can make assumptions and run spreadsheets, and you can make things look a lot better than they are. And in a period of irrational exuberance like we had during the 90s, it's pretty easy to get excited about golf courses that'll pay for themselves and other things like that. So the good staff work is the key thing. So the recommendation is a motion I will certainly support. Councilmember KALRA.
Thanks, Mayor. I have, and I'm looking at some of the list of these revenue bonds, and I actually like a lot of what's in the memo in terms of more information. I think there's no reason why we shouldn't support having more information. It's just a 2/3 vote, allowing for council members to block what otherwise could be a good project. And the reality is, the ones I think that we seem to be troubled with, we're probably unanimous or close to it, at least. And I know maybe the city hall wasn't. I think the mayor may have proposed city hall, and frankly, as a private,
I think there were still 8 votes in favor.
There were still 8 votes, and frankly, as a private citizen, I think I was with you on that one, but that was a long time ago. Yeah,
last time.
But what are we going to do? Now we have this beautiful building we have to suffer with. But in looking at the lease revenue bonds, if you look at the convention center as well as the city hall project and garage, it's way more than half of what looks like to be the current balance of the lease revenue bonds. So, and I bring that up because you can certainly have a couple of projects really skew the overall amount we owe. Certainly City Hall, and frankly, with having the Patent Trademark Office, that'll be a nice thing to have here in City Hall itself to actually gain some revenue and some tax revenue for the businesses around City Hall, which is something that City Hall doesn't probably do as much of as the businesses around us would like. You're going to have some high-paid lawyers in there, not low-paid lawyers like those of us on the council. And so I think that, first of all, I would really like to know the question, and I think there's one that Rick already referred to, that we'd have to come back and see whether you could handcuff future councils and force a majority vote on future councils. But I am also concerned on simply the 2/3 vote issue, and I had an opportunity in my office to talk with Councilor Campos' office on this matter, and I appreciate his staff talking with my staff on this memo. But I think having 4 council members with the capacity to block what could otherwise be a good project, like other projects that are part of the lease revenue bond program, like the ICE Center currently is, and I believe some of the and the convention center, for example, which was certainly something that I think that at least I'm glad that everyone supported it. And so I think that if there was something that was indicating that because of the lack of the supermajority, a project went through, that's fine, but I don't believe that's the case. I don't have any, none of the projects that I'm aware of fit that bill. And so I'm seeing a problem, I'm seeing a solution to the problem that doesn't exist. The reality is, I think the information is the most valuable part of the memo, which I do agree with, having more of that information so that if someone is going to make a vote, they're not doing it blindly. They know exactly what they're voting for and can be held responsible for what they're voting for based on full information. So because I'm not supportive of every component of the memo, I won't support it, but I do like some aspects of it and appreciate at least the informative aspects of it.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start by thanking my colleagues Councilmember KANSEN and Councilmember KHAMIS for a very reasonable approach. The tone of the memo and laying out the thought behind it without being critical or confrontational about other folks that may have a different opinion or different approach in the past is very refreshing. What I'm left with, I'm very supportive of the memo up until you get to the 2/3, and the only reason I'm not comfortable with that is really not knowing. It seems like a solution in search of a problem, and I'm not sure that there's a problem that's a clear issue that we're trying to fix. The history that we're looking at and what items or what projects are the ones that we're trying to address that we wouldn't want to see happen again, and not having the information from staff as to a history of some of these votes that have been either close or, so what's the compelling case that I'm trying to fix here? And I appreciate you're looking at just generally the debt that we're carrying, and that's enough for you to just say, this is what I'm trying to avoid in the future, and I appreciate that. And I think to the point that was made by staff, that it's a different world for them, and they're much better prepared to deal with those issues and not make those same, not mistakes for lack of a better word. But can you appreciate that it seems like this phrase, and I don't mean to overplay it, the solution in search of a problem, and I'm not sure what the problem is that this would fix.
So I realize that all of these bonds were passed with near unanimity. Most of them would have passed even with a 2/3. So I understand that. However, what I'm trying and what Pete and I were trying to do is put it into future council members' mind that it is more difficult to pass these, and so that at least have a sense of weight and a sense of this is going to be a tougher thing to pass than a simple majority. And so I know it's not a huge hurdle. It would never have stopped any of these other projects. However, if you instill the fact that this could be shot down by four city council members, then I would hope that they do a lot more research and have a lot more reasoning behind whatever it is that they're trying to fulfill in the future. I just want to put a little more weight to it is all, and that's the main purpose of it.
I can appreciate that, and thank you for that explanation. It helps me understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree actually where you're coming from. But to your point of applying this backwards, if it theoretically would have made no difference, then I'm left with, should this be a policy change that we make of this significance? And if you had asked me prior to serving on this council and looking backwards at other councils, would I be comfortable with a supermajority and that 4 people couldn't block a good project? I would have said sure, but with all due respect to serving on this council, I'm not sure that I'm comfortable going forward that we're not going to have some folks who might have an interest that's different beyond the general purpose that we're looking for in some of these investments, so to speak. So I appreciate your work on this very much. I'm sorry, did you want to respond?
Well, it's got to be taken as a whole package, because I think the previous city council didn't have the knowledge, the worst case scenario, and they only had the knowledge of the best case scenario. So if you put them together, it might have made a difference. I don't know, but what my intention is to try to add weight to this topic to potentially prevent future city council members to walking into long-term obligations on the city's behalf and saddling future city council members and future employees and with debt. And that's.
Thank you. And living through these current budget realities, I very much appreciate that approach. Let me finally ask staff, you spoke a little bit to the 2/3 requirement. Is there any issues that you haven't had an opportunity to, based upon this memo being distributed on Friday? Not that that's not enough time, but just that you would have an interest in doing a little bit more thought around before we take action on that component of the staff of the colleague's recommendation.
I had talked to the council office beforehand, and we talked about the 2/3 and interjecting the 2/3 into the process when the analysis come forward to move forward, as opposed to at the bond approval process, is important for us, because once we sit before you with all of the bond documents, we've engaged a lot of people, outside consultants, the market and all that and so we wouldn't want to undertake that staff effort and engaging the consultants and then have that 2/3 threshold hit us there. So I think in the planning stages and the analysis that gets to the structuring of the debt, much like we did on the convention center expansion, we brought all that analysis forward and then got the green light to move forward before we brought the bond documents. I think that's important. So I think other than that, it's a policy call for the council to make. But it's definitely something we could put into a policy and look at. We're starting to look at other cities and see how they address these issues as well.
Thank you. And I had an opportunity to talk to Councilmember KHAMIS about this and had asked him to give some thought to what type of projects we're talking about, and also maybe a particular threshold of dollars that we might want to consider for the 2/3 to kick in, the small scale versus the large major investments, and I believe he gave that some thought. But did you have any opinions on whether it's a public safety project or whether the threshold is 100 million, $1 billion, $5, and whether we apply that and whether there was some legitimacy to considering that?
I think maybe what we need to do is do a little bit more analysis, and maybe when we come back with the policy, have some alternatives that maybe the council can look at, and then, and have you kind of think about what those thresholds are. But I think maybe for giving us an opportunity to do some little more research and how other cities may approach this and what dollar thresholds may or may not make sense is important. But for me, the big issue, like refundings and not needing a 2/3 threshold, because I would hate, because somebody doesn't like the project, to miss an opportunity to get savings,
Okay, so I better understand how we're going forward. The direction is to make this approval, but the 2/3 component, we're going to have staff come back with either the specific language for adoption or the policy for adoption.
If the motion goes forward as written in the memo, we would come back with, by June of this year, with the language, with an ordinance. But the caveat is, I can't give you a definitive answer on the 2/3 requirement to either amend or repeal or modify a future ordinance. So the 2/3 threshold to approve it is one thing. The 2/3 for the future council to change the municipal code, the ordinance, is something else. And so, but we would be prepared to address that issue in June.
And I think we would work really closely with the attorney's office, so the ordinance and the policy, the council policy, would come together, right, so that you would have both pieces at the same time.
So I'd have another opportunity to weigh in on.
Oh yeah,
on this.
You'd have a first reading and a second reading. You'd have two more opportunities.
But also there'd be an opportunity for staff to give some thought to some of the points that I made, and maybe give the council, as you mentioned, some alternatives to consider, where you'd have a little opportunity to do some more analysis on this.
I mean, if you'd like, we can come back in 2 steps for you with some options for you to consider and get some more direction, and then come back with the final policy.
I would appreciate a little more staff work on this outside of the council's work on it. And again, I really appreciate the work you've done here, but would you be open to allowing staff to do a little bit more work on those concepts that I threw out, just so they gave some work?
That's what the memo basically asks. I think I want the staff to come back with a policy. I don't want to ignore the 2/3 majority. I'd like for you to work on that as well. But I'm willing to see what they have to come back with.
Yes, because I think for me, thresholds might help get over that hurdle of what we're implementing here for future councils. I'm sorry,
so
go ahead, Mayor.
If I get your request and Councilmember KHAMIS's response is that a 2-step return is okay with the maker of the motion that comes back.
Okay, then I'm comfortable with
we do it
the direction
in
today.
2 steps. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Constant.
Thanks. Plenty has been said on this. I'll just make my comments limited to the 2/3. I think for me, the difference between where we were when many of these lease revenue bonds were approved and where we are now is how much debt the city has and how much of our general fund is going to pay that debt every year in times when we don't have enough general fund revenue to meet our service delivery efforts. And when we've entered into these long 30-year debt windows, I think now, given the totality of the debt, the wall of debt, there was a good article in the paper the other day about the wall of debt facing a number of government agencies. I think that's what has changed, because there were some questions, why now? what's different. And I think that's what's different for me and why I supported it the way it is. So I'm okay with the two-step process, but in the end, I think we should support the two-thirds going forward, because I think it's in the best interest of everyone to give it that weight, because the weight of the debt has become significant, and I think the weight of the decisions have become more significant and will become even more significant as we move forward.
Councilmember Herrera.
I just want to say the way I look at it, if I were voting on something like this and we had a two-third majority, it's kind of a yellow caution light that comes up. It's not a stop sign, but it's caution. So it's making me think about this and telling me that it's serious, and it's something that that's why we have to have the voting requirement there. So when staff comes back, can we also, and I know maybe everybody knows this, but I'm trying to remember what other things that we have to have a two-third requirement on, Rick, or staff, so we can kind of review that when we come back on the two-step process?
Yes.
What other things do we have two-third requirements on now?
Okay. What
just
stands out
to
is
review that.
eminent domain
Right.
is one thing.
And I know we have this at VTA a lot too. We have things where if we have to do we have to take property in a project, we have to have a two-thirds requirement. So I think it does sort of put the attention on it. And I think for that reason, I think it's important. And I guess in the two-step process, we're going to make sure we're excluding the things that Julia was concerned about. That'll happen. I think that's important. And also, I think if we're going out for bonding, doesn't that imply it's a pretty large project? If we're going out for bonds, I don't know if they're really small projects that would apply to this, but I'll be interested. You'll cover that anyway when you come back. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, so at this point, we're going to come back and get staff feedback on the different options regarding two-thirds, but not making the decision today on that portion of it, just forwarding it to staff to come back.
Well, we weren't going to make a decision today because we're going to come back on an ordinance.
So I understand that.
The intent is still to bring the ordinance back, but come back first with the policy alternative work before we draft the ordinance.
This is a direction to come back with a draft policy for council consideration. So because the item wasn't agendized, so this is a direction to staff to come back with something.
Okay, so but in terms of the two-thirds aspect of it, what is the specific ask of staff to do, and what is specifically being voted on right now with the amendments to the motion?
Well, I would take it as we need to come back with a clarification as to whether the two-thirds voting requirement to amend or repeal an ordinance it passes muster. I mean, the concern is that a bare majority could pass this and say, but two-thirds can only change it, and there's just something wrong about it.
I was going to actually mention that earlier. It's like, should we have a super majority to pass this if we're going to create two-thirds? But okay, so yeah,
it's an issue. So it's just an issue.
Yeah, no, I'll support the motion just to get clarification on that, because I think that we should have a discussion on what the ramifications of two-thirds are, both legally as well as policy-wise. I don't support it at this time because it hasn't been an issue. I don't foresee it as an issue. The bigger issue is what has been referred to, which is whether people have the right information going into the voting, which should be happening anyway. And so the clarification and the specificity in regard to that I do support, but I'll support the motion because we're going to have a further discussion on the two-thirds with further alternatives from staff.
Councilmember Chu.
Second, Mayor, I'll be real quick. I will not support the motion because of the two-thirds, because I do expect the city staff in all departments to provide us the best information for us to make the decision. And I'll take every vote very seriously. And I hope that all the council members here and in the future will do the same. So I will not be supporting the two-thirds.
Councilmember Oliverio.
On this amendment two-prong process, will it all be done by June? Is that the idea for the maker of the motion?
That's my hope and intent. Yes, absolutely.
And that meets the timeline for finance?
We should be able to do that.
Okay, as long as it's, in a short order. And I don't think it has to be so complicated, but anything can be up here. See ya.
All right, we have a motion with some clarifications on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? I count one opposed. Councilmember Chu opposed. Motion carries. Thank you, staff. One more thing, one more comment is I do want to thank the staff for continuing to work down that short-term debt with longer-term debt. That gives us more protection from the fluctuations in the market, which can be enormous, as we've seen in past years. So thanks for continuing to do that. We'll move now to item 3.7, actions related to agreements for temporary staffing services or building inspectors, plan review, and related services. Councilmember KALRA.
So
There's no staff report.
Well, I mean, it looks like I'll support it because we need it desperately, but this is $3 million that it looks like we're essentially contracting out because we just don't have the capacity in-house. It's one more contract, similar to the contracts we've done for the training as well as operations of the sewage, of the water pollution control plant. It's just one more example of what has happened to our workforce as we've driven most of our workforce away and haven't been an employer of choice. I understand the need for us to attempt to move at the speed of business. It requires us to have enough folks to be able to do plan review, building inspections, and we had an update at the recent CED meeting as to in some areas where we're falling a little behind or in some areas a lot behind, and we certainly want to do our best to keep pace. And especially as the economy is turning around, we're seeing an enormous amount of work for our planning department. I understand the need because of that enormous amount of work. Even if we were in a good hiring position, we would probably need some supplemental assistance, but the degree to which we need assistance is clearly related to the fact that we have so many vacancies, and the fact that we have so many vacancies in a improved economy, I think is a clear connection to the fact that we're not an employer of choice, and it's one more sign that we need to do much more to heal our relationship with our employees and become a competitive employer again. Thank you.
Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Those are some of the concerns that I had, but mine's a general direct question about, I've been supportive of this in the past, but this is always on the assumption this is a temporary measure. And refresh my memory, there's been a lot of items to read on this agenda over the weekend, some pretty heavy items, and I can't recall exactly if you spoke to the short-term vision here and plan. If, again, this is temporary, why are we continuing on this, and is there some point where we're going to be moving away from this and have full staffing in your department?
Thank you, Council Member. Laurel Prevetti, Assistant Director for Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. This is a peak staffing effort, so we are very much under recruitment for a wide variety of positions: building inspectors, electrical inspectors, planners, division managers, really all sorts of occupations within our department, and those recruitments are ongoing. This provides us the flexibility to staff up to the increased demand that we're seeing in our permit center right now. So we started this back in spring of 2012. It's now 2014. Our economy is continuing to boom. Some of the data we shared with the Community and Economic Development Committee yesterday indicates that we are on pace to exceed our levels from last fiscal year. So this is more a reflection of the boom than anything. So I don't know when the economy is going to slow down or go into a downturn, but this is really an attempt to make sure we've got adequate staffing to meet these peak needs while we continue to recruit and retain staff.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, thank you. I think the rest of my comments are more towards the city manager's office. And that's why I supported this, because that statement was similar to the one that was made when we first did this, and it's still the same statement. And I don't feel like we've made any progress in filling these positions on a permanent basis. It sounds, again, like the same points made as to why we went down this path. I would have hoped for us to have a different approach or a different statement to make out loud that we're getting there, we're almost there, that we see this completing and being not necessary going into the future, but I'm not hearing that type of approach. I would have preferred us to put an emphasis more on our HR department and getting these positions filled, and I think it's in our best interest to have full-time employees that have a commitment to this city and public service and working in this building for the future. We've seen the brain, well, what's the best term for this? We've seen a lot of individuals leave with a lot of experience here, and it has not helped our work, in my opinion, and I think we've suffered for it. So I hope our goal is to stem that tide and make some permanent placements. And again, I'm going to reiterate, it just sounds like the same statement when I supported this the first time around.
If I could, I would not disagree. The only perhaps elaboration I would offer is it's not an either or in this regard, that while we pursue staffing up for permanent full-time staff, that the particular term that Laurel used of peak staffing, recognizing that there are peaks and valleys in particular in development work, can lead on an episodic basis the need for contract staff to be available. And again, not unlike what Public Works has done on an ongoing basis based upon project work, really want to ensure that we have that stable, permanent, full-time staffing complement while recognizing that there can be peaks above which there is a role for contract staff.
Well, this $3 million and this 2017 to me seems more than just peak.
Right, and it's also a function of the ramp up. To your point, the speed with which we can fill the permanent positions is an issue, and so your point's well taken.
And that leaves me again with that we're looking at this till 2017, and that's another 3 years of this, and that means so help me understand, are we conceding then that we're not going to hire full-time staff enough to deal with our own work over the next 3 years, and we already know that today? Am I reading this wrong?
I don't know that the conclusion's there so much as wanting to retain the flexibility for it. Laurel, certainly, if I'm reading that incorrectly.
That's correct. We, in fact, during this budget season, you may have the opportunity to vote on adding additional permanent staff to the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, as well as our Department of Public Works and Fire, who all participate in development services. So while we're working to ensure we have the flexibility to use peak staffing as we need to, it's certainly not the only thing that we're working on in terms of stabilizing and being able to deliver development services. So again, the budget process is just starting, but there may be proposals to add more permanent staff to these divisions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just doing the math in my head here, and $3 million, so $1 million a year, next 3 years, that's about 10 positions theoretically, and I'm just off the top of my head kind of averaging out. So those 10 positions, in a sense, are our peak as we have spoken to this. Again,
I haven't done the math,
yeah,
so Laurel,
if
you want to back into it.
Yeah, we don't have 10 peak staffers working for us right now. In fact, the industry
so then
is
$1 million
going...
a year, help me with $1 million a year then.
Right, so what we're trying to do is create the capacity within the agreements so that way as we need to add more peak staffing, we can do so. So we've got about 3 planners currently in the planning division. We might be getting a 4th, subject to background checks, et cetera. Meanwhile, we're trying to fill 4 vacancies within the planning division. We only let out the contracts and service orders for 3-month increments because, again, we need to live within our own revenues and our own resources. So when we let out a service order, it's not all the way to 2017. It's on a 3 or 6 month basis to really deal with the needs, assess workloads, and then move forward. Okay. So we've had 1 peak staffer who's been with us for about a year or so, but otherwise, again, we're very cautious about how we use this in light of some of our other recruitments that we have going on. So again, what the item before you is provides additional flexibility for us to use this. We may find that other departments could also use some of these same firms for similar work that they're doing within the city. We did a very thorough recruitment per our procurement policies. So what we're trying to do is make sure that as our economy continues to boom, that we're able to bring the resources to the city so we can meet the expectations of our customers.
Okay. Again, I understand this a little bit even better now. I guess then it appears to me more of this is a long-term strategy, not a short-term issue we're dealing with at a certain point. And if that's the case, I mean, you're talking about we don't know when the boom or the uptick in development will change, then this isn't the short-term fix that we were looking for when we were struggling to fill positions and process applications. It becomes more of how we're going to manage our peaks and our valleys, so to speak, going forward.
Well,
I don't hear us saying we're going to be done in 2017 with this.
Well, I don't, you know, it's very expensive to run a procurement. So we did a procurement. It takes time to do it. We got good responses. The firms that we have are industry leaders in providing building and planning and other related services. So the other approach, you know, council of course always has choices, is that you could limit the amount of money that we are recommending, or you could limit the date instead of going out to 2017.
What I was
out to
thinking,
2016.
asking for approval is
Right.
what I was
so,
thinking.
you know, we're trying to not have to come back. As you saw in the memo, we've come to you in August of 2013, October of 2013, and now January of 2014. So we've been here to discuss this item with you 3 times in just the last very few months. So we're thinking rather than kind of picking these issues off every month, let's give you a better package so that way we have the flexibility to meet our needs.
And again, that all makes sense, but I think what's missing here is that sort of policy discussion that this is how this department is going to be managed going forward. To me, this seems like a permanent fix, not a temporary fix any longer. And I know I've made that statement, and maybe it's just me not hearing you very well, or me not reading the memo as thoroughly as I should. It wasn't a very long one, but I'll stop there.
A couple of things I'd just like to add to that. I think it's a longer-term fix that's driven by temporary needs, but looking at the history of development cycles and the department, when the economy starts growing, we're always behind because we have a long procurement time and it's hard to get people in on a permanent basis. So we always have the need to sort of manage that growth behind that power curve, and eventually we catch up. But I don't think we want to staff all the way to the peak, just because when it goes down, and we've got to cut people. And so I think this is a useful tool that has a longer term, I think, usefulness, but clearly is driven by the short term need. And if we were fully staffed and the economy started growing, then we would, you know, add a few. But right now we're short of the authorized position, so we have to have more. But it really is, I think, driven mostly by the short term.
Thank you. I don't want us to respond to this one recession or this one fiscal difficulty that we dealt with and assume that that's the new norm going forward. We can look backwards over time and say that that kind of level of recession or fiscal situation that we went through is not something that happens every 10 years, every 20 years, so it seems to me we're responding to that one particular frame and applying that's going to happen every decade or so. I'm not sure that I want to operate that way.
No, I think it does happen every decade or so.
Well, we've never gone through that sort of contraction here as a workforce ever.
In 2000, 2001, the build up to the 90s, we were behind the power curve because it was growing, and then we had the drop off in 2000, 2001, and so we did it again in 2008. So maybe it's not every 10 years, but it's obviously cyclical, and having the tool available to be able to staff up to manage the workload is an important tool to have. Okay. I don't think we want to get in a position like Cupertino just did, where they went out and I think they're spending an $8 million contract to manage almost all of the Apple campus inspections. And we want to be able to do it ourselves, and I agree with you. We want to have our people trained, that we know the quality of work. And this really is to fill in the gaps and shouldn't become the solution. It's just part of it.
Thank you for talking it up. Thank you.
Councilor KHAMIS.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your consideration. How much permits are you going through now as opposed to 2008? Give me a typical month. How many building permits are you going through?
Last fiscal year, we issued over 25,000 building permits, and I believe the first 6 months of the current fiscal year, we're already above 10 to 11,000 building permits. So we're on pace to at least do as well as we did last year in building permits, if not exceed that. On inspections, we're into the hundreds of thousands per fiscal year. So the magnitude of our operation is very large.
And what was it in the downtime in 2008? I mean, you don't have to give me an exact number, but
It was significant. I mean, we cut the department by more than half of its staff. It was a very significant and deep cut, and we probably overcut, and that's why it's taking us a longer time to get up to a base staffing level for our development services. We think we're getting closer now, and again, you'll be seeing some of those proposals in the upcoming budget cycle. I apologize, I don't have those numbers with me right now.
okay. So, well, my point here is that your department, it's one of the most fluctuating departments that we have in the city. I mean, in bad times, people don't remodel their homes, they don't build businesses, they don't remodel restaurants, what have you. And now when things are hot, you need to staff up like nobody's business, and we need to do this quickly. So I applaud you for trying to act on behalf of making businesses happy by getting the job done quicker. I do have a question where you actually were allotted $4 million, and here, according to you, again, this memo, you're going from you're only going to use $3 million here. But to me, it sounds like you're actually downsizing the program, not upsizing it. Am I reading it correctly, or did I misread it?
No, that is correct. That is a net change of about $1 million in the maximum compensation, and then we are, as part of our recommendation, also asking for the flexibility to negotiate and execute subsequent amendments to adjust the compensation as needed.
So basically, you're saying that you're going to downsize this program as it was approved before.
That's the recommendation.
I see. And do you? The reason for that is, are you expecting lower, or are we hiring more permanent people?
Well, we are definitely in the process of hiring more staff. We have a lot of overstrength positions at the moment, some of which may be converted to permanent status in future budget cycles. And so what we're trying to do is make sure we've got the flexibility to continue on with peak staffing, making adjustments to compensation as needed through in the future years.
So to Don's point, you are hiring more people, and you're actually decreasing the size of this program. You're not increasing it.
Well, we're doing a little bit of both. So in recommendation A1, we are asking for an aggregate amount not to exceed $3 million. But then in recommendation A3, we're asking for the flexibility to negotiate and execute subsequent amendments to the master agreements to adjust compensation for each agreement, assuming we have the appropriation and council action to do so. So it's a little bit of a mixed recommendation in that respect.
Yeah. Again, I want to thank you for trying to make our city work at the speed of business, and I appreciate your efforts to make sure that the permitting processes. Because when I was the chairman of the Small Business Development Commission here some time ago, that was the #1 complaint. The department doesn't work fast, and I'm glad you're trying to do something about it. So thank you for your efforts.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Hi, Mayor. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Oh, second. Thank you. And then I'd just like to say, I think the problem is really structural. We don't really have other departments where we fund out of fees, and we're always going to be behind the curve on the ebbs and flows of the economy. So unless this council wants to general fund the planning department for more consistency, then that would avoid this, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I fully support staff's motion or proposal. Thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, thank you, Laurel. And we heard a more extensive report at the Economic Development Committee yesterday just about how much work that you guys, it's going through your shop, and it's quite amazing. And I appreciate your ability to do this staffing model that helps us get through and take advantage of this opportunity when our economy is booming. So thank you for all the great work in your department.
We have a motion to approve the recommendation. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. We will now move to item 3.8, follow up on report on outstanding issues related to gaming control, Title 16. We'll take a minute for staff to come forward. We'll have a staff presentation for the council discussion.
Angelique will be reporting for staff anytime you're ready.
I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening. Angelique Gaeta, Assistant to the City Manager. Honorable Mayor and members of the Council, not quite 2 years ago, the administration was before you for a discussion of both the regulation of card rooms and Title 16 of our municipal code. Following that discussion, the Council gave specific direction to both the City Attorney and the City Manager. Specifically, the Council directed the City Attorney to report back with options and recommendations on transferring the permitting process for non-key employees to the state, and with options and recommendations on revising the provisional rulemaking procedures set forth in Title 16 to make provisional rules sunset after 9 months and provide for final regulations to be appealed through the alternative dispute resolution process. The Council also directed the City Manager to report back with a process by which the card rooms could formally request clarification of Title 16 and a plan agreed upon by the card rooms for a timely, cost-efficient process to appeal disputes arising from the provisions of Title 16. Since Council's direction, the administration has worked diligently to explore all options available to the City so that the administration could bring back to the Council fully informed recommendations. The administration's work and recommendations are detailed in various memoranda issued by the administration and the City Attorney's Office, so I will not repeat them here. Instead, in conjunction with our City Attorney, I'd like to provide the Council with a brief presentation on an issue that presents both legal and administrative concerns for the City, and that issue is the use of the ADR processes to address disputes arising under Title 16. Part of the work done by the administration was to explore the legal and practical viability of the City being required to utilize ADR to respond to challenges by the card rooms to the requirements and processes of Title 16. And what follows is a discussion of how ADR would relate to each. And with that, I'll turn it over to our City Attorney, Rick Doyle.
Thank you, Angelique. I'm going to be working from the slides. This is a presentation that we, in large part, provided to the Public Finance and Safety Committee. And we just wanted to go through, because this was a council request that we come back with these issues. So in addressing the appropriateness of ADR, or alternative dispute resolution, to appeal final regulations, to appeal minor violations, or to appeal regulatory actions, we have to take them separately. Can you? The current procedure that we have with respect to final regulations, this is when the regulations, the council enacts, just sort of background, the council enacts legislation. In the case of the card rooms, the legislation is found in Title 16 of the Municipal Code. As part of that, the card room administrator and the chief are given authority to promulgate administrative regulations, and those regulations help enforce. This is quite common in government. We know with IRS regs and all levels of government, regulations help implement the overall legislation. The current procedure that we follow, we have both a formal and an informal process, but by and large, there are workshop meetings with the card rooms. There's notice of a proposed regulation. There is a public comment period, and then once we go through and finally adopt a regulation, a party has a right to challenge that in court by way of a writ. The Constitution, both federal and state, we have a problem giving private parties an ability to essentially make the final rule when it comes to implementing a regulation. And so the proposal that a retired judge or some ADR third party write the final rule contravenes the prohibition on delegating a legislative power. The legislature can go through and work with the staff in enacting those regulations, but it's really the city's legislative function and administrative function to enact that and not delegate that to a third party. Next slide, please. So we can encourage, and we do encourage private party participation. If the council wants to encourage greater participation, we can certainly factor that into any proposal. But you need to stop short of giving a private party the power to initiate or enact rules of law. Moving on then to the minor violations. We have a current procedure, and we have a process where we have major violations, and we have minor violations, and I think the experience of the police department probably is in terms of examples, they can probably give better examples. But the bottom line is, when litigation was commenced back in 2000, challenging some of the cardroom changes then, we entered into protracted settlement discussions with the assistance of Justice Pinelli. You may remember, some of you may remember, we came to a conclusion that a lot of violations were minor. Things like you don't have a drop box by the table, the chips aren't being properly handled. And so rather than go through a formal process where those could be used against the cardrooms in future disciplinary matters or licensing issues, the idea was to really treat them like an infraction. I think that's probably the best way, like a ticket. And so there's a notice of the violation, you have a right to administrative hearing, you hear the chief appoints somebody from an independent bureau, so it's not anybody with supervisorial function over the cardroom function or the gaming function. It is somebody else. So currently, I think Deputy Chief Hover is hearing most of those. In the past, I think Chief Esquivel, when he was a deputy chief and he wasn't overseeing gaming, he did that. And Chief Moore at one point, when he was a deputy chief and he didn't oversee gaming, he was a hearing officer. So it has been clear that it's been somebody outside. And in fact, while there may be an appearance issue that people think that the chief or the deputy chief is going to be biased, there have been a number of cases where those findings have not been sustained, in fact have been rejected by the hearing officer, the deputy chief, and rejected. So it is, in our view, it does, one, as a matter of law, comport with due process, but as a practical matter, it is truly independent. Let's go to the next slide. And ultimately, I think I should note that they can go by way of a writ. Again, they can go to court if they want to challenge the final decision of a chief. I think we in our memos to the committee and in our presentation to the committee, we have talked about why we don't recommend ADR. ADR is not cheap. It is costly. There's a memo from council members that talks about jams. I don't think you can get a jams retired judge for less than $5,000 a day. And these things take a long time in terms of preparation, and it does get costly. And the idea of minor violations, again, were like to be treated like infractions and very minor. Next. In terms of regulatory actions, again, we do have a similar due process, and it comports with both federal and state constitutional requirements. There's the notice, there's the administrative hearing, and again, at the end of the day, if they're not, if a party is aggrieved and wants to go to court, they can go to court, and people have gone to court. And I think, you know, it's sort of the record speaks for itself. Next, we have two different types of hearings. We have licensing hearings. They're conducted by a hearing officer, and then we have the cardroom permitting and stock ownership licensing, and those do go to a retired judge. And let me also talk about another type of hearing we've had, because we did do this back in the early 2000s. There was it had to do with the old ordinance, but we did end up going to two separate sessions with a retired judge. I think it was through JAMS, which was very time-consuming and costly to everybody, which really, I think, was the motivator to get people into the settlement process in the litigation. And I think that my point really being that even the ADR process can be very cumbersome and expensive, and I think at the end of the day, a system that is efficient at an administrative level is really what we're looking for. We think we have a system that works. The city manager has used the White Sand firm to do some consulting. They've issued a report. I think you received this report today. And in there is some discussion about an enforcement officer who would be in some capacity to satisfy a number of the concerns raised here. I will let Angelique touch upon that in greater detail if she wants to. Can we go to the next slide? In this, again, we're just talking about the legal concerns. That ADR for licenses is whether it's legally required. No, it's costly. It stalls the legal process. So every time you have a license issue, to be dragged into a formal ADR process isn't really time or cost effective from our standpoint. And then in terms of ADR for permittees, it's just duplicative. We do have a retired judge process at this point, and we're not limited to jams. We can go to. There are other firms out there as well. Go next slide. I think this is it. Are we done? Yeah. And then Angelique, I don't know if you want to touch upon or amplify. I think one issue is you're still in the process of studying a consultant's recommendation.
That's correct. Thank you, Rick. We are still in the process of reviewing the recommendations brought forward by the White Sands gaming consultant. But as Rick touched upon, there is a recommendation contained in that report that addresses another level of review, if you will, between the gaming administrator and the chief of police. And that level of review would come from what's called an enforcement officer that would be appointed by and reporting to the city manager's office. So someone taken outside of the police department to give it sort of an outside look at the circumstances of the action being taken.
Is that the end of the presentation, staff? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Constant?
Thank you. Well, first I want to express dismay with the memo that was handed to us as we exited closed session and the White Sand report that got dumped on us a couple hours before the council meeting. The reason we're here today is because over 2 years ago, the Public Safety Committee, who had been wrestling with this issue for quite some time before that, made a recommendation to the City Council, and the City Council took action back in February of 2002. Some of that action was to be responded on within 60 days or so, and here we are 23 and a half months later, finally getting it here. And I'd like to just share with my council colleagues, the only reason we're getting here is because when the Public Safety Finance and Strategic Support Committee work plan came across my desk for approval, I added it in because it had been so long and we had gotten no response from the administration on it. It wasn't because staff had completed their work and brought it back to us. And this has been a very frustrating process for the Public Safety Committee. Those of you who've had the pleasure or maybe displeasure of attending our meetings know that we've gone round and round just trying to get simple answers to simple questions, and oftentimes have not been able to get answers because we've gotten very carefully crafted responses when we've had to say, no, stop, this is exactly what I'm asking, let's get an answer to that question, and find out that what we were really, the information we were getting in the canned answer was not really the information that had been requested. And that's, I can give you several examples of that if need be. But we have been working on something for years, and then all of a sudden a memo comes out on Friday and we get a very detailed staff report that's turned around in one business day because all of a sudden there was an urgency for staff to work on it. We find out that there's a new consultant report from White Sand that had never been discussed at the Public Safety Committee. Had we known that there was an imminent report coming out, we would have delayed and had further discussion once the report came out. Every time White Sand was referred to, it was referred to in the context of the former report that had been discussed at the Public Safety Committee. I do not agree with staff that we should just delay again. This is a multi-year process that we're finally getting to us. We have a process that, even though we've made changes, is still plagued with problems. A lot of it is because we have a Title 16 that was built and written specifically to prevent gaming in a city that has since said we are going to have gaming as a lawful business. We have Title 16 that's written with tons of ambiguity in it, and that ambiguity is then able to be interpreted by one or two people in the Division of Gaming Control and imposed upon the two card clubs we have. Now I'm going to go through each of the recommendations. I'm going to be referring back to the original memorandum that the council passed, along with some modifications. The memo that I put out on Friday with 3 of my colleagues, and interject some of the comments that came from the staff memorandum that, quite frankly, I had about 30 minutes to read because of the way it was delivered to us. I'm not going to refer to the White Sand report at all because, I'll be honest, I haven't read it. And I don't think it's fair to pigeonhole us in a document and give it to us right before a meeting. I think it's inappropriate. And I'll just leave that at that. But when the council made their recommendation, I'm going to approach the alternative dispute resolution first, because it was addressed by staff as if we simply can't do this and we can't let some outside person make laws for the city of San Jose. And I want to read what the council direction was. Direct the city manager to meet with both card clubs and to develop an agreed upon plan for a timely, cost-efficient process to appeal disputes arising from the provisions of or the enforcement of Title 16. The city manager should return to the Rules Committee within 60 days to present the plan. That was in February of 2012. Nowhere did we say we wanted a specific process with specific people. The memorandum that was put out by me and 3 of my colleagues was in response to silence that we had received from staff on this issue. And pointing to jams or a retired judge, or however you want to refer to it, was done out of frustration that after 2 years, we did not get a response on a timely, cost-efficient process to review disputes. We all know that we have disputes. If we didn't have disputes, we wouldn't have the long list of litigation that we all saw in our closed session packet this morning. So to all of a sudden turn it around as if we're trying to say that we're asking for a judge to make laws for us, that was never the intent of my original memo that I offered with the mayor and the vice mayor. I don't believe it was in the intent of the council when this council voted unanimously to put it forward to staff to have them work on it, but that's the way it got twisted and came back to us. The transferring the permitting process for key and non-key employees to the state, as previously recommended by the auditor, that's number 1 in my memo from Friday. We know that our system did not work at all. We're told, if you only read the staff report, you'd think that what we're asking is some anomaly at the state level, when in fact every other jurisdiction that has gaming uses them for their licensing, or at least everyone that I'm aware of. And all of a sudden the state can't do ours, although they can do everybody else's. And the only reason they say they can't do ours is because we have a process. If we stopped our process, they would do it. But let me tell you, there are people that have gone years without being licensed. Some in excess of 2 years, some in excess of 5 years, some in excess of 7 years without licenses. And there comes a point, quite frankly, where we have to say, if you can't be licensed in a timely manner, then you shouldn't be working in our card clubs. Because we have regulations that mean absolutely nothing when you can put an unlicensed person with a temporary sitting in a card club doing their job for years and years on end, because we can't get around to licensing them. When we were at the Public Safety Committee, I asked, I think 3 times, how many people had not received their licenses. And I kept being told repeatedly, every person who's applied under the new process has gotten their license. And I said, that's not what I asked. How many people are outstanding without a license? And I got the same canned response. It wasn't until I pushed to find out that there were a number of people who still did not have their licenses, and that's because those licenses had been in progress before 2 years ago when we changed the process. And I think that's really, not only is it unfair to the employees and our card clubs, but it is unfair to the council and the committees to ask questions and not get answers. We have been told multiple times that there's no way to allow for alternate level gaming, which is odd because it exists elsewhere in the state. I know that because I went there and visited them myself. And I walked through the card clubs and I walked to the other levels. One club, I went up the stairwell 2 floors to get there, and I went up and down the elevator a couple times to see how you could get there. And it's there. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it both in a mezzanine type of setup and one that was not. I know other members of the council have done that as well. We know that the council took specific action to allow alternate level gaming, but there are some security concerns that the police department and the Division of Gaming have, but instead of finding a way to address those security concerns, they just say no. I don't think that's reasonable. And we all know how it came as a surprise to a lot of people, supposedly, that one of our clubs was asking for alternate level of gaming, even though it was on their applications, it was on their permits, on their plans, and we had changed at the council level, the Title 16, so that it could be allowed, but it was all of a sudden this big surprise because staff had it in their minds we just weren't going to do it. It can be done. It should be done in a way that protects security and provides for the safety of our residents who are visiting our city and gambling, or people who just happen to be in one of the locations getting something to eat or having a drink at their sports bar or a regular bar or going into their restaurants. I think that it's sad that we can't figure out a way to do that. And I'm going to bounce back because I missed the part about the violations and citations within 15 days. We have heard at Public Safety Committee, and I've heard in talking to representatives of clubs, and let me just make the disclosure, I've met with representatives from both clubs on multiple times on multiple issues directly related to this memo and unrelated to specific provisions of this memo. These minor citations sometimes have taken months and months, and in some cases, I believe over a year, to be issued to people for minor violations. We're told they're minor violations because they don't count. But I can tell you they've come up and they've been quoted as bad behavior on the part of our card clubs when they go back for licensing. And it has been used against them. We all, I'm sure, remember the discussion we had here at council when the annual report of crimes were here, and we were being led to believe there was this huge number of crimes happening in our clubs when we found out some of them were parking tickets for people with expired registration. We even had crimes, calls for service that were reported, incidents because someone found a purse and turned it in like a good citizen so that it could be reunited with its owner. So these things do come back and are used against it. If you read our staff report, the staff report on page 3, the one that came out again this morning, on the bottom it says, however, the same time frame could prove problematic when the Division of Gaming Control seeks to take regulatory action against a card room. And then it goes on a sentence or so later to say, as such, the administration does not recommend the council adopt this recommendation. It's almost as if they just decided not to read my memorandum that I wrote with my colleagues that says, provide them within 15 business days from the date of the alleged incident so that all evidence is preserved unless there are investigatory reasons that can be articulated as to why a citation or notice could not be issued in a timely manner. Seems to me that a provision that I took a long time to think about because I've spent too many of my years on the council dealing with this problem, I specifically put that in because I know that there are some times when you can't do that. I know that firsthand, not only because I was a police officer, but I also worked in the vice unit of our police department, which at that time housed the Division of Gaming Control. So I know how this works. But staff ignored that and just said, no, we can't do it. We'd rather just wait and issue a citation whenever the heck we want to. And you know what? If it's 6 months or 8 months down the line, people don't remember, all the better, because then they can't defend themselves. That's how it's interpreted to me. And I can tell you, you can tell I'm frustrated because I've been asking these questions for 3 years on the committee that I've been serving on that oversees this. I'm going to go on to item number 4. Allow reasonable occupancy for non-gaming events at the card rooms. The staff memorandum acts as if this was never contemplated. It says that we need to look at the zoning and the permitting. I'll remind you, we can go back to those same roll of plans where I was told that there was no indication that there was going to be 8th floor gaming when I had to roll out the plans in front of our now city manager, who was the assistant city manager, and others that had a clear diagram that had pictures of the gaming tables on it. Well, those same plans show alternate floors being used as banquet rooms and other uses that are non-gaming. But for some reason, at a building that has a higher level of security and surveillance in it than almost any other business that I'm aware of in the city, they need to have a security officer for every 50 people at an event. Just imagine you have a wedding with 200 people in a banquet room, and I don't know if that fits in the capacity, I'm just using that number. You're going to have 50 uniformed security people sitting there staring at the people. We don't do that anywhere else in our city. And here we have a building that is designed with security in mind, that has video surveillance of virtually every foot and a full trained security detail there, but we act as if we can't have a reception or a party there because it's going to cause a problem. And we act as if we didn't even know from a planning perspective that that was contemplated. And I challenge any of my colleagues to go get the plans and look at it, and you'll see yourself that it was contemplated. There is not one shred of evidence that has been provided in the staff memorandum or at probably a dozen public safety committee meetings as to why additional security would be needed over other businesses that operate in our city. Number 5, allow charitable and tournament events at the card room. We allow, as California law allows, for charitable casino nights. In fact, our PD charities that support our own police department, have had casino nights to raise funds to help our police department. You can have one in a school gymnasium, and you can have tables there with no security, cameras, no nothing, because we know that there's no money changing hands. But you put it into somewhere that has security and has protections, but we're going to make them shut down their business where not only they receive revenue from every hand played, but so does the city. You have to shut down their revenue-producing business to host a charity event where no money is exchanging hands in a secure environment that has a high level of security. But we'll let it happen at a hall or a school gymnasium or a hotel. That makes absolutely no sense. For those of you who are up in the middle of the night like I am sometimes, many of you get my emails in the middle of the night, I love to watch poker tournaments. We can't effectively have those in our city because in order to have a poker tournament, they have to shut down their regular revenue-producing tables. Now, they may decide for a business decision that they're going to do that because they'll get some extra advertising, I guess, by being on TV. But those are tables that are taken out of the regular revenue-producing that we would normally see, where that revenue would flow to us in an area where I would think we'd want to have that. I think it'd be nice to have HBO show some more tournaments. Bay 101 sitting up there, I know they've had some tournaments. It gets a great presence to the city. You get a worldwide audience when people are watching the World Series of Poker, but Bay 101 had to shut down operations in order to do that. And I bet you, I've never looked at their books, but I bet you they didn't make as much money if they would have left those tables open to the public for gaming. It makes no sense why we would do that. It makes no sense. And I'll tell you, I read Title 16 a number of times over, and maybe a good attorney can interpret it for the tournament play, but I don't think there's any reasonable interpretation of Title 16 that would say you can't have a charity casino night where there's no money changing hands at a casino. I think, quite frankly, that is something that has been read into our Muni Code because of the perspective we have, which I believe is an outdated perspective. The civilianization, we have a couple of consultant reports on that and an auditor report, and I believe that those are clear. And I should remind, there's a lot of members on the council that are here now that weren't here when we started talking about this years ago, but originally our police chief was emphatic that the Division of Gaming Control and our assistant city manager at that time, which happened to be Deb Fagoni, that the Division of Gaming Control should not be in the police department. It was a change that was made on the dais to put it in the police department, and now when we talk about civilianizing it, we act like this is some crazy idea that the chair of the Public Safety Committee came up with, or that Sharon Erickson came up with in her audit, that really doesn't make sense. But that was the original intent, and it makes sense because our police officers should be out enforcing the rules and enforcing the laws, not signing off permits and doing things that can be done by civilian staff. The one about legal opinions, advisory opinions, I think that's a no-brainer. We should do that just like we do for candidates for office. If you have a question about our campaign laws, you can ask, and the city attorney has to give you a written opinion. I think that's exactly what we should do for our businesses that have to live with one of the most vague, ambiguous sets of laws, Title 16, that we have. And if they're not sure what it means, they should be able to ask the city, and the city should be able to turn it around in a reasonable amount of time and put something in writing that we're willing to stand behind so they can do their job. Now, some see this as an expansion of gaming. I counter it's not an expansion of gaming at all. In fact, it's a clarification, and it's allowing our lawful businesses that are legal in our city to do business. We know that gaming is going to occur, gambling is going to occur whether we know it, whether we like it or not, whether we allow it or not, it's going to happen. The influence on Indian gaming has increased considerably. It's not there anymore, but recently you could have went into Valley Fair Mall and saw an Indian casino sitting there attracting people to get on the bus and go to an Indian casino. Our card rooms aren't allowed to do that because we don't allow any enticements to gaming. We know that even the people that we have asked to help us craft what we're doing have been heavily influenced by Indian gaming. We know that in depositions, the gaming administrator talked about affiliations with tribal gaming, Indian gaming. We know that the Spectrum Gaming Group also represented tribal gaming. We know that when we had Measure E on the ballot in the city of San Jose, the tribal gaming industry opposed it with a significant spend because they know that gambling is going to occur. It's just going to be a matter of whether they go and drive their car or take the buses to go to these other casinos, or are they going to do it in a well-regulated spot in our city where we have the opportunity to get the revenue. In fact, there was an editorial in the Mercury News written April 12th about blaming it all on the mayor, and I apologize for the mayor because it was mostly what came out of my public safety committee, but the San Jose card rooms, the mayor's plan to take enforcement away from the police is a bad bet. That was wholly inaccurate because we never said we wanted to stop enforcement. We never said we wanted to expand it, but it was authored by somebody, and I won't say their name, but with the Consumer Alliance case, who happens to share an office space with a political consulting company that works for the tribal gaming associations. So, and people who are registered lobbyists for tribal gaming. I mean, it's all over the place. There is a lot of influence being put on us to not allow our businesses, which are legal to operate in our city, to operate at the maximum capacity that they can. We know that Matrix has their new building. We know that Bay 101 is getting ready for their new location. We should be encouraging them just like we would any other business, any other legal business in our city. The decision on whether gaming should be legal or not in our city was made before any of us were on this council. We have to decide whether we are going to hamper this and continue with a mentality that we're going to do everything we can to not allow it to happen, or we can move forward in a way that will give our city employees the tools to do their job. We should separate the enforcement of law from the licensing of the establishments and their employees, and we should set the lines clear. We should get rid of the ambiguity, and then we should hold both of our card clubs to the letter of the law and have enforcement, real enforcement, with a path of due process. Now, it was made mention that we have constitutional level of due process. Yeah, that's like saying I give my kids nutrients because I give them a glass of water every couple hours and I give them vitamins in the morning. There's something beyond doing just the bare minimum. What I want to see is a fair, level playing field for the businesses in our city. It doesn't have to be jams, but I think there's a reasonable way for our city attorney and our city manager to sit down and figure this out. I think this council should once again make a clear statement like we did unanimously 2 years ago, and like the Public Safety Committee has said time and time again, let's get this under control. Let's get caught up. Let's have a solid framework. Let's get them operating, and then let's enforce our laws. And I'll tell you, the owners of the card clubs, I've talked to them, they want those laws enforced, because when we catch someone stealing, they're not just stealing revenue from us, they're stealing from the card clubs as well. So, that was a long-winded, that's probably one of the longer times I've spoken, and I'm sorry, but I am frustrated with this. I would like to make a motion for the memorandum that I put out on Friday with 3 of my colleagues.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. I don't know that you've captured the title for the longest monologue, but...
No, I did that. That's still the 48 minutes from the budget a couple years ago. So.
But you're in the running for the top 10 at least. I think I'm not throwing down a challenge. Not at nearly 6 o'clock with the 7 o'clock agenda coming at us. I have one request to speak from the public so far. Antoinette McGill, we'll take that now, and we'll come back. Let staff give us their comments and their recommendations.
Good evening, Mayor Reed and members of the City Council. I'm basically here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the proposed changes to Title 16.
I think we got a lot of questions, but not necessarily for Matrix. I assume you're representing Matrix.
Yes, Mayor Reed.
Okay. I have no requests at this point, so we'll come back to you if the council members have a question that needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
City Attorney?
Yes, I just, I don't want to go for 40 minutes on this one, so I'm not going to take point by point. I do want to say something, though, about Title 16, because like a lot of laws, people have their, reasonable people can differ. But let me just be very clear about Title 16. This was a law initially enacted at a time when we were required to come up with a ordinance, a local law to regulate gaming. It went through a lot of problems. We ended up with litigation. We ended up going page by page, word by word, with attorneys for Garden City, attorneys for Bay 101, I will name the attorneys: Richard Patch of the Copeland's law firm in San Francisco, Frank Uphouse of the Berliner law firm here in San Jose on behalf of Garden City, Jim McManus on behalf of Bay 101, Mary Aaron, now Judge Aaron, was very much involved. My staff was involved. We went through this, and so this isn't something that, it may not be a perfect document. The Constitution isn't a perfect document. But it is a document that everybody came together, and it really was an effort to try to get the regulated and the regulators on the same page. And we understand the roles we have. We are not adverse to any of these card rooms. And I think, you know, that is a myth I want to dispel. No one up here has any, you know, the city manager, myself, anybody in the box, nobody has this anti-card room. And it is something that I think we are trying to be effective regulators. We have to regulate sometimes. You know, there was a shooting and a stabbing out in front of Nature's last night. You know, these things happen. And I think these are the types of things that we need to make sure that we are dealing with and we can regulate. So, yeah, quite frankly, the best, in looking at the memo, the best thing I saw was this ability to give an opinion upon request. I welcome that. We have not had anyone ever come to us and say, please, can you give us advice? Can you give us an interpretation of the code? We do it with the lobbyists, we do it with campaign people, and we are happy to do it. So that is something that is easy to check the box and let's get it done. There are a couple of things I do want to note, though, in the memo. And we've asked for time. Yes, we did do a short memo in fairly short order, but it doesn't address all the questions, but I think a lot of this needs more thought. But let me get to a couple of issues. Number 3, direct the city manager to work with the chief of police to allow for alternate level gaming in accordance with council's previous changes to Title 16. I just want to make it clear that there's a process here. This is, you know, if the council is trying to direct the city manager to do something, this is a charter issue. It's a 411 issue. There is a hearing process. I can personally attest that Chief Moore was not adverse to allowing gaming on the 8th floor. You know, he just didn't, the case wasn't made before him at the time. But this is something that staff can work on. But it's to direct the city manager to do this is clear outside of a process is clearly inappropriate. And then the other issues we note, like building and fire code issues on occupancy, those are technical issues we need to work for. The charitable use, I think we need to look at that. We need to do more study, but at the outset, we have limitations on how many card tables can be allowed at any one time, whether for tournament play, whether for public play or charitable play, that to 49 tables each. The issue went to the voters to expand the number of tables, and it was rejected. So, yeah, I think that's something we can look at. We can try to work at, but we're looking at state law and trying to interpret that. And finally, the transfer of the permitting process to the state. The state has told us they don't have the bandwidth to do it. I mean, I didn't go up personally, but staff went up. The Assistant Chief Eddie Garcia was in that meeting, and that's what they told him. If we were to tell the state we're not going to do it, are we to assume they'll take it over? I don't know. But, you know, we're just reporting back the facts that we have found, that they tell us they won't do it. And quite honestly, we've been very effective since the problems were identified. And we took actions to correct it. We knew we had to take actions to correct it because we were facing legislation in Sacramento. And the police department stood up and they're working more effectively. Can it be better? Of course. But, you know, I think I'm going to just leave it at that. There are a lot of issues here, but I think a lot of this needs to be worked through. And whenever we come back, we'll come back with something. And it will address the concerns.
Thank you. Well, I share many of the frustrations about how long it's taken to try to get these issues resolved, but I also recognize that they're not simple. It's complicated, and we have had adversarial relationships in the past that have interfered with trying to move ahead, and we're currently in litigation that interferes with efforts to try to work things out, and that makes it difficult. But we also have to recognize that our 2 card rooms combined are the largest single taxpayer to the general fund in the city, and that they are legal. They're approved by us, approved by the state. They compete with Indian casinos, they compete with other card rooms, they compete with online gambling, and we're trying to work it out. having litigation every few years makes it hard to work it out, but we're trying to do that in a way that continues what we already have, which is we have 2 card rooms that I believe are honest and safe. And that's something that we want to preserve and protect for our people, because I'd rather have them playing cards and gambling in San Jose where it's honest and safe than going other places where it's not. So I don't want to give up on regulation because I want them to be honest and safe, but at the same time, I think there are some changes that we can make that we've been talking about doing that is time to make the changes and try to get them implemented. One question I have for the maker of the motion on paragraph 3, direct the city manager to work with the chief of police to allow for alternate level card room gaming. City attorney is, I think, taking that as a direction to permit alternate level card room gaming, which raises that issue about who gets to make the decisions. In the city manager's jurisdiction, he gets to make the decisions that we don't get to make. But it seems to me that could also be read as a policy level decision, that at a policy level, the council would be okay with alternate level card room gaming. And we would want a process laid out to do that or something, and then each person that wanted to comply would have to go through whatever process there is, but it's not deciding the process. So I'm not sure what your interpretation of how that might be.
Well, I think I could have been clear and add the words "a process to allow," because I don't believe we have a process that could allow it to happen. It's kind of like when we had the discussions over the video surveillance. We couldn't give an answer, specification, something that can be clearly defined. It was just keep going, taking stabs at it, and we'll let you know if you hit the target. And I think that we need to have a process, and if whatever the security concerns are, it shouldn't just be no. It should be, we can't do it this way, but here's a way that we can achieve it. Because if it really is only about the security concerns, we can deal with that because other people have dealt with it. So I would take that as a friendly amendment to say, city manager to work with the chief of police to create a process that would allow for.
Ed Chicada.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Constant, members of the council, I would like to note that there actually is a process for dealing with it. It's an amendment to the card room permit. It was specifically identified as a part of relatively recent changes to Title 16. One clarification, though, on this particular point would be, to be quite frank, we've told the applicants, and in fact the state Department of Justice told the applicants, start by taking out the walls and the doors. And quite frankly, we've never seen any revision to the original proposal that reflected that level of starting point that would reflect a desire or an expression of an interest in trying to address the concerns that had been raised. So I don't think it's accurate to describe it as not trying to be helpful. Again, at multiple levels, staff has tried to assist in getting the card room matrix in particular to compliance, but quite frankly, it had not been received with any type of feedback.
Well, just a short comment is, I would agree. I probably wouldn't just start tearing out walls not knowing if there was a next step and what we could do. I think it needs to be sit down, work out how you can make it happen, and you know, to get there, yeah, the walls might have to come down as part of it, but then we do this, 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 and this, versus take down the walls and let's start talking about it. That's my perspective. So we don't need to go back and forth on that.
Another question about the paragraph number 1 of the motion in the memorandum, transferring the permitting process for key and non-key employees to the state. We've heard that the state doesn't want the business for whatever reason, even though they do it for others. So at one time, I believe we had it set up so that people would have a choice. They could go to the state or they could come to us, whichever they thought was faster or whatever. And is that something that we need to do here if the state doesn't really want it and won't really do it, is to set up the alternative so that if we're holding people up, they can go to the state?
I think competition always helps, but I guess maybe I could ask a direct question. How many licensees have been, or applications, whether they're key or non-key, that have come in to the police department have been outstanding for more than a year? All total. I'm not talking about any one particular time. Anybody.
So I'd like to actually address the mayor's question first with regard to giving the card rooms the option. That was actually how the ordinance was drafted by the city attorney's office, because we couldn't get an agreement from the card rooms on which was the best approach for their establishment. One card room wanted to go through the state, one card room wanted to go through the city. So the ordinance was drafted to allow the card rooms the option. That ordinance was presented to the state to consider. They took it under submission, and ultimately, after over a year, they responded that they could not assume the task of processing applications for work permits. They would continue to process applications for licenses, key employee licenses, and that goes to Councilmember Constant's point in terms of a delay by the Division of Gaming, or I'm sorry, in terms of the concern that there might be a delay by the Division of Gaming with respect to key employee licenses. Because we deferred that process to the state, the city has to wait to hear back from the state before it can, in effect, put our stamp on the license and issue a badge from the city saying, recognizing that this particular person has been licensed by the state and recognized by the city. Our understanding is that can take anywhere from 6 months to a year, and that has caused a delay in terms of the city issuing a permanent key employee license. What happens is the state will take the application for a key employee license, issue a temporary, the person will come to the city, and we likewise issue a temporary, and then we wait for the state to make its determination. Part of the conversation that we had with the state several months back was that because of limited resources, they were having problems processing key employee license applications in a timely frame. So to add on to key employee license applications, now potentially 1,000 work permit applications over the span of 18 months was not something that they were willing to accept. And they did explain to us, we did actually press and say, well, we understand that you do that for a number of other jurisdictions. And they emphasize those jurisdictions are smaller in population, have smaller card rooms, don't have a regulatory program at all in place, not just a process for going through applications, but a complete regulatory program. And those instances were becoming few and far between. That from that point forward, because of the limited resources available to the state, they were now turning away any future jurisdictions that wanted to approach them with assuming that jurisdiction's processing of work permits.
So you never really answered my question, though. Do we have anybody who's in our system, let's just ignore the state, any that have come to us that we've had for more than a year, that let's put it up to 2 years? Are there any outstanding issues that have been out there in our hands for more than a year?
No.
None at all?
No.
Then that must have been a recent catch-up, because when we had this exact conversation at Public Safety Committee, we were told there were, and some of them had been in excess of several years.
When we had the conversation at the Public Safety Committee, we were in the final process of going through the backgrounding of those particular applicants. There was information that we had requested several months prior, and we had not received a response back. And there was some shoring up of information that the Division of Game and Control needed to perform as well. Those individuals have since been licensed and completed the process.
I don't know that I see a clear answer to the issue of transferring your permitting process for key and non-key employees to the state. If we were to adopt this recommendation as written here, Councilmember Constant, given the fact the state doesn't want it or it doesn't have the capacity to do it. So if we approve this and we say go to the state, then where does that leave us in terms of, because I don't want people waiting for years at the state either.
No, I agree, and I think that if it is crafted as an option, I think we should leave that option open so when the state has capacity, because I'll tell you, there are other jurisdictions where their card clubs are much larger than ours and they do it. So I think we need to have that option because I fear we're going to get back into the exact same spot. And some of those licenses that we were just exchanging about were in excess of multiple years.
So, and I would ask you to, I guess, modify your language in paragraph 1 to make that clear, the option.
So that would be providing for an option for key and non-key, or whichever ones we're not doing now, and I'm getting them mixed up. Keys are going to the state. So for non-key employees, providing the option and in our code so that we can approve it here in our code, and then when and if the state can handle the capacity, there'll be an option for them.
And I don't know who had the second. Rose had the second. Is it okay with the second? Okay, so we have a modification there. I have to confess I haven't had a chance to read the staff's supplemental memo, and I certainly haven't read the White Sands report that just came out recently. So I wanted to hear staff's issues on paragraph 6, continuing the efforts to completely civilianize the Division of Gaming Control as suggested by the city auditor's report and the previous White Sands report. Is there current report give anything different in recommendations? And
thank you, Mayor. It simply elaborates on its prior recommendation to civilianize, and the consultant has let us know that she is available to help us fill those remaining positions as well, to ensure that we get folks in those positions that have the gaming experience that we need.
Okay, Councilmember LICCARDO.
I think the first set of my questions, I think, got resolved. I was concerned about creating a process that clearly wasn't going to work if the state wasn't going to be taking applications. I'm just trying to understand what we're trying to fix if it seems to be fixed. That is, if we really have 1,130 applications that are moving through in under 20 days, can't we, I guess, Councilmember Constant, can't you simply declare victory and move on? Haven't we accomplished what we want to accomplish?
I don't know. It's been only within the last couple of weeks since the Public Safety Committee that we've gotten that information, and we've had some that were over 5 years in the process, and I don't know. I don't believe it's a permanent fix, but I don't know anything to persuade me that it is at this point.
Okay. Rick, are you expressing the view that paragraph 4, which is actually one of the paragraphs, I'm sorry, paragraph 5, which is actually one of the paragraphs I thought was relatively innocuous here, that would be violative of the charter?
No, it's not the charter. It's the issue is, can you have more than 49 tables per card room at any time, whether it's for, Councilmember Constant was alluding to it when he said, if the card rooms did it, they'd lose business.
Right.
And so the question is, for a charitable event, can you have more than 49 tables? Can they have 49 tables in business and then have 10 for a charitable event on top of that? Initially, we have concerns, and in our initial read of state laws, we're limited to 49 tables for each card room. So that's something we want to have a chance to vet.
But if the same owner rented a warehouse and had 55
there's a lot in the law that's counterintuitive, council member, and I think you've probably seen it yourself. And so this is something we'd like to at least explore.
Okay.
The issue is on the premises,
right?
And so we just need to sort of work it through, and that's something we're willing to work through. But this was something that it was sort of a quick response.
Right. Councilmember Constant, I have no objection to the second sentence of paragraph 2 about the 15-day issue. And as long as there is a safety valve for investigative reasons that allow for more time. I'm very concerned about the JAMS referral. And let me just be as focused as I can about this question of due process. Due process, as I understand it, is a term that comes from our Constitution. There's only one due process. There's not constitutional due process and then other due process if you want more. Just like equal protection, you can't have more equal protection. You either have it or you don't. And so as long as this satisfies the standards of constitutional due process, there is due process here. The question is whether or not we want to spend more money providing more process or not. And I'm not sure I understand why we'd want to get JAMS involved. If there is a safety valve already with a writ of mandamus to Superior Court, and I guess I have a bit of a bias having worked in private law firms before, understanding just how expensive JAMS can get, and not really wanting to subject all of us to that process, and also knowing something about our experience in dealing with arbitration, certainly in labor context, where there's a significant problem having someone who is not accountable to anyone, someone who is not responsible to fulfill the objectives of the city, who's not directed by an elected official, making decisions that have impacts, that may in fact have impacts of some significance on safety and well-being here in the city. And so I could certainly support that portion of the paragraph, but I can't support the JAMS requirement. And so if I throw that out there, if you have an interest in modifying, great. If not, I understand. I guess the only other thing I'd say is we've got a consultant's report now. I recognize you would have liked to have had it sooner. I don't blame you for feeling frustrated about that. It looks like it just came out 4 or 5 days ago. Seems to me taking a week for us all to take a breath, look at the consultant's report, and understand if there's anything there that changes our minds may not be a bad move. I mean, we've been waiting 2 years already. What's another week? I'd certainly like an opportunity to look at the consultant's report because I don't know what's in it.
So I'll take all of those. I think there are 3 or 4 different questions in there. So first one is, and I thought I clarified this earlier, I'm not saying it has to be JAMS. In fact, I read out of the previous memorandum, I think we need to make a concerted effort to make a fair, expeditious process that's cost effective. And JAMS was put in there, and I put the word such as, because I know that there are options, but
Pete, if I could just interject, I'm just concerned about an arbitrator, period. Well, it's really an accountability issue.
Right. It's the same as a judge on a writ. It's the same accountability issue.
A judge has to make decisions in public court and is accountable to an appellate court. And a judge has to follow the law. Arbitrators can do whatever they want. And that's the fundamental problem I have.
Well, then perhaps we can have it come back with arbitration that then can go to a writ where we don't have to make it binding arbitration, but we have to have a process where it can go through expeditiously. And I know we spend more than $5,000 defending a writ, and that's where they all end up. So I'm not willing to go there, and I forgot what the other points were. Oh, on the consultant report, I would have just liked to know when was coming. That was never even discussed with the Public Safety Committee.
One more question I might follow up on the, just looking at your language of your memorandum, Councilmember Constant, says incorporate due process protections in Title I by utilizing a neutral third party. That's the direction, neutral third party. So would somebody in the city manager's office who doesn't work for the police department be a neutral third party, somebody who's not in that chain of command on the thing, or is not part of the gaming administration chain of command?
Well, I think we're going to have to see what staff comes back with, because there's a gazillion varieties, and I want them to strive for neutrality, cost effectiveness, and timeliness. And unfortunately, I think we've just been all over the map on this, and I want to get something that this council will get a proposed ordinance change. We'll have an ability to look at it, discuss it at rules probably, here at the first reading and at the second reading, and we can send it back if we need more clarification.
City Attorney.
I just want to, one other point on that same, and this is the second sentence about the 15 business days from the date. It really should be the discovery of the incident, the date of discovery, and not the incident, because we may not know for well more than 15 days.
I'll accept that. Yeah, that was my intent.
All right, so that's a clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Councilmember Constant, on the issue of objectivity and having another at least pair of eyes. I would note, and again, with apologies for the lateness of the memo, that the concept of the enforcement advisor was really, and if you bear with me for a second, a follow-on to the prior council referral to look at where the division exists, which then led us wanting to bring White Sands on to provide some assistance with that. So the report that you have represents a product of that referral. And note that the enforcement advisor, which would presumably be in our office, in my office, would provide that second pair of eyes, short of a more elaborate process, but one that could express that quality control. In addition, for the council's consideration as potential, should this be laid over on that specific area, you could take it to the extreme of creating a gambling commission. But that said, again, that would raise costs, raise other issues. So the concept of enforcement advisor was our suggestion as a much more discreet and cost-contained approach to that.
Councilor Liccardo, we done on your line of questions?
Yeah, I am. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And let me first start by disclosing that I have met also with representatives from Matrix. And then let me move to thanking Councilmember Constant for his work on this item from, well, since the day I've been on this council, really been a bulldog on this issue. And whether or not I've agreed with you every step of the way or staff has, your commitment to a particular issue is commendable. So thank you for your work on this. I did have a question that I had for Rick, and it's not to put you on the spot, but you're the one that said that, is that there's no one here at City Hall that's anti-casino. But looking at some of the past action and direction from the council, I'm left with then what has led us to some of the delays or lack of implementation on some of the previous council direction, because the memos, and again, as I mentioned earlier on another item, there's a heck of a lot of material we've been reading on today, and if I missed it, that really speaks to why some of these items haven't been implemented and why we're here again today asking for some of the same work.
Yeah, the best answer I can give you is, yeah, and I think the memo that was submitted late, but this morning
gotcha.
Goes through a chronology
Yes,
of events.
of what's been done.
Of what's been done and delays. And the other thing is that from my standpoint, quite frankly, I mean, you know, we're one of the cogs in the whole work. I mean, you've got the manager's office, the police department primarily, and us working in tandem, but and finance even gets involved in terms of billing issues and stuff as well. But bottom line is we've had a lot of litigation, and resources are devoted to litigation. So we get caught up, you know, spending time, you know, with the same attorneys working on the litigation as working on trying to deal through some of these processes. I can tell you there are regular meetings that are being had with my staff and Angelique and the city manager staff and the police department. You know, everybody is engaged in trying to work through these problems, you know, and I think a lot of this is really down to, you know, we just need to work more cooperatively perhaps with the cardrooms, but they, you know, from my standpoint personally, they need to meet us halfway. You know, and I'm not using both cardrooms. I think there's one in particular that we've had more difficulty with, and maybe that's why we're in litigation with them. But you know, it is a two-way street, and you know, we're regulators, but we're not anti-cardroom. You know, and I would just say these cardrooms are very successful, and in part because of the effective regulation. You know, people trust the fact that they're going there and it's honest, and they're not going to get cheated. And I think that has to do with the good operation the cardrooms do, but at the same time with the effective regulation. So we can work in tandem, and we don't want to close them down, believe me. You know, I've had enough staff cutbacks, and I don't want budget cuts. So, you know, we're aware of the revenue issues as well, but we have to have effective regulation.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I think Councilmember Constant and the mayor spoke to the issue well, and is that we have a legal business here. And again, from an outsider's perspective, I haven't gotten the impression that we've been treating them as such, which is why I was very interested and supportive of the council direction that Councilmember Constant put together on this action item, because I wanted to see us act a little differently with this group. And you just spoke to, it's a two-way street, and I appreciate that, and not being in the room at an administrative level to see these meetings and the interaction puts me at a disadvantage. So again, it just, from my impression from the outside, is all I'm left with. Which leads me to a question, and I'll use an example. Talking about the 8th floor gaming, I'm supportive of it. And I think if we have a legal business that has shown that they're a legal operating business, that we should do our best to accommodate this request. Talking about taking out walls and doors, so then it gets to the point of, you kind of spoke to, of our enforcement, but where is our role if we think that something is overly restrictive? Let's just say hypothetically, I think taking out walls and doors is overly restrictive, but I can't direct the city manager to approve this if he's sticking to that as a requirement to move forward on 8th floor gaming.
No, but from a policy standpoint, you're free to voice your thoughts, opinions, and your policy preference, and that's okay. My only concern was that you're not telling the city manager let him open that 8th floor. So I mean, because there is a process that needs to be followed. But
but Title 16 doesn't speak to doors and walls.
No, but it talks about security and other concerns. I mean, the chief has to be satisfied that there are the security concerns and any safety concerns are met. And I don't have enough personal background. I've never been up on the 8th floor. I don't know what walls are there or what walls aren't there, or doors. So I just think it needs to be sort of vetted, and I think I mentioned Chief Moore because I had a conversation with Chief Moore, and he did mention that he was not adverse to this. It just that the case wasn't made at the time.
But again, to repeat that same point, if the chief wasn't comfortable and didn't feel that the security was, but where's our role if it's being overly restrictive? In my opinion, let's just hypothetically, I think it's overly restrictive. Well, where's my role? I can just say that, and I think they can sit on that item for 3 years and not approve 8th floor gaming because they think they should have 14 cameras instead of 12. Again, I mean, where's our role on that?
You're the council. You can ask for explanation as to why it is.
But we have.
Well, and I think, and that information then needs to be forthcoming. I mean, I think the issue is the 8th floor something that is doable? Probably. Under what conditions? And you can express your views on the reasonableness of those conditions. But that's something, again, it just needs to be vetted.
I guess I'm asking for your support. Should we be writing that language that defines what we think is?
I think your best bet.
If we're not getting that support from staff, or we don't have an agreement with staff on this item.
Well, I don't know if you have all the specifics at this point. I mean, I know you've heard from the card rooms, but I don't know if you've heard from city staff about why or why not it isn't sufficient. I mean, let me give you an example. I just found out about this yesterday, but the surveillance system from Garden City or the Matrix is supposed to be state of the art, but we have a problem with the feed, and it isn't very clear. So whatever they're watching in the gaming office or they can see isn't very good, and yet. I don't know if that's
whether it's HD or
I don't know if it's a technical issue or the positioning of the cameras or what, but those things need to be worked out. So, the department needs to work with the card room on these issues.
But if it's in their best interest to open, then why wouldn't these minor things? And that's where I'm left with he said, she said, and I don't want to be a judge on this item. I just am looking at the situation, saying this is years in the making, and if it's in their best interest and our best interest, why are we still having this discussion? And I'm not asking, you don't have to answer that. That's sorry.
That is a conversation that I think we need to continue to have.
Okay.
Can I offer a quick point just so that there's no concern that staff, again, that staff is anti-gaming or that we are being arbitrary or that it's just with the staff that we don't support gaming on the 8th floor. We did bring in a consultant, which was the White Sand Gaming consultant, who had the same concerns that our Division of Gaming and Control had and our police department had, and quite frankly, our city attorney's office had. We also invited the state bureau and commission down, and they too did a walkthrough of the 8th floor, and they had the same exact concerns and raised those concerns with the card room, to the point that we were all saying the same thing, that it has to be open and accessible to the public. And when you have 4 salons that are blocked by 2 doors and a reception area, it's not open and accessible to the public. It's very exclusive. And hence the walls needing to come down. But when we had that conversation with the card room, with the state representatives present, with our consultant present, the response was no response. So just to give you some background, we've had numerous meetings over the last couple of years with Casino Matrix to try and help them help themselves. And there has simply been no response. But it's not because staff neglected to do the work or to reach out.
Good, thank you. That's helpful to understand. So let me try and put myself in their head on that. Why wouldn't they? Again, if it's in their best interest and they're interested in opening this is because they see it as an asset to their business where it's going to be more successful. Why do you think, as you mentioned, the silence in response, what would be serving them to be? And I'll ask them that question, I guess, and it's probably better suited for them. But that's where I've gotten to in this issue is if it's in their best interest, then why wouldn't they have been more responsive and accommodating? Then I kind of feel maybe it's us being overly restrictive and these requests are too much. And that's just, again, I don't know the answer to that. So thank you for
we have Antoinette McGill here who offered to respond to questions if you want to ask the question.
Sure. And the city manager I was about to speak to an item, and sorry.
Well, actually, Angelique made the point that I was going to, which was it's not simply security. As an example, it was an issue of being free and open to the public. There have been expressions even from the other card room as to the potential public negative perception that could be seen by exclusive access areas of the card room.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. You have a question, Councilmember Rocha, that you want to pose to?
It's more on representatives from Matrix, and if you can provide for me on your side of the table the approach on the 8th floor gaming and what have been the hurdles for you to accommodate some of the requests from staff.
Absolutely. I was the individual who represented Casino Matrix in pleading before Chief Moore the necessity of having our 8th floor open. And I was the attorney involved with working with the Division of Gaming as well as the city manager's office to figure out why we were not able to open our 8th floor when the 8th floor was designed pursuant to plans that were approved by the city.
Wait a minute, let me stop you right there. He has a question. I want you to answer the question. I know you're a lawyer and you're used to not answering the questions, you're used to asking the questions. But I've got the gavel here, and I want you to answer his question, and then maybe we'll let you give a speech later.
Thanks for being the heavy on that, Mayor.
So there was full cooperation by Casino Matrix. Second, the 8th floor was built based on plans submitted and approved by the city.
So if there's some interest on the city side to allow that 8th floor gaming, but there's some requirements that we're looking for, is that a non-starter for the Matrix that you're not interested in modifying the floor plan as it stands?
The Division of Gaming Control was given the opportunity to review the plans prior to the 8th floor being built, and they chose not to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Matrix? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We may have you come back.
Thank you, Mayor Reed.
Thank you. Councilmember Herrera.
I have heard this discussion in closed session, and ever since I've gone on the council, I've been hearing discussions about Casino Matrix. I remember the battles just to get them open in the first place, and all of the concerns that we had. And apparently, they are functioning okay in the facility they have currently. But there was a lot of concern about whether that was going to be the case. So, and just even getting them open at all. So there's two sides to every story, and I'm sure there's a lot of issues that, will get worked out. I see, the memo, I had lots of questions about the memo too, and most of them have been answered. And I think that there's going to be some continuing work that staff's going to have to do, assuming this passes in the form it is. I mean, there's unanswered questions, and I too have a concern about jams being in there, although we're not prescribing jams. It's an example. I wish it wasn't even listed in there, but I think that we should look for a low-cost way to do this and a way that fits. But I think we're trying to move this thing forward is what we're trying to do. I think council's trying to take making a strong statement tonight, saying we want this business to function at its full capacity in the regulatory environment it exists. We think that's where no one's saying that shouldn't happen. But I think we're trying to force this a little bit to get to resolution because it just keeps going in a circle. It's just a circle. And I guess I go back to, again, I sat in closed sessions and I heard lots of discussions before Casino Matrix was ever open in the first place, and lots of concern about whether it could operate and all kinds of different issues. It's operating now. It's up. It's working. Those fears were resolved and the business is working. And I have a feeling that a lot of these things will get resolved too. But I think we do need to move forward. I am concerned about the answer to the last question about the 8th floor. It seems to me that I don't know whose fault it is. I don't want to point fingers right now. We should have had this worked out when it was built. I mean, there should have been some understanding when planning, approved it. There should have been some understanding as to what the specifications were going to be at that eighth floor. For whatever reason, that didn't happen. But I do think, I hope there can be some working out with Casino Matrix so that we can get to a point where we can feel comfortable that the environment there is going to meet the regulatory requirements for the city. So notwithstanding, yes, it should have happened at the beginning. I agree with you. But here we are now, so we're going to have to work that out. So I hope that gets worked out. I'm saying there's a lot of stuff here that isn't worked out. But I'm going to support this because we need this business to function. We've already said this is a legal business. I personally don't gamble. I'm concerned about people who are problem gamblers, but that said, I supported, the tax measure going to the voters. I'm not trying to shut down any casinos here. We have 2 card rooms that are legal, that are a business, that are driving the largest source of revenue to our city. We can't ignore that, and we need to not tie their hands behind their back so they can't function. So we got to get to the bottom of this stuff and work it out. And I'm not saying it's all the city staff's fault either, but this business needs to get to capacity. So we got to work these things out. So that's why I'm supporting this tonight.
Let me just talk a little bit about the time. It's now 6:30. We have agenda starts at 7. We're not done with this. I still have 4 council members who want to speak. What I'd like to do is just keep going till we get done and then take a half-hour dinner break whenever that is, and we'll start the evening agenda a little bit later, but at least we'll have half hour to dinner. The clerk has got some food backstage for those of you who want a chance to eat before we take a dinner break, but I anticipate taking a dinner break after we get done with this item. We might be able to take the other 2 items that probably won't have any discussion, but if that's okay, let's just move ahead and try to press ahead and get this done. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. On the whole 8th floor issue, which I know has been a sticking point, I frankly remember visiting probably over 3 years ago when it was still being built, and we went to the trailers and saw the plans, and the mayor had gone, was there just moments before I was, getting a rundown of all the floor plans, and we saw it being built right next to us, but it wasn't ready for us to actually walk into yet. And the plans were quite clear there for 8th floor and 8th floor gaming. Now, that being said, if the setup that ultimately was put in place after further consultation with the state or any of the parties says, you know what, this is just not going to work, I can understand why the city or the police department, talking to the state, would make some recommendations, taking the walls down, what have you. I did go through and, on my own time in LA, visit some of the other the card clubs there, because I really did want to see if there were other card clubs that did have multi-floor, and there are in different forms. Some are mezzanine, some are completely different floors in which you have multiple points of access, not just elevator. In this case, I think makes it much easier to keep eyes on, cameras and all that. So at least there's that going for it. But at the same time, when I've had companies in my district that come in to do expansions, or they want to do some kind of major renovation and they need permits, what have you, we get everybody in the room and we tell them, these are all the things you're going to do. If you do all these things, you're good to go. But that doesn't seem to be the case here, where it's, okay, well, it looks like you need to tear the walls down. But even if you do, we still won't guarantee we're going to say gaming's okay. So you put yourself in the shoes of the business saying, well, am I going to go through the cost of tearing down walls and doors and all that? Understanding, even agreeing with staff that maybe it would be better because of the recommendation from the state if it were open and it was publicly accessible. But given, I guess, the relationship and given, the back and forth, I can understand Matrix as well, not wanting to go through that process, not knowing what the ultimate result is going to be. Spending all that money after the fact is a huge expense, and not knowing the result. Now, if they were told, you do A, B, and C, you can have 8th floor gaming, then I can see why it would make no sense that they're just at a standstill. But that's not where we are. And so I think that's kind of what Councilor Constant, and that's why I sounded the memo, is kind of just let's get some finality on that issue. Let's get, if we're going to have 8th floor gaming, what are the conditions? And let's just get it there and get it done. As far as the whole due process issue, just not just as simply having the existence of process doesn't mean it's due process. Due process requires more than simply having a setup for someone to be heard. They have to be meaningfully heard in a way that you remove even the appearance of any impropriety. You want some fair, independent setup. And although I love our police department and feel our police department is most of the time very fair, I can understand why if you're one of the card clubs, you wouldn't want the ultimate arbiter to be in the police department or the city manager's office. It would be like when in my former career, if I was not just prosecuted or overseen by the DA's office, but the DA was also sitting up on the bench making the decision on the cases. Even if that's a fair DA, obviously that's not due process. And so in this case, I can understand what Councilman Consen is getting at. It doesn't have to be JANS, but let's find some process, and I'm totally in support of coming back to see what those options are for an independent third party that's cost effective for all parties involved. And so that's why I certainly supported that portion of the memo as well, to get a neutral third party. I don't believe that neutral third party is going to be found in the police department or the city manager's office, because both still regulate the same card club. So it's not exactly independent, even if we personally trust the person as a council, or if it's someone that's technically has a firewall by being in a different department. It doesn't necessarily remove the appearance or it being part of the same administration. As far as the permitting of key, non-key employees, I get the state issue regarding non-key, and if it's not possible, but I think we do need to have a formal setup, particularly in regards to the key employees, to make sure it's efficient and effective. It seems like there's been a lot of progress on that front, which I'm very happy to hear about, and so I look forward to continuing discussions to make sure that both of our card clubs are being treated fairly and as efficiently as possible, while we maintain the appropriate regulatory authority. And on the charitable gaming, on that aspect, look, my read of Title 16 is not the same as yours, Rick, when it comes to charitable. If it comes to tournament play, I can see that'd be a more difficult argument for card clubs to make in regards to the 49 tables. But when I read it, in 16.04.010, it says there shall be no expansion of card room gambling in the city without first obtaining the majority approval of the voters of the city. And then it goes on to talk about the limitations of those card tables in terms of the number, 49 per establishment. And it talks about expansion requiring a vote. Charitable tables, under any reasonable definition, wouldn't fall under the category of gambling. They're charitable tables. They're not, tournament tables may be considered differently, or adding more tables certainly to the card club in general is clearly in violation, but that's something that we need to have a further discussion on, and I'll be supporting that portion of the memo specifically and particularly in regards to charitable, because I think we should, I think that I agree with Pete's points that a monitored charitable game. So I don't know if you agree or what your thoughts are on that, Rick.
Well, I think what I've said is we're going to have to look at that a little harder. But that being said, I mean, whether it's charitable or not, it's still gambling. I mean, it may be for a charitable event, but the question is, and so that's what we have to make sure. We have to make sure that it's comports with state law too, because we cannot expand gaming, and that's our restriction. So we're going to look at it.
I think, please look into it. If there are specific cases or case law that are on point, certainly bring it up. But I doubt, especially given the fact of what we consider to be gaming in the card rooms. I mean, they're not, and the fact that charitable is allowed in any other venue. I'm confident that at least on charitable, that we'll find a distinction that's pretty clear that will allow for not interrupting the 49 tables. I would love for Bay 101, Garden City, to Matrix, and Bay 101 to be free to be able to do charity events. And raise money for causes at their discretion, as long as it's not interrupting their business and they're not having it involved in any way with the gambling aspect of the operation. And finally, the bottom line is that, as has been stated, these are two legal businesses. They're heavily regulated. When in going to both Bay 101 and Casino Matrix, they seem to be really well run and have a lot of oversight compared to the other card rooms I went to. Some of them in Southern California don't seem to be up to par compared to what we find here in San Jose. And so I'm confident, like the mayor is, that folks are coming here aren't being cheated. They have a good system, a good regulatory system set up. And ultimately, my goal is to make sure that we have a successful, legally trustworthy operation of gambling at our 2 card clubs, no more, at Bay 101, at Matrix. And we have to remember also that, I've never played cards at Matrix. I've been there. There's other functions that this establishment has other than gaming. And there's also an entitlement for a hotel right next door. I met with someone from the hotel industry that San Jose is it's over 1,000 rooms short in what the demand's going to be. We have a Niner Stadium that's coming in a couple years. I would like every opportunity to make that site successful, and that goes far beyond allowing gaming. Thank you.
Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to disclose that during this process, I also met with representatives from the Matrix. Thank you.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor. I also met with representatives of the Matrix. I do think it's important we have a couple basic issues in mind. One is Bay 101 is not griping about any of these issues. And so before we all jump to the conclusion that this is all about the staff, I think we have to ask ourselves, clearly there are 2 actors here at least, and it's important for us to understand that how we're regulating one club seems to be completely satisfactory to that club. And it may in fact be the problem is not us, but the club. And, I think that was very clearly expressed when the attorney was just asked a very direct question about what about tearing down the walls? And I understand KALRA's concern about the fact that no one would want to jump at that if they didn't think there was a path forward. But at the very least, you might say, okay, what happens if we do decide to tear down the walls? And it sounds like we've never even gotten to that part of the conversation. So clearly, you can only build the bridge halfway, and I don't see the other side building it that halfway, because we've been stuck on this issue, I know, for at least a couple years, because I can remember going to the 8th floor at the Matrix thinking, if you really wanted to reenact that scene from Sting, where everybody sees the cops coming and you flip around the wall and everybody pretends nothing's going on, you could do it. And presumably, that's sort of what everyone's concerned about, right? You got to have access. And when Councilmember KANSEN described going to a multi-level casino where he was able to walk up and then go down the elevator, he was describing multiple points of access. And you don't have that here. You've got one elevator, and then you got all these walls and rooms. And I understand there may be a very good argument that there was a big silos issue here in the city, that planning was approving something and police didn't know, whatever planning was, whatever it might be. Yeah. I'm sure we're at fault somewhere, we usually are. But at this point, it's clear that the pathway forward is to tear down some walls. And it seems to me the other side needs to come forward and say, okay, if we agree to do that, then what? And then the conversation can move forward. But otherwise, we're just beating up on staff, and I can understand the strategy here is they don't think they're going to get anything from staff, so they're going to go around staff to council, and council's going to try to regulate this ourselves. And I think that is the worst thing in the world for the city. So I'm not supportive of the direction of the memo, because I think we need both sides to come to the table.
All right, I think we're done and ready for a vote on the motion in front of us. On that motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Count one opposed. LICCARDO. Maybe a couple absences, but at least we got 6 votes in favor. Okay, so not sure who all's here. Roches and I. Okay, so 1 vote against I register, so the motion carries. Before we take our brief break, does anybody want to talk about 3.9 or 4.2, or can we just deal with it? So, nobody up here wants to talk about them, right? Okay. 3.9 is amendments to the pay plan for the chief and assistant chief, and 4.2 is actions related to Steinbeck School soccer field. Okay, on 3.9 we have a motion to approve 3.9. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. On 4.2 we have a motion to approve. All in favor? Anybody opposed? None opposed. Both motion carries. We have 1 request to speak under open forum. This person still here? Come on down, sir. All right, and then we're going to take a 30-minute break for dinner break. Come on down, sir, if you want to speak. We're waiting on you. We're hungry. Mitchell Lobel. Okay, we got the right person at the right time.
That's a tough act to follow because you guys are so hungry. Members, I made a few notes here so I can be coherent and concise. I think that's to your wishes. I am Mitchell Lobel, that's Loebel, and my wife is Chun-Li Xie Lobel. She's not here today because she's back visiting our family in China for China New Year. But she sent me an email, which is in the package that's going to be distributed, supporting everything. She's seen what we're doing, and she supports it. I'm here to appraise the Council of some deceptive and ultimately dishonest billing practices of a major San Jose business licensee, Kaiser Permanente. I'm just going to make a very brief summary because I've given out some packages. I put together some packages for all the members.
You have only 1 minute left, so
okay.
You need to get to the point.
All right. So I got some packages that are going to the council members, so I won't have to go through a lot of details. The basic, one little vignette, if I may get through that quickly. There's a basic dichotomy over at Kaiser that talks about preventive versus diagnostic care. And they go further in their own documentation, which is in the package, to say that preventive care is no charge and not subject to the deductible. My wife, Chun-Li, is from China. They don't have any medical history if you know anything about them. There's nothing there they don't even get pap smears there. She's 33 years old and she has no outward bodily dysfunctions. When we married, I enrolled her in Kaiser and asked our doctor, both of our doctors, to order blood tests. We wanted baselines. Sorry, sir, your time is up, but the clerk will circulate your documents to us so we can see what it is. Can I have another 30 seconds?
Sorry, sir, your time is up. It's all the time you allow for speakers. But we'll have the documents. The clerk will get them to us. All right, we're going to recess till 7:16. I think I've got a quorum of the council here in the chambers and a couple more in the back so that we can start the meeting. All right. As we noted this afternoon, we're going to adjourn this evening's memory. Sorry, let me back up. At least I can say it correctly. Councilor Rocha is going to have a few comments about Aina Arniaga, who passed away on January 4th, 2014.
Thank you, Mayor. My condolences to the Aranaga family. I'd like to recognize Ina Aranaga, who was born in Del Rio, Texas on March 28, 1928, and passed on January 4th here in San Jose. She was a resident of this city for 47 years and was married to her true love for 53 years. She worked for 20 years as a product inspector at the Del Monte Cannery, where my grandmother actually worked as well. She was active in her community and never failed to cast her vote in each election since 1952. Ina, along with her husband, raised 7 children and instilled values to be engaged in civic matters, as we've seen in her son. Community service, faith in God was also important to her. Her family has joined us tonight to honor her memory, and I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the dignity and integrity that Ina lived her life with, and to note that this city has become a great place to live because of strong people like Ina and her family who worked hard for their community. And they were civically engaged and committed to San Jose and wanted to make this a better place for those that came after them. So with that, I am honored to recognize and adjourn this meeting of the City of San Jose in memory of Ms. Ina Aranaga. Thank you for being here, and you have our condolences.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha. Thank you to the Aranaga family for joining us. We appreciate it. We have a couple of ceremonial items to take up before we get back into the business. The first one, I'd like to invite Councilmember KALRA to join me at the podium as we present a proclamation for San Jose Firefighter Day on the department's 160th anniversary.
Thank you, Mayor. And as they make their way down here, I want to start by wishing my staff member, Rosalind Budzeborg, a happy birthday, as she's here working on Tuesday night rather than taking the evening off. So happy birthday, Rosalind. Everyone can wish her happy birthday on their own time. I want to welcome up here with me, of course, Acting Chief Ruben Torres, John McMillan, President of the Fire Museum and retired Assistant Fire Chief, Jim Carter, VP of the Fire Museum and retired Deputy Chief, as well as the crew of Fire Station 1, and we also have with us Cleo Doss, taking pictures dutifully as the Public Information Officer for the Fire Department. On this historical day here at City Hall, I'm proud to honor the San Jose firefighters for all their hard work and contributions to the City of San Jose. Today, the City of San Jose honors the 160th anniversary of the San Jose Fire Department, the department that was officially established on January 27, 1854 by San Jose City Ordinance number 239. Over the past 160 years, San Jose firefighters have consistently demonstrated professional commitment and courage as they fight to protect our city's residents and businesses. It's not surprising that the department is one of the most highly regarded fire departments in the nation. The department has 792 sworn and non-sworn employees comprised of dispatchers, inspectors, engineers, training staff, and administrative personnel serving in 33 fire stations. I had the pleasure of stopping by the firefighters' ball on Saturday. It seemed like almost all of them were there to celebrate the great occasion. Here in San Jose, our firefighters are also richly embedded in our everyday lives. When they aren't out serving our community by protecting life, property, and the environment through prevention and response, they can be found volunteering their time to charitable causes such as hosting free bike repair clinics in East San Jose, building playgrounds and gardens, or participating in the junior sports camps. The junior sports camp, and I would add, and I'm sure all of us in the council can attest to the fact of all the different events they come out to greet the families and the children. And their compassion certainly extends to communities outside of San Jose as well. When New York and Long Island were hit by Hurricane Sandy, members of the San Jose Fire Department personally funded a trip to the East Coast to assist both active and retired members of the New York City Fire Department who had either lost or suffered damage to their homes as a result of the superstorm. The San Jose Fire Department is an organization where family, integrity, and trust are the pinnacles of public service. And now, after 5 years of service on the City Council, I can say, before I was on the City Council, like most of us, I had a lot of admiration and respect and appreciation for firefighters. And now it's through the roof how much I appreciate what the men and women of the fire department do every day. When we're asleep, when we're not watching, they're out there protecting all of us. Each member of this department lives by a sense of love and dedication for the city, and for that I certainly appreciate all of them. On behalf of my council colleagues, it is my honor to proclaim January 28, 2014 as San Jose Firefighters Day in celebration of the department's 160th anniversary and in recognition of their dedicated service to our city. Mayor, if you could present the commendation. And I believe we're going to have retired Assistant Fire Chief John McMillan, President of the Fire Museum, make a few comments.
Good evening. I'm very honored to be here. Honorable Mayor Reed and members of the council, the San Jose Fire Museum is very proud to be a part of this presentation tonight. In front of you tonight are past firefighters that are retired, current firefighters that are serving the city of San Jose, and then some very young firefighters here that are going to be the future for this city in providing courtesy and service. We're all about saving history at the Fire Museum. This is an important part of our history. We will document this, and we hope to someday have a fire museum in downtown San Jose and Old Fire Station 1 where all of you in the public can come by and see this great history, because it is truly one of the best histories in the entire United States. Thank you.
Next, Councilmember KHAMIS is going to join me at the podium as you present a commendation to Taylor Palmefrey for his heroic actions in saving 2 lives while vacationing with his family in Hawaii. Councilmember KHAMIS has some of the details.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, it's not every day that you meet a real-life hero, and it's wonderful to meet one so young. And so Taylor actually learned to be, he's a native San Josean. He went to Archbishop Mitty, and he was certified as a lifeguard by the age of 16, trained by the Boy Scouts of America. Did you hear that, guys? So he learned life-saving skills, and he was on vacation in Maui with his parents in June 2012 with his family. He noticed 2 swimmers, a young man and an older woman, were being dragged down by the current. He immediately rushed to their aid. He offered a young man a boogie board to ride to safety, then returned to his father, ventured back out into the deeper water to assist an older woman. When asked what made him do it, he responded that he couldn't imagine not helping. He was awarded recently with a Meritorious Public Service Award by the U.S. Coast Guard on November 2013. It's the Coast Guard's 3rd highest public recognition award, given to one who displays unusual courage in the face of life-threatening incidents on our national shores. And it does me great honor, and I'm very proud to give Taylor his award. And if you want to say a couple words, Taylor?
Hi. I want to thank the Honorable Mayor Reed and Councilmember KHAMIS for presenting me with this award. I'm proud to be from San Jose, and I'm happy I was able to use my skills to help others, and I hope to continue to do so in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. You can take that with you, and let's just slide over and get a picture with you holding that up. Okay, well, let Shane get out of the way. And
there you go.
Yeah.
Good enough? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. First item to take up is 11.2. It's a rezoning of property on the south side of West Heading Street at Spring Street. We have a motion to approve. Are there any requests from the public? I don't believe there are any requests to speak on this. See staff coming down. Are you going to try to talk us out of this one? No? Okay. All right, there's no staff report. We have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. 11.3, rezoning a property on the easterly terminus of Skyway Drive, east of Monterey Road, near southeast corner of the football field, commonly known as Valley Christian School site. I think there will be a staff presentation on this and some public comment as well.
Mr. Mayor, Dave Sykes, this is my first opportunity to address the council as the interim director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, so I wanted to do that. It's my 5th day in transition, so I'm not quite up to speed on all the projects yet. So today, Laurel will be doing, as she always does, most of the heavy lifting.
Thank you very much. The item before you this evening is a rezoning of the Valley Christian High School site up in San Jose in the District 2 area. We've been working long and hard with the applicant and the community to bring this item to you this evening. You will be hearing perhaps some testimony about road access as well as mitigation. To the satisfaction of our Director of Planning, we believe we have resolved all of those issues. We believe it's really important to move this zoning forward so that way the rules for this school, the enrollment numbers, et cetera, will all be set, and that way we will understand what the rules are going forward. There is a history of code enforcement on this site, and it's really important in order to help the school know what will be expected of them to have this zoning approved so that way they can move forward with their PD permit, effectuate this zoning, and continue to provide key services to our students. So staff is available for any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll first hear from the applicant. The applicant gets 5 minutes. They can allocate it however they wish, and then we'll take public testimony.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Reed and the City Council. My name is Steve McMinn. I won't take my whole 5 minutes, but I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Valley Christian Schools. I was pleased after a long 5.5-year process that the San Jose City Planning Commission approved our PD rezoning request that is in front of you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Assistant Director Laurel Pavetti for her help, as well as John Beatty and John Davidson from the Planning Department in pushing this project across the finish line. I know most of you are aware of Valley Christian Schools and the excellence in it, and its 2,500 students, including our elementary campus on Lee Avenue. We are very proud of our school and its accomplishments. A few of these are as follows. Valley Christian is the first high school in the country to design and build a satellite that was launched via the Dragon rocket ship from Elon Musk to the International Space Station and subsequently launched that into space. Not to be upstaged, our junior high recently became the first middle school in the country to do the same. Our band represented San Jose in the 2013 Tournament of Roses Parade, partnering with a band from Beijing, China for another first of its kind in uniting West and East. Valley Christian is the first high school in the U.S. to develop an atomic microscopy lab for molecular and DNA studies. Valley Christian has placed students in all 8 Ivy League schools, Stanford, all of the service academies, and every school in the UC system. 99% of our graduates go on to college. With the arts sadly disappearing in many of our public schools, Valley Christian decided to build a dedicated Conservatory of the Arts building where visual arts, theater, symphonic bands, marching bands, and other arts such as photography, ceramics, and a radio station are practiced. And most recently, our junior high was awarded the Department of Education's distinguished Blue Ribbon School designation. I'd like to thank Councilman KALRA for taking time out of his busy day to attend the event, along with the representative from the Department of Education. To put this into perspective, there are approximately 13,000 schools in California. Only 15 received the Blue Ribbon Award, and only one of these was a middle school, Valley Christian. It's only through the support of our parents, our neighbors, and our government that we can build tomorrow's successful leaders. These activities not only produce excellent students for tomorrow, but also positively promote the city of San Jose. We appreciate your support on the rezoning request.
Thank you. You have a couple of minutes left. If you want to reserve them until after the public testimony,
Sure.
you can use them
Thank
up
you.
then if you wish to say something in response. We have some requests to speak. We'll take the public comments at this time. Please come on down. I call your name, Maria Garcia. I think I'm not 100% sure I've read the name right. Liz Ambra. And then Mario Ambra. So come on down. There's front row seats for everybody, so you're close to the microphone when it's your turn. Maria Garcia, Liz Ambra, Mario Ambra, Ken Watanabe, and Mindy Romanowski. Come on down.
Hello, my name is Maria Garcia. I have a signed petition from my neighbors that I brought for you to keep, or the original copy. I also am very proud of Valley Christian, what it's accomplished and the beauty of the place, you know, but I don't have nothing against education, nothing against children. But when Valley Christian was built, we agreed that it was going to be built with the entrance from Skyway, and that Diamond Heights was going to be emergency access only. Now, my house is located right on the right side of Diamond Heights, and when these buses go up without city approval, without permission, it's vroom, vroom, all morning long. You know, right on the side of my house. Okay. On January 8th, many people spoke against it because of the traffic. They said it was a great school and it just needs to fix their traffic issue. Okay, now Skyway residents are complaining about the traffic because I walked the neighborhood and I asked them their opinions, and that's where I got these signatures from. And now they want to put the traffic on Center Road, a 2-lane road. Okay, a 2-lane road. That's where they want to put the traffic. And I don't know why the Planning Commission passed it, even though the people did show up. It was a continuation of the meeting. The people here, the people that were here, you know, are people that work. The people that signed that petition wanted to be here too, but they also work. So, but the good thing, you know, the good thing if you do pass it is perhaps we can use Diamond Heights too to cross over to Monterey Highway. You know, instead of taking Center all the way to Monterey. We could, you know, if they're going to be good neighbors, we could use that road too. You know, that would be good. And they can also buy San Ramon if they want, you know. I mean, it is a very nice school, and it's a costly school, you know, but the neighborhood already has its schools that the traffic for their own school that they have to cater to. So I ask that you vote according to, you know, I figure if...
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Mayor?
Do you want these?
Mayor, may I ask
I hear
a question?
voice, Councilman LICCARDO.
Could I just ask the speaker to read what the petition says?
Okay. It says, we, the neighbors of Valley Christian School, are opposing the increase in students to the school due to traffic, fumes, and safety. PDC 12012.
Okay. And how many people have signed it? Roughly, approximately?
I don't know, 35, 36.
Okay. Just, thank you, that's helpful.
Okay, if you pass it over to the clerk so we get that into the record. Liz Ambra.
Hi, good evening, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to give you a quick history lesson. In 1952, there was a small home located on the property above Diamond Heights Drive, a private road. The small single-family home had an access easement for ingress and egress over a gravel private roadway. Now, 62 years later, Valley Christian School, a large private school, wants to regularly transport approximately 60 busloads of students over an easement given for one small family residence. Because the school did not own the road, the City of San Jose City Council agreed only to EVA on the original PD permit in 1998. We looked up a study that the city had been involved in 2000 with the Urban Regional Planning Department and the planning staff, and way back then in 2000, it was stated that Center Road on Diamond Heights Drive would generate significant traffic impact patterns in the Seven Tree neighborhood. And now, 12 years later, it's happening. So we really do need to look at history and stop this. Please do not allow this school to grow. Thank you.
Mario Ambra.
Evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the time. At the Planning Commission meeting last week, Valley Christian Schools representative spoke on the right-of-way, the city right-of-way that goes up to Diamond Heights. That Diamond Heights easement is only 400 feet up, and then it turns. Majority of the road is ours. I would say 3/4 of the road is ours. So any mitigation, any road work would have to be okayed by us, and I'm the owner. And so I just want you to know that and be clear on that, because it is really not. And I've had it surveyed, so it's not where everybody thinks. It's not right up the middle. So thank you very much.
Ken Watanabe.
Thank you, council members, for letting me have a chance to speak. After viewing the Planning Commission meeting on this subject, it seems obvious that representatives from VCS purposely chose to grow their student enrollment and implemented busing without permission from city planning staff. It also seems evident that years ago, when the traffic problems began to impact residents, the city planning staff did not investigate or ignored the cause of the problem. VCS should be held accountable for not following their PD permit and not rewarded for bad behavior and impacting the community in such a negative way. VCS has implied they currently have 1,950 students, although their website shows 2,043. Do not approve their request for additional students and do not approve or allow busing on Diamond Heights. Thank you.
Mindy Romanowski.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Mindy Romanowski. I'm an attorney for Mr. and Mrs. Ambra, the owner of the private driveway Diamond Heights Road, and a partner with Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flagel in Menlo Park. You have my correspondence in the public record, and earlier today I sent further correspondence to John Batty, as I knew that these 2 minutes would go quickly and I wouldn't have sufficient time to communicate my concerns with this application. You should also be, and I do have copies of the correspondence that I'll give to the clerk. You should also be in receipt via John Batty of the comment letter from our traffic consultant who reviewed the documents and conducted a peer review of the traffic impact analysis and the environmental concerns that we have. In the interest of time, however, I'm going to focus my comments on the two decisions before you this evening. The first one is the rezoning. If you rezone to allow the 60 buses each day to drive up my client's private driveway, you will be rewarding long-standing bad behavior of a school that does have fabulous values, as they have spoken tonight, so it's very peculiar as to why this behavior has continually been condoned by the city. It's public record that they have violated their enrollment cap since 2008 and have blatantly disregarded the approved use of Diamond Heights Road, which was only for emergency vehicle access. It's egregious that this city adopts rules that are broken and that you turn a blind eye to code violations repeatedly, stretching 6+ years, if not more. But what I'm most concerned about tonight is that if you certify this environmental document, there is going to be a CEQA problem. This document's legally flawed. There is a fundamental inconsistency between the EIR's position that Diamond Heights Drive, whether it should be used for buses or not, and that was not analyzed. On the one hand, the environmental consultants say it's not necessary for the project. On the other hand, we have comments on the record by Valley Christian, by staff, by members of the Planning Commission last week that Diamond Heights Drive is required for the bus
your time is up.
and the traffic. Thank you.
Imelda Marquez. Come on down, please.
Yeah, I just live around the corner in Center Road, and there's a lot of traffic already, and there's a lot of accidents, and a lot of times they park in front of my driveway. They don't even let me go, in my own house. And I just don't want more fume than it is already. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That concludes the public testimony. Does the applicant have anything they want to add? You've got a couple minutes left to do that.
I prefer not to rehash too much of the Planning Commission meeting discussion because I think we were sufficiently chastised for our growth in students, but we happen to have a very popular school that many students want to go to. And as soon as we realized we were in violation of our PD permit, we filed for a PD rezoning. That was in 2008, 5.5 years ago. And planning worked with us and told us that as long as we were actively pursuing our PD permit, they would not use code enforcement to require us to reduce our student count. The EVA issue, or emergency vehicle access only, the only reason that that was agreed to is we had no other use for the road. We did not have a busing program then. We did not need it for our parents, as that was never in the plans to send the parents up. As far as the easement going across and only being used for one property, in 1980, the City of San Jose City Council approved a housing development of 105 units by the Dynastar Corporation that used Diamond Heights as the main ingress and egress. So to pretend that it was only for one house is a little bit ridiculous because there was 105 homes that were going to use that house then. So I'd just like to say that a lot of these issues have been hashed through already and addressed by the public, and we did grow the student count only because we did have a very popular school and we wanted to be in compliance with the law, and that's why we started this long journey 6 years ago.
Thank you. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know, Laurel or Rick, if you want to speak to the questions raised regarding the EIR. I know that it was discussed, the Planning Commission, but maybe for the benefit of the council and those that may be watching today or here today, a summary of kind of the EIR issue.
Thank you. Let me start by first commenting on the easement issue. Our research has indicated that there is an easement for ingress and egress that goes over the private road. That is the matter before us, and we are looking at using that easement to allow the school to continue the busing. If there's an issue with that, then that really is a matter between the private parties, the school, and the property owners, the Ambros, who you've heard from, and we understand that that would be something that they would need to handle independently. So we're well aware that there is a public easement over that. With this rezoning, we would be acknowledging that the use of that easement for ingress only, not for egress, and not just for EVA. So the emergency vehicle access that was put in an earlier zoning was really by land use policy. It was not recorded as part of the easement. So we do have the ability to continue to have access up to the road. And Harry Freitas, Assistant Director with Public Works, is here to describe that in more detail if the council wishes. From our analysis, we believe the EIR is ready to be certified and does comply with CEQA. We've identified some other options in terms of traffic. So if, for whatever reason, the Diamond's Height option does not work, there are some other choices in the EIR. It's certainly preferred, and there was Planning Commission discussion last week that they could easily understand why it makes sense for the buses to come up, one on Diamond Heights, unload the students, and then go back down through the site off of Skyway. So that way you wouldn't be having the up and down movement along Diamond Heights. So the commission recognized that. That was really not the main part of their discussion. They were more focused on some of the environmental mitigation, which, again, if it's the council wish, we can talk about the environmental.
And is it accurate to say that this easement had a school never been placed here and it did end up being homes, so that easement could have been used for that purpose?
Right.
Access to a residential neighborhood of 100+ homes?
That's right. There was a prior approval that was never implemented for a housing development up on the hill.
And then the current volume of buses, how many? Just to clarify in the report, I guess it says 20 and 5. Is that the AM, PM?
I believe it's 30 in the morning going up, and then again another 30 picking up the students and taking them home.
And so it's the same, but they go up one and they go down the other direction on
Exactly.
the Skyway. And
That's right.
for those that have been there, it's because, especially in the morning commute, you have a lot of cars with parents dropping off students going up Skyway, and so there'd be a conflict if the buses were also going that direction. It would just be certainly a bigger mess than a school normally is in the morning when folks are dropping their students off. And is there, in terms of, well, let me go one issue at a time here, because first of all, and just so the neighbors here know and folks that are watching know, the years that I've been in office, I've personally met probably 10 or a dozen times with Valley Christian or their representatives because in order to ensure that they're complying with the city's requests and with the planning department's directives as to how they can particularly mitigate traffic, but also some of the environmental measures. I've met a dozen. My staff's probably met another 40 times or 30 times, either through phone calls or in person, just back and forth. And then you can imagine how much the planning staff and the mayor's office and others have also been in contact. This is not something that anyone's taken lightly or taken for granted or somehow just kind of rubber stamped. It's far from a rubber stamp of any type of permit application or rezoning application or environmental impact report analysis for that matter. It's something that I certainly have taken very seriously, especially given the relationship my office has with the Havens Neighborhood Association, which is the neighborhood that abuts Skyway as the students are being dropped off in the morning. And we continue to have discussions about that and will as we go forward. If you look in the staff report, the compliance with the traffic mitigation is part of the responsibility of Valley Christian Schools, and any further addition to the attendance levels is incumbent upon them complying with the direction from city staff that's being put forward here, and ensuring that that plan is working effectively. So if it's not, we'll come back and we'll see if there's another plan that might work better or more effectively. And in terms of the buses going up and then coming back down Skyway, I would have, and I would certainly ask the Valley Christian Schools in working with the city staff, have a monitor to whatever extent possible and have some kind of policy in place if you don't already in terms of idling and what have you. We certainly don't want situations where the buses are unnecessarily idling outside people's homes or on Center Road if not necessary. So that could be a timing issue. It could be just a flow issue, but ensuring that we make sure, because certainly on the environmental aspect, but also just in terms of, I mean, we've seen just like the folks in San Francisco don't like those Google buses in front of their house. You can imagine, like, no one wants these buses coming in. It's an issue in every neighborhood that has schools, but I think because of the unique geography of Valley Christian Schools, going up one way, coming down another, it could offer unique challenges. And so we want to make sure that we're working with the neighbors to ensure that we mitigate that as much as possible. And, you know, I was there the other day for the Blue Ribbon Award for the junior high, and it was a fantastic event. Representative Department of Education was there, and even as some of the neighbors that have concerns mentioned, you know, it's a great school and no one's denying that, but even great schools have to comply and be good neighbors, and that's why this has been a very long process to get us here today in order to mitigate for the increased attendance, increased traffic, and the environmental mitigation. And so speaking of the environmental mitigation, which there's a memo that the mayor and I put forward, which is a very simple memo, or so it seems. I think nothing was simple about this whole process. But there is a mitigation that's required for the Dudley plant, in which, although initially staff recommendation was for a 3:1 ratio for the replacement of this plant, I think we all parties feel comfortable with the 2:1 ratio. It's essentially a 100% penalty that Valley Christian Schools is going to have to comply with for their lack of mitigating appropriately from staff perspective and from city perspective at an earlier time. And so I think that we have consulted with Department of Fish and Wildlife, and there's no conflict with their policies for us to amend the staff recommendation and to go with the 2:1 ratio, which we think would be more appropriate and allow for the appropriate environmental mitigation. And ultimately, this is certainly this is a challenging issue because of the access issues to the site. However, I do think that Valley Christian Schools has been sincere in their efforts to try their best to mitigate the impact, but I still have concerns. From day one till today, I've expressed concerns to make sure that we do everything we can to mitigate the impacts on the neighborhood and on the residents. And the current plan that's in place, we believe, is one that the city will be able to monitor, that Valley Christian Schools will be able to monitor and report back on, and most importantly, that we will be able to revisit to ensure it's not only that Valley Christian Schools is in compliance with it, but that the plan is working appropriately. And as I mentioned before, if it's not, the city has within its power to limit or ask for reductions in attendance or ask for further mitigation. And so that's all within the city's power by approving this rezoning request. And so it's with that sense of comfort that, trust me, I wasn't at necessarily 3 or 4 years ago. It took a long time to get there. And I'm certainly sensitive to the neighbors in terms of the easement access, and would be more than happy to work with them. I haven't really had much interaction with them, but would love to figure out what we can do to make sure that this is as comfortable as possible, and if there needs to be more or different action taken, we can certainly work on that as well. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the memorandum that Mayor Reed and I submitted, and that would be to certify the final EIR and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program as a condition of the rezoning. So that would be the first item of 11.3.
Right. We have a motion to approve the staff recommendation as outlined in the memorandum.
And actually, we could probably, if we could do A, because that was 11.3A, so it would be the memo referring to 11.3A and then also 11.3B, which is so it's the EIR as well as the rezoning. So just to make that clear.
So let's check, make sure the city attorney says we got it in the right sequence. So 11A is the environmental certification, 11B is the ordinance, and the motion is to approve both.
That's right, 11.3A and then 11.3B, both with the memorandum, with the comments on the ratio required, as well as the other comments that have been made and discussion that staff has had with Valley Christian Schools and the compliance measures listed in the staff report.
Okay, so city attorney wants to have vote on them separately?
Take the EIR first.
Okay, so we have a motion on both, and we'll bifurcate them for the purpose of the voting so that we can have a clear record. I just wanted to speak to the environmental mitigation on the Dudley issue. I would argue, and I did, and I lost, that this should be treated just like anybody else under the Habitat Conservation Plan. We went to a lot of trouble to create the HCP, and we're not exactly using that, so it's really probably twice the fee that we required under the HCP. I don't know why I lost that, but apparently everybody's okay with a 2-to-1 ratio, and so I'm not going to fight it. But I do want to, encourage everybody we have a habitat conservation plan. We want to make it work, and I don't see why we have to get the state meddling in our business when we have an HCP and changing what we would do under the HCP. They're supposed to be partners in the HCP, and coming at us from a different angle with different recommendations is something that we need to not really tolerate. But we are here. We've got a staff recommendation. We've got a planning commission recommendation. So I think it's time to move ahead. So I'm going to support the motion. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question. Laurel, I certainly take the representations at face value about the school recognizing, I guess after the fact, they had violated conditions as a result of taking on additional enrollment, and they did everything they could when they discovered that they were in violation. Just a quick question about the required mitigation at Skyway and Monterey. Why didn't that get implemented?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Harry Freitas, Assistant Director of Public Works. When the original EIR was prepared for the campus, and I think, I don't remember the date was just quoted a moment ago, we did a traffic report. At the time, we had to coordinate with Caltrans. Monterey Highway at that location was a a Caltrans facility. And when we worked through the process, we came to the conclusion that the traffic report was going to require dual left turns at that location. As we attempted to implement that improvement, we ran into quite a bit of difficulty working with Caltrans out of their Oakland office, and we really weren't successful in getting it done. At that point, I would say there somewhat, the applicant really didn't pursue it much harder at that point, and there were some traffic didn't really come through as I'd say as badly as we thought. I think they were employing some TDM measures and modifying some of the start times, and then ultimately a few years ago, I did work with the applicant's civil engineer, Ruth Ngoing, and the applicant at the time, Claude Fletcher, who was the head of school, to implement a busing program. And that busing program is what you see now, which has significantly reduced the amount of traffic on Monterey Highway. As it stands today with the EIR for the expanded enrollment, we still will be looking for a mitigation measure at that location, which is to extend the southbound left turn pocket to the front door of the school on Monterey, the southbound left turn pocket on Monterey to the school. We have analyzed that intersection under the project conditions, and the intersection operates fine under that condition.
So that will be required now, and that is at the same intersection. And with regard to traffic demand management plans, is there any requirement that they meet with the community as they fashion the TDM measures?
I actually don't know the answer to that. Most of the TDM measures, the busing program that's in their current permit, they've already implemented, which is essentially the busing program. They did a zip code analysis of where the students were coming from to help them determine where the traffic was coming from. We did put some limits on certain zip codes, particularly on the Highway 85 corridor, because that's where they were running into some congestion issues. And now with the busing program, the traffic just isn't on Monterey anymore. The buses are coming up Diamond Heights Drive, and there's 60 buses. So
okay,
so it's taking that traffic off.
Obviously I've been out in the area before, but I'm not familiar enough to know where the real impacts are. And I guess would it be in any way unusual to simply require that they have some community meeting as they're fashioning the TDM, recognizing they may be doing everything in good faith, but not necessarily understanding all the impacts until you really hear the gripes from your neighbors to really understand where impacts might be that may need to be mitigated in some way? Is that a reasonable condition to impose?
Councilmember, that is something that we've done in the past with other projects. I don't know if the community meeting would just be limited to the TDM, but the transportation demand management issues, probably just by way of good neighbor relations with the neighborhood. The school might periodically want to meet with the neighbors and just have an informational memo or an informational meeting. We've done this with other applicants where they do an annual check-in with the community, so that might be something to think about, and certainly a condition that we could add to the PD permit if you wish, or to the zoning itself.
Does the applicant have any objection to that?
Let's hear from the applicant. I got probably be Jerry DeYoung to speak on that item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Liccardo, the applicant doesn't have any objection to me, and I think but it is important to understand a couple of key elements here. As you probably know or can suspect, as a private school, they have significant influence over where their students park, where their parents park, how their parents get there, whether or not they come in a car or come in the van. And so Valley has made it very clear to the residents, particularly down in the Havens, I think that's what you call it, Stony Haven and those, where when they get a phone call and their neighbor has indicated that there's a student parking there, all they have to do is identify the license plate, The school automatically goes to the classroom that Johnny is in, gets Johnny out of class, and says, you can't park there. It's a very rigorous enforcement to ensure that the community isn't impacted. Now, let me also say one other, so it's an ongoing thing, I guess is my point. The other one is that the mitigation measures for the EIR require a very vigorous and actually increasing TDM in form of the busing. There's actually a requirement that on an annual basis, the Valley Christian, it's in the in the fall, Valley Christian has a reporting to the Director of Planning on an annual basis to demonstrate, A, what their enrollment is, how many people are using the busing program, and there's actually a numerical quantification that Valley Christian has to demonstrate to the Director of Planning on an annual basis. Now, if that is working and in place, then according to the traffic report, Valley Christian is not creating an impact to the neighborhood. Now, that's a long answer.
Yeah, and Jerry, I'm certain that you're right about everything you just told me. But as we both know, impact is in the eye of the beholder. And I can imagine that Valley Christian could be doing everything right, and there's still some upset neighbors who maybe aren't aware of what they're able to do by calling you if they've got a student parking in the wrong place or whatever it might be. And I simply would be helpful to know if you'd be willing to at least have a meeting where you describe everything you're going to do.
I think if the council decided that that was appropriate, then Valley Christian would have a community meeting once it reports to the city, so that it can also at the same time report to the community in terms of what its findings are. So it's not just reporting to the director, but also reporting those findings to the community, and perhaps an opportunity for on an annual basis for the community to raise some concerns. And as you've heard Steve McMinn say, I believe, is that they appreciate the fact that they need to be a good neighbor. They are a large institution, and with that comes the responsibilities associated with it. So I think if the council decides that's appropriate, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. I guess I just asked the maker of the motion if they would accept a friendly amendment.
Yeah, that's fine. I host public meetings all the time, and I've done it in regards to Valley Christian as well. And just for, we all kind of are subjective in terms of leading up to a project, the amount of correspondence we get, and I've gotten little or none on this. And part of it is because we've really interacted a lot with the neighborhood, and the neighborhood understands what some of the limitations of what the city can do. But yeah, we'll continue to have public meetings on it. And the area where there may have been some parking in the neighborhood was probably not Havens, because that's the bottom of the hill, but at the top of the hill. And the good news is, I think one of the head security personnel for Valley Christian actually lives right there on the corner entering into Valley Christian. So I haven't, at least I can't remember this past year, getting any emails or concerns about people parking in the neighborhood, which is great. I think it's just more about traffic flow in the morning, and we'll continue certainly to work on that. But yeah, I mean, I'm always, I'm a meeting machine. I have meetings all the time in my district, so I have no problem with that.
So I don't know who had the second. That's a modification, friendly amendment. Okay.
And Mayor, if I could make one final comment just on the mitigation, and some of this has to do with just understanding the flow of traffic in your community. And coming south on Monterey, the traffic's heading towards downtown, so there's much more traffic, and this is how I drive to work every day. So you take north on Monterey has much more traffic, and south is reverse commute, and Monterey itself is fairly empty. And so the two left-handed wouldn't really do much except clog up Skyway faster. And so it doesn't seem even kind of on the surface to make sense. And so that's part of the reason I imagine why traffic is asking for just more space on the left-hand, the existing left-hand turn to get onto Skyway, so you can back up people more along Monterey. And because it's a reverse commute at that time in the morning, it works. And it may not have worked if it was going with the commute traffic.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to follow up on an item that Councilmember LICCARDO just talked about, and that was the turn lane. And I was listening, and I'm not sure I still understand why it didn't get done and why we wouldn't be pursuing it. I mean, this is usually instituted for a reason to reduce traffic impact on the arterial road. So if that condition existed, and if we're increasing enrollment by 1,000 over the original, is it and the reason, and now we're suggesting just extending the lane back, Is this a cost issue that we're allowing this
No,
change?
I don't believe it's a cost issue at all. In fact, I would, a time value of money, I'd venture to say if this was done 10 years ago, I mean, it certainly would have been cheaper. Just like a lot of development that we do adjacent to the freeway, oftentimes we have mitigation, or not even say mitigation, let me just say improvements that are necessary to other jurisdictions' facilities. And a lot of times we get tacit approval by working with the county or Caltrans. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Well, can we get that in writing as we're going through the entitlements process? Well, we really can't do that until you file an application, and you'll need, engineered improvement plans. And so what happens is, after the entitlement is approved, we travel to Oakland. The staff goes up to Oakland with the applicant or the applicant's engineers, and we present it to Caltrans, and we try to get a permit out of them. A good example would be Almaden, the new Almaden Ranch project, which requires two Caltrans permits, both of which we're still working on, one to go underneath the Highway 85 and the other for the off-ramp. So that's one we're working on right now. And we had difficulties, and Councilmember KALRA is correct. Part of the reason was the receiving lanes weren't there on, so the southbound dual lefts onto Skyway, there wasn't receiving lanes. And we tried to extend it's just a matter of engineering. We tried to figure out a place where those cars could merge together, and there really wasn't enough room to make it work well. So we struggled with it, and it's one of those things that it's been on the back burner with us for a very long time, working with, as I said, many meetings with Valley Christian, Claude Fletcher, Jerry DeYoung, Mike Sheehy from Ruth and Going, and Public Works staff trying to get this thing solved. I think this solution is superior. I'm confident that it is, and it really results in the same improvement, which is enough stacking for the left turn demand in the southbound AM movement.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand a little bit better. Let me ask you to expand a little bit, and I've heard this meetings and meetings and meetings. Help me understand the necessity for the multiple meetings that a number of folks have spoken to in this room, if we know what the conditions are or what the, in some cases, they've exceeded their enrollment. So what was the purpose of all these meetings to get to? I mean, I'm looking at less conditions with 2,300 kids than the previous approval. So what were we discussing?
Are you referring to the traffic mitigation?
The multiple meetings that we've been talking about that have been occurring over the years when we recognize that the enrollment has exceeded and we were having...
Yeah, what I'm referring to are meetings along the lines of getting the engineering done for the left turn pocket and trying to figure out how to get through the technical process that Caltrans puts us through to get a permit from them.
Okay.
And
then maybe I'm speaking, I'm sorry. So maybe I'm speaking to some of the other meetings that I've heard too over the year. Can maybe planning staff talk a little bit about when we recognize that the enrollment has been exceeded significantly, what was the time that elapsed and what were we doing during that time? Going back and forth saying, reduce it? No. How about this? What about this? And in the meantime, there's an impact on the community, and we had conditions that were established and approved in an EIR that was done originally. There's a representative from Valley Christian that talked about the rigorous requirements of approval. Well, the new amendment is going to have these, so we didn't abide by the original ones. So whether they're rigorous or not, and if we're not enforcing those, then what's... So I'm trying to get a sense of here what we have in front of me, which is going to allow access on another road, remove a requirement for, it's called mitigation in the staff report, increased population from 1,300 to 2,300. So all these new allowances and increases and did not abide by the original condition or a number of these original conditions. So what was the discussion at the table to get to where we're getting to?
Thank you. So the primary issue was how we were going to solve the traffic problem, because in addition to the Skyway, there was another mitigation that was identified for a freeway improvement that was very expensive. And so staff was very clear that's, if you want to increase enrollment, you need to improve an on-ramp onto Highway 85 in order to allow for this to happen. That was not acceptable to the applicant, so we spent literally years trying to figure out what would be an acceptable traffic mitigation to satisfy both the city and the applicant. During this time, we did not have any code enforcement complaints until about 2 years ago, when finally a complaint came in. As a complaint-driven organization, we don't have the resources to do proactive code enforcement. So once a case was opened, then we started the thorough investigation and acknowledged to the applicant that we couldn't wait any longer. They needed to demonstrate that they were proactively going after solutions, and if they weren't, then we would issue compliance orders with fees, et cetera. So that got them to the table a little bit faster, about a year and a half ago, and really since then we've kind of accelerated our pace to get the EIR out and circulated, and now we're here before you. So took a while before we actually had a code complaint case that kind of gave us the fire to get this thing done. But again, with the resources that we have diminished in code enforcement, it's been challenging. In previous years, we did do an order to show cause with the school and have taken other enforcement mechanisms. But remember, '89 was when we cut our planning staff really drastically, and it's only recently that we're starting to rebuild. So again, we're trying to balance, and that's why tonight is so important, so we know what the rules are, what their enrollment cap is, and we can enforce from there. There is the mitigation monitoring report. I just want to bring that to your attention. That's part of your EIR approval, and they are required to submit reports twice a year to the city to demonstrate satisfaction of the mitigation. And the EIR as well goes into some alternatives that if the Diamond Heights or any of the other traffic demand management measures are ineffective, then what happens? Enrollment goes down, they have to implement other items. So this time, learning from the past, we tried to be more thorough in terms of the consequences of failure, so that way the community would have certainty about what would happen if the TDM did not work, if the busing did not work, et cetera. So that's all spelled out in the environmental impact report, and we do report now every 6 months, twice a year, to the Transportation and Environment Committee about the status of mitigation monitoring. If approved tonight, this mitigation monitoring report will become part of what the committee hears in its annual work. So you'll be able to track this as well.
Okay. Knowing as polite as you are, it seemed in the beginning when you talked about the code cases that opened and then taking this seriously, that the years of discussion or the year of discussion was a polite way of saying that we were bringing this issue to their attention, but there was no action on their part. And that's, you know, if that's the case,
yeah.
And I see Jerry jumping up, but, you know, this is something that I've heard about quite some time when we were going through the Harker issue. And so this isn't the first that has been brought to my attention, that we were also dealing with this issue on another school site and how we were going to work through this with the TDM. So if you could, so I get a better understanding from the applicant's perspective of what, because I don't know, maybe the lawyers can help me. Ignorance is no defense of the, what's the term? Whatever. So no, once you knew that you exceeded your enrollment,
it's good enough for
what
government.
was the response, if you wouldn't mind sharing from your side, and what measures you took to address the issue or to not address the issue and get this cleared up on the city side in terms of your permit?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I might, Councilman Rocha, I think, first of all, I know that you recognize, as does the council, that schools are very dynamic institutions. So, and what I mean by to tell you that is because as we began to do the traffic studies and began to work, as Laurel said, over time, we created a theoretical impact, and we said, let's not go in and try to mitigate that, in part because it was what the Assistant Director from Public Works said, is we knew that Caltrans, if you create an impact on a Caltrans intersection, it's a black hole. You really don't want to go there, so you work to try to find other solutions. So what Valley was doing since 2008 is Valley was constantly looking at their traffic. They had a traffic engineer involved in 2008, and she worked diligently for the last 5 years to keep looking for that. There were multiple tests that were done, studies that were done, traffic counts that were done during this time to try to ensure that there was a complete understanding of Valley Christian and the dynamics, and to ensure that it wasn't creating an impact. So it was literally working with the Public Works and planning staff during that time to keep sifting this down. And I can appreciate the fact that from where you sit, it's hard to believe that it would take several years to write an EIR, that it would take 4 or 5 years to go through this process. But I think our stance is that we started in 2008 and we've been continually working through with planning staff on the various issues. I will tell you, and I think it was very rewarding to have Karen Mack from the Public Works staff agree with the comment that I made at the Planning Commission, was that when you look back into the roughly 1988 traffic analysis, or say 1990 traffic analysis, and you look forward to today and you look at the analysis, the impact that Valley Christian has generally in the local intersections surrounding in the community are no greater than was originally anticipated. Now, how does that happen? It happens because Valley Christian has a very, very intense and vigorous busing program, and that's primarily while it happens. So while they were growing their population, they were not impacting the community because they were doing their own mitigation, if you will, in advance of actually filing an application and working through it with the city. So from that standpoint, they were a good neighbor. They recognized that they were growing their population, but they were mitigating their impact. And that's, I think, why we sit here before you today without a very large community reaction to this, and by a staff willing to say we support this and let's move forward.
Thank you. That's very helpful to hear that perspective, and I appreciate it. So I feel a lot better about what's been happening these couple of years we keep talking about in the meantime when they exceeded their enrollment. What it kind of felt like when I was reading this is, I'll use a nightclub as an analogy here, is they had a cap or I can't remember the term, occupancy, thank you, of 1,300, and they were operating at 1,800 for a long time, and we were at, say, hey, don't, and now we're going to allow them to have 2,300, and we're saying, oh, don't worry, we won't have any problems now, they're at 2,300. Well, of course, we're not going to have any problems now, we just upped the occupancy 1,000. So I wouldn't expect any, because they can't fit any more people either in the building or fit any more kids in classrooms. So that's what it felt like reading this is, well, of course we're not going to have any more issues. We've just almost doubled, in a sense, the original enrollment numbers. But hearing that and understanding the TDMs and the commitment to the shuttling services or the shuttling program and the busing makes me feel a lot better about the future going forward, and also our attention to this development. I'm sure you folks would like to move on from this as well, and I'm sure the school district or the school would also like to stop working on this item as well. So thank you.
Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yeah, I had some. I got a view of the school a while back. Claude Fletcher was a friend of mine, and I think the school does tremendous work. I do also commend them on actually doing busing. There's not a lot of private schools that actually bus their children in. I mean, you can imagine how much traffic would be if every parent had to bring in their children in a separate car. So I want to commend them for that. Just a suggestion, I sit on VTA, and we actually recently analyzed CNG buses, which most of the school district is, all the school districts are starting to buy. They're quieter and they're cheaper to run. Just a suggestion. Anyway, good luck. Thank you.
I think we're ready to vote on the motion. Councilmember KALRA's motion with the modification. On the motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Congratulations, 5.5 years. That was, the motion was on A, the certification on the EIR. So now we have a motion on B, the zoning ordinance. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? Also none opposed. That motion is approved, so both items are approved. Thank you very much, staff, Valley Christian, and the community. Appreciate your engagement tonight. We will move on, though, to 11.4, rezoning of the property on the south side of Park between Sonoma and Delmas.
Mr. Mayor, staff respectfully asks that we defer this item. We recently learned that we need to refer this to the Airport Land Use Commission. It's right on the border of one of their referral areas, and so we are targeting ALUC at their March 26th hearing, and if it is the will of the council, we would propose deferring it to the afternoon session of April 8th. I know that's a little unusual for your land use items. If you would prefer to keep it on the evening calendar, April 15th would be the next evening session. So we respectfully request deferral. Thank you.
Is there anybody here who wants to speak on this? We have no cards on it. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. Laurel, I know we just discovered this in the last few hours. Is this mandatory or discretionary that we have to refer to?
It is mandatory.
Understood. Okay.
The referral is mandatory, but their advice is advice.
We've had several community meetings. I suspect there will not be significant opposition based on our communications to the community, so I'm fine with an afternoon meeting.
Motion?
Motion to defer the 8th.
Okay, motion is defer per staff recommendations. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. 11.5 is next, conforming conventional rezoning on real property at the corner of Williams Road and San Tomas Expressway. Motion to approve. We have no request to speak. Staff, any comments? No comments from staff. On the motion then, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. 11.6 is rezoning a property at southwest corner of Silver Creek Valley Place and Silver Creek Valley Road. We have a motion to approve. Again, we have no request to speak. Staff had a comment?
Just to acknowledge that we've been working with the applicant and have some slight revisions to the development standards with respect to one of the traffic conditions to allow them to pay the traffic impact fee for the Edenvale area. So that it's not in your documentation, but we do have some wording changes that we'll be working with the city attorney's office as this comes back for second reading.
Okay. Is the applicant here? Wish to speak? Jerry DeYoung.
Hey, Mr. Mayor and the Council, I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the planning staff. We don't have a great opportunity to come up, not many of us who approach you all the time, thank the planning staff. In this particular case, I'd like to thank Jason Rogers, who is a fairly new senior planner, Karen Mack, who we've been working with on the same traffic issues, and Aparna Ancola, who's another staff member. They've done a great job, and a great job at kind of working at the speed of business, Mr. Mayor. So thank them.
We'd like to hear that. We have a motion on that. The staff will make the changes on the second reading. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed, so that is approved. 11.7 is a rezoning of property east side of Boynton, north of Williams Road. We have two sections on that, a resolution on the mitigated negative declaration and an ordinance. So we'll vote on those separately. We have a motion to approve both items. No request from the public to speak. Okay, on 11.7A, the environmental certification. On that, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. 11.7B. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. That concludes the work except for open forum. There are no requests to speak under open forum, so we are done. We're adjourned. Thank you very much.